What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. What a fucking...
Weasley, little liar, dude. Weasley, little liar, liar, dude. No, what a fucking Weasley, little liar, dude. Weasley, Weasley, little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley, little liar, dude. Still lying. Still lying. What a fucking Weasley, little liar, dude. Weasley, Weasley, little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley, little liar, dude. Still lying. Still lying. What a fucking Weasley, little liar, dude. Weasley, little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley, little liar, dude. Still lying. Still lying. What a fucking Weasley, little liar, dude.
Let's make it crazier.
Weasley, Weasley, little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley, little liar, dude. Still lying. Still lying. What a fucking Weasley, little liar, dude. Weasley, Weasley, little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley, little liar, dude. Still lying. Still lying. What a fucking Weasley, little liar, dude. Weasley, Weasley, little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley, little liar, dude.
We're just building it up.
Still lying. Still lying. What a fucking Weasley, little liar, dude. Weasley, Weasley, little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley, little liar, dude. Still lying. Still lying. What a fucking...
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a
All right.
fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic
Yo, chat.
pre-noon.
My
No
stream's lagging a
matter
little
where
bit.
you are
It's
in
a
the
little
world, I'm Hassan
confused.
Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We are live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because today is a big day. It's a beautiful day. Wait, did I say sunny California, Los Angeles? It's a beautiful day out here and not in sunny California, Los Angeles. It is not. I was on autopilot. I apologize for this mistake that I just made. It's a horrifying one. That's right. A horrifying mistake that I made. I'm live and alive here in incredibly rainy, downpour, torrential downpour, also kind of snowy California, Los Angeles, folks. That's right. It's not sunny. It's very cold and it's very wet. But yeah, I'm a Weasley little liar. Still lying to his audience as a Weasley little liar that I am. But here's what I'm not lying about. I told you we were entering a new era. I told you that we were back. We were back to our old ways, back on my old bullshit. That's right. One of the most beautiful things of all time is to get a haircut, take a shower, and then have your hair dry, self-dry immediately. That's it. I got the fresh one. Ladies and gentlemen, in the 1-year anniversary of Russia definitely wasn't going to be invading Ukraine, actually invading Ukraine, I got a haircut last night. And you know, that's it. That's all I got. I know that this was a big deal for some of you. I hope that I don't know. I hope that you guys like it. I guess I like it. That's kind of what matters. So that's it. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life, and that's basically what I'm going to do right now. Last night I finally made right on my promise. I had told my friend Jeffrey Jebediah Woodek, Staten Island's own, you know, haircutter of famous people, that I was going to allow him to cut my hair. Okay? Which is precisely what I did. That's right. Jeffrey Jebediah Woodek cut my hair last night. And I guess it broke Haas Twitter a little bit. Broke Haas Twitter a little bit. Why didn't I stream it? Because it's for Jeff's barbershop. Why is your hair curly again instead of slicked over and picked last night? I don't know if you understand hair, but it's just product, man. It's called product. Spot the differences from January 2020. Same difference. Same fit, same hair. My hair's a little bit longer there, I think, than it is here. But yeah. Shut the fuck up. You aren't black. You don't understand. I mean, I'm not. I'm just trying to tell you that, like, how powerful, like how big Kobe Bryant was. You know what I mean? Like, we were in fucking Turkey. Like, hold on. I'll put the glasses. I think I have these glasses on there. That car jump was not real, though. I know. That didn't stop us from debating whether it was or not. Okay? There you go. Here, I'll show you guys the ad that I'm talking about. And maybe some. So, what I will tell you is this. Okay? What I will tell you is this. So, a lot of people, and this is the exact same, like, I got the same glasses now. Okay? People kept saying, and this is part of the reason why I cut my hair. I'm not even kidding about this. People kept saying that I was old. Like, I just looked so fucking old. And I kept telling you, like, no, it's my beard. No, it's my hair. I'm telling you, I think the long hair made me look like an old guy who was trying to look youthful. And for some reason, motherfuckers don't believe me. Like, they don't understand. So that's why I posted on my Instagram, like, the actual transformation, which, by the way, go like that. Okay? Go like that shit. Go. There's some hidden gems in there, but, like, Zoomer perm changed my mind. So I got the haircut last night. This is what my hair looks like now. This is what it used to look like. And then look at this. Like, everyone kept saying I looked like an old guy trying to fit in with young people, and now I just look like my age. Bro went from 53 to 43. Yeah. You looked better here. True. Another comparison, he went from what? What's going on with Twitter? Is Twitter broken? He went from your daughter calls me daddy to hello, sir, it's nice to finally meet you. A man you can bring home. A man who your grandparents would love. A man you can depend on. He has good old-fashioned values on which we used to rely. That's great. But yeah, no, this is like, this is what I needed to convey to people, that like, it literally is just, it's just the hair and the beard. Like, I'm still the same person. Not much time has passed since this video. I mean, this is January 2020. It's been 3 years, a little over 3 years, but like, I didn't fucking age 10 years in 3 years. It's just your hair and your beard. Your hair and your beard is what makes it that different. Okay? Did you see the one that popped off? I'm the reason why this popped off. I saw this tweet and I liked it. And when I liked it, it had 10 likes. Okay? I'm the reason why this popped off. It had 10 likes when I liked it. And he even said, I thought this was going to pop. Hassan Twitter's failed me. And I saw that and I was like, no, it's actually funny as fuck. So I liked it. And then now by this morning, it's got 14,000 likes. Anyway, so yeah, Jeff did a very good job with one eye. I believe so. I think he did a really good job. He cut the shit out of this hair. He did a really good job. And honestly, we're back. This is a new arc. This is a new era. And we're back. That's it. But in the new arc, there are still some things that we don't forget. And those things are...
Oh, we finally here, right?
Well,
It's Friday then.
That's right.
It's Saturday, Sunday, what?
It's motherfucking Friday, baby. New arc, same me, same old day of the fucking week. It's fucking Friday. Yeah, baby. It's motherfucking Friday.
Let's go. Let's go. What? Hey.
And we're gonna have fun, goddammit. We're gonna do that, baby. We're gonna fucking have fun, goddammit, no matter what it takes. That's right. Anyway. Oops, sorry. Anyway, this is part of the, like I said, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in my life. And I'm going to do that right now. Hold on. So, goddamn, RDC did a political skit. Uh-oh. Yeah, we'll cover it in a little bit. Okay. So, there's some really good reacts out here. God damn it. Okay. Where was I? So yeah, I went to Jeff's and the interview was fucking insane. I can't wait. The haircut was insane. For those of you who don't know, that's how he does it. Like, that's how he rolls, basically. Where he will do the most psychotic fucking haircut of all time with, like, it makes you uncomfortable. That's his whole, like, shtick. You know what I mean? So did Jeff's mom grill you again? No. Jeff FM is basically like that too. It's like the Eric Andre show, but also like while he's simultaneously cutting your hair. Love Jeff, wonderful guy. Very excited to support him. So, you know, that's what I did. We did that shit. We got the haircut going. Anyway, and then that's it pretty much. I came back home, went to sleep, watched some more of the Sabaody arc, which was fire. Am I saying it right? God damn, this show is so good. Like, I can't get enough of it, dude. I can't get enough. Shabauti arc. I don't know how to describe my feelings for this, okay? What the fuck? Also, why do they kind of look alike? Dude, everyone says this. Yes, Jeff and I look alike, okay? Yes. It's because I'm an Italian man, just like he is. Subaudi. The Subaudi Archipelago arc. The Subaudi Archipelago arc is my favorite, dude. It is it's so good. It's like One Piece is a very cozy, very wholesome, very cool anime to watch. But the Subaudi arc is now taking it to the next level. It basically has it's political, right? Like there's politics involved in it now. I don't know how to describe it. I feel like it was made for me specifically. You know what I mean? It really takes it to the next. It really takes it to the next level that you know, I didn't even expect it to go to, and I love it. Did you expect to see Rayleigh? No, Rayleigh is an incredible character, and I am very excited. Shibauti on my archipelago. Yeah. Anyway, it's fire. It's so fucking fire. Wait, what is it? Not archipelago? What are you supposed to say? How do you say that? Yeah, Rayleigh is a Giga Chad. So you'll like Fishman Island then? I think so. The Admiral is fire. The Admiral is cool. All the fucking villains, the other pirates are so cool. Archipelago? Oh, I didn't know that. I thought it was archipelago. Anyway, it's just every part of it is cool. There's nothing else I can say right now at this point. Like, I need to gather my thoughts. I need to wait till the end of this arc so I can fucking talk about it. You know what I mean? Like, but it's fire. It's incredible. Archipelago. Yes, the Japanese perverted man thought of a random Turk. He knew that Twitch streamer would get a bunch of sweaty nerds like us to watch a show. Truly a man ahead of his time. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking, is that, like, he just made it straight for me, dude. Just for me. For real. He did. I want to believe that he did. Okay? That's it. Can I do that? Am I allowed to do that? Okay, thank you. But yeah, other than that, fuck, man. Other than that, what else is going on? Oh yeah, I woke up this morning. I worked out this morning. And even though it was dog shit, the weather was awful. I was like, I got to do it. Still got to do it. Especially because, like, I'm going. You know what I mean? Especially because I'm leaving. And I don't know if I'll be able to, like, consistently work out. So, I was like, fuck it. We got to do it. We got to do it to him. And I worked out this morning. And yeah, I'm at my lowest weight that I've been. So the weight loss part is going real good. Everything's going pretty good. And you know, when that happens, usually you just have some shit. Someone's gonna fuck it up, right? So we'll see. Hopefully it doesn't happen like that. When are you leaving? Why do you? No, this is the last stream before Japan. That's it. That's all you need to know. You don't need to know when I'm leaving, okay? You don't need to know exact coordinates and details. I don't know why people do this. Like, six pack soon? Yes. You motherfuckers be like, bro, come on, dude. Come on, give me the flight number. Like, what do you mean? Anyway, it's not even assassination coordinates. It's like people will fuck with you when they know shit like that. Come on. Picked up an injury that slowed me down in the gym. Dude, listen, it happens to me too, brother. It's not a big deal. You know, all your losses are lessons. You learn how to work out better, and you'll return stronger than before. I mean, I'm a great example of this. So yeah, that's it. I'm in my new Hera arc. We got reacts today. I'll be looking at like I'll be looking at all the other memes that you guys have created off of this shit. You need to brace yourself with a post-Japan weight check. Yeah. I don't think I'll gain weight. I mean, we'll see. I don't think I'll gain weight in Japan because, like, I assume I'll be walking around a lot. And we'll see. I mean, the food is going to be dank, so hopefully I don't gain weight, so. Same here, dog. Finals and winter break sent me back in the gym grind. Slowly trying to get back into it. Yeah, it happens. Ludwig talked about gaining weight in Japan. He did. I lost 4 pounds a week in Japan despite eating everything I saw. It's entirely dependent on like fucking, what you do, like how much you walk around. One year since Russia invaded Ukraine. Reacts. Lups 13. What the fuck? Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. You're crazy. You're out of your fucking mind, dude. What the hell was that? Are you going to be streaming every day or only on some days? I am going to try and stream every single day, okay? Small playlist for later. Okay, the Macy's. Thank you for the fat playlist. It's snowing in LA. 1 year since Russia invaded Ukraine. Hogwarts League breaks records. Conservatives flex. Reacts. Drama. And more. Get in now. Okay, there it is. Well, he did do competitive eating and ate the entire McDonald's menu, so no wonder he gained weight. Oh, yeah, that's true. He did do like a bunch of weird shit with food, right? So that's probably the reason why he gained weight, I assume. When I have a six pack, I will definitely rip my shirt off. Do not worry. Okay. Yes, I will do shirtless streams, hot tub streams. All of your fucking desires will be fulfilled in that regard. Do not misunderstand me. That shit's coming. Okay, but for that to happen, I need to first lose the goddamn weight. Okay, I'm not there yet. I'm just not there yet at the moment. Okay. Oof. I mean, I'm getting there though. Don't worry, I'm tight. I'm keeping it fucking real tight. Just not at a place where I feel comfortable with it yet. Leftist Mina, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Are you gonna play Totuk when it comes out? What is that? What's Totuk? TOTK? Meme? Oh my god. That should have never been the first photo I posted of my fucking haircut. I look like such a weenie. Everyone is like everyone's saying like, oh, he's the nice kid that you bring, nice boy you bring home to your mom or something. Why do I look like such a L7 weenie there? I look like a dweeb lord. And yet still, it had you motherfuckers bargain for some reason. I don't know how or why. Yeah. I look like Weenie Hut Jr. What is happening, bro? Twitter is so broken today. What the fuck is going on with Twitter? Anyway, I know. Here. Let's look through all you crazy. Twitter is extra broken today. The desktop Twitter is extra broken. Okay, this is not happening. I am not doing this. Listen. I am not doing this. I am not going to go blonde. Okay, please stop. Please stop with this. This is, it's just not happening. You're just setting yourself up for disappointment. If this is what you want, it's not going to happen. Also, this is like Ludwig. Like, what's up? You just want me to be Ludwig? Is that what this is? At least buzz it. Don't dye it, please. Please hear us out. No, because when I buzz it, it takes so long to grow it back, and it looks awful when I grow it back. So no, I'm not going to buzz it for that reason. I've buzzed it before, and I've never promised to buzz it anyway. But, like, my grade would go from 0 to 100 real quick if this was my teacher. I don't know what this means. Look like you hang out in Silver Lake, Lamau. Yeah, I look like, okay, boys, the plan is simple looking ass over here, dude. What the fuck is this shit? I look like I'm about to throw an extravagant event and then make a YouTube video about how I lost $300,000 or some shit. Draco Malfoy looking ass, dude. No. Blonde you is literally a misogynist? Yeah, just like Ludwig. Anyway, but yeah, that's it. That's where we're at with the hair. The hair is gone. You look great, but RIP mullet. Yeah, I saw a lot of people love the mullet. Haas Twitter was upset about the mullet situation. In the arms of an angel. They're saying that the mullet was killed, taken out bag and shot. Anyway. Where were you when the mullet was killed? Yeah, I mean, apparently a lot of people were frustrated with it. I mean, we got some barkers, we got some meowers. We got some slut meowers. So it seems like people like it. So that's it. Honestly, this is my personal 9/11, but you don't care. Bro, look, listen, Hostwood has fallen off a little bit because the first time I ever shaved my beard, Hostwitter made it to the fucking news, okay? Hostwood made it to the fucking news. Like, there were articles written about how it was fucking trending and shit. I saw that. This is funny. This is me in a different life. It's hard. See, you had to change my skull. You see that? I don't have cop skull, right? So what you had to do was turn me into a fucking thumb. A second haircut has hit the South Tower. Anyway, I'm happy with it. I hope you guys are happy with it too. I hope you guys, I hope you guys enjoy it. Enjoy it while it lasts, Just like I told you to enjoy the mullet while it lasted, and some of you were contentious towards that. Just like I told you the long hair, enjoy it while it lasted. Some of you didn't hate, some of you hated it at first, but then you loved it. Now you don't want it. Seems like what you don't like is change. Okay? Bring it back. Twitter erupts after Twitch streamer Hassan Piker shaves his beard. The 30-year-old streamer went on to add to the tweet, Austin on Twitter could not recognize the gamer. Fantastic to Piker's comment section, do not ever, I mean ever shave again. You are literally a different man. Maddie Healy looking ass? Yeah. You know what's funny about this? Maddie fucking DM me saying I'm so hot. So turns out maybe he just loves himself, okay? Maybe he saw this and was like, damn, this dude looks like just like me, lad. He looks just like me. Not during that. No, he recently did that. He looks just like me for real, lads. Just wondering why you think it's okay to cut your hair instead of letting the 99% we the chat democratically decide on a cut. Yeah, I know. It's really fucked up that I didn't cave to the parasocial desires of chat in this circumstance like I'm literally at gunpoint supposed to be doing, but I did not do it. And it's very fucked up. I think half the outrage was literally lighting. Yes, exactly. Chad didn't believe you this time? Yeah, because it was a success. Anyway, did I miss the One Piece update? Yes, you did. He's just trying to turn you into him. Who? Listen, I like my hair. I like everything that's going on. We're gonna keep that going. This is such a funny fucking. I gotta send this to Jeff. This shit's fucking hilarious, dude. I mean, what a ridiculous fucking photo, but also, I mean, it's on his Insta story. Oh, he saw it already? He saw it and he posted it already? What the fuck? No, it's not. Anyway. Yo, where are these pics coming from? Chat GPT? Dude, this chat is an AI bot. Oh, it's on his Snapchat. Okay. Your hair looks very good. I still don't know if you'll ever recover. Just like I was right from the jump. And I will repeat this one more time. I'm still right. Please understand, I know what I'm doing, okay? I know what's best for me, and I know what's best for you. Okay? Just like I told you, I'm going to look much younger. It's the hair. I'm going to look much younger. I know it's just the fucking hair and the beard that makes you look older, okay? And everyone was like, nah, dog, you just aged not so gracefully. You're aging at the speed of white. Okay? And then you're like, oh, yeah, you know what? Maybe you were right. Just like I told you, time and time again, on many different occasions, I know what's good. I know what's good for the content. I know what's good for my hair. You know, there it is. You're so skinny now. Not very Mariah of you. Yeah, I know. I did lose a bunch of weight. You kind of look like Turkish Bad Bunny. Kötü tavşan. Bro, any shot is also the fin and whatever else is in your stack. What? All right. Oh, he made a new one? He made the Hasanabi new adventure? Is the 6th one out? Dude, I look forward to this more than anyone else. Oh, no, it's not that one. I thought that this was going to be the fucking... When I saw the new adventure, I thought this was literally the One Piece update. Retinol plus Botox, no aging hunt. Bitch, you think I got Botox? Look at how fucking expressive my face is. Look. I can move my goddamn ears. Anyway. That's Hasanabi Bits, yeah. Dude, I'm waiting for the new One Piece update from Hasanabi Bits. Okay. All right. So let's get started. There's a lot to talk about. We're done with the hair conversation. The hair discourse is over.
I was tossing and turning, shaking and crying because Hassan shaved his face. I couldn't even. I was on Haas Twit all night long, panicking in unison with all of Haas Twit. We were in shambles. I don't even know. I'm gonna have to go to bed early tonight. I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to sleep tonight. Be completely honest with you. I can't even. No, but seriously, how hot do you have to be where that's newsworthy?
1 year, let's go.
Understand? I did not.
All right. You should talk to James Gunn about being the new Superman. No, man, I don't want to be the new Superman. I want to be the fucking Bizarro, the communist Superman.
I put 10 bullets in that mash, then I say Bismillah. Falling roop and a younger car, knee increase my. I'm an East boy like Ronnie and Reggie. 5 man in a ding dong too deadly. Don't slit round here, it's techie. Brother, please don't tempt me. I'm from a place where you can get murdered and they wouldn't give 2 fucks. I don't care what your brethren's on. 2 can die for the price of 1.
Hassan really said I put 10 bullets in that mash, then I say Bismillah. What the fuck? Yo, this shit goes hard as hell. What the hell is that? That song was insane.
Then I say Bismillah.
That I love that. I fucking love that. Bizarro on Comedy Superman are different. Yeah, whatever. You know what I'm talking about. It's like the red Superman. This one? Yeah. Okay, we're done. We're done with the hair discourse. We're done. This is the last thing. Yeah, Superman Red Sun. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Do not want men to interact with me unless it's a soundbite. Okay, it seems like you guys liked it, so I'm happy. Okay? We're done with the memes. We're done with all that shit. What is this? Let's start with the... Oh, this was what I was going to say. I posted the shawarma, but like I was so excited to fucking eat that like obviously it didn't really look that good when I posted it. This dude posted this and I thought it was really funny. This is a classic meme. I think it's Zach Fox. It's a Zach Fox meme, if I'm not mistaken. And I saw this and I thought the tweet was fire. And, you know, it didn't get a lot of love. And I thought it deserved more love, so I liked it. And then it fucking banged, dude. Bro, you got to take a picture before you start eating? Yeah, bro. Guess what? I'm fucking fat, okay? That's not how that works in my world, okay? Do you understand? That's not how that works. You're not fat, you're just a big boy. Yeah, I'm a big boy. The whole, like, let the camera eat first ass bullshit doesn't work with me, okay? It don't work that way. That's not how this works. See, a lot of people don't understand this. Also, wait, where is there's another, this is how I know this community has no intersection with YRG's community, okay? No intersection with Rage, because there's discourse in the Your Rage universe, okay? There's discourse in the Your Rage universe because he's in LA right now, reportedly, okay? Wait, where the fuck is it? Anyway, he's in LA right now, and I called him out yesterday, and apparently his community saw it, okay? Apparently his community saw it. And they are on my side. They want him to fucking come up against me. Okay? They saw it. Look. Why didn't you check him? Yeah, he came to LA and did not sign in. You know what I mean? He didn't do a check-in, which is fucked up.
My nigga, not nothing. But
This isn't drama. This is like not a serious thing. So
Not nothing. But
This
we are
isn't
small.
drama. This is like not a serious thing. So everyone getting fucking mad at him is being ridiculous. Raid said he's a competitive guy and isn't going out without a fight. I mean, if he wants to fucking duke it out, let's take it to the fucking courts. Okay? Let's take it to the fucking courts. Fix your knee and let's see. Let's 1v1. You know what I'm saying? So there's a YRG curse that I might have activated, but the problem is, like, my knees have always been busted. And my right knee has been busted already before I even mentioned this because I fucking forgot. Okay? And I brought this up and people were like people were just saying like it's over, you know, the YRG. But his fucking comments were so funny. His reaction from his community was very positive overall. Forget this puffy freak Hassan, finish editing the new Broderick vid. We all waiting. Rage dunking his nuts on Hassan. I will be there no matter what. Me personally. You can't go for that, Rage. You got to lace up my boy. I'm just saying. I know Rage is really good at basketball. I know. I mean, I think, oh yeah, this one's really funny. Personally, being from Broward, I couldn't let someone talk about my knee and call me out for a 1v1 and do nothing. That's just me, though. I'm just saying. I do have a big size advantage, but he is faster than me, and he has a pretty decent shot. And as you guys have already seen, Chris next door tore his ACL after making fun of Rage's knee. You are cooked, buddy. I heard. I know. We'll see. Okay? We'll see what happens. Did you just say Broward, Great Value, Miami? That's fucked up. Broward is his own thing, okay? It's like Broward is entirely in a separate, it's just a different planet. Anyway, remember I lived in Miami. That's the first place I ever lived in the United States of America. Okay, so streets are saying you're not good enough for the AMP league. Oh no. What is this?
Who you got?
Yeah.
He's either playing in China or Japan.
China or Japan. We need to
That's
be
not the name of the
more
team.
specific.
Guangdong Tigers. Ni hao! Ni hao! Ni hao!
Miami-Dade is DeSantis pilled now, Lamau. Yeah, no, my knee was like hurting. This after I was done with my workout, took a shower, I sat down on my bed, and I got up and my right knee pained a little bit. And honestly, as soon as that happened, I thought, oh no, I hope this motherfucker didn't curse me. Well, I guess I cursed myself technically. But yeah, you know, I'm a little worried about that. So you're saying some YRG Hasanabi heads, but less Hasanabi heads are YRG fans? Yes, that's what I'm saying. Is there Nazar save? Hopefully. It's funny how yesterday thought, yeah, when I said let's take it to the courts, like my community, my incredibly Caucasian community, thought I was talking about a legal battle. Like the majority of my audience, when I said let's take it to the courts, buddy, thought, oh, it's lawsuit time. Are we doing a lawsuit? Wow. Hasanabi on his, Phoenix attorney, ace attorney arc. That's crazy. It's time for litigation. Like, no, man, basketball. Okay, basketball. Anyway, this actually reached outside of the target market, the target audience, but it still doesn't seem like people are fucking mad. Some people recognize. I hope that people understand this is a very funny meme, a famous meme. He did the thing capitalism did equals communism thing. Stalin would have loved this feature. What? I mean, that's actually not the worst. That's not his worst meme. This is like, at least it's like clever enough to put it here. I mean, that's fine. Yeah. Stalin unironically was famous for photoshopping shit. So it's not even a joke. Like, that's actually a good joke. This is like, I hate to hand it to him. He definitely stole this. This is like typical. This is a typical leftist meme, but like, I think he, the fact that he placed it here, not bad. I'm sure though, if I look at the replies, I'm sure there's someone who already made the joke. You know what I mean? Before Elon did. And then he just fucking probably liked it first and then stole it. Yeah. It's like when boomers discover memes 5 years later. I mean, it's not the worst, though. It's not.
Elon, recently you made an OnlyFans account. Can you tell us a bit about it?
Sure, Joe. So you may have heard that Tesla stocks are down the past year. So to recover a bit of cash flow, I wanted to share some tasteful nudes with the world.
So do you have your penis out on full display or what?
In some of them, yeah.
Okay, nice. In my own OnlyFans, I try to play around with strategic nudes. I don't mind showing my lovely nipples or having my stunning ass on display, but I've never had my cock out in full blast.
Yeah, it just depends on what you're comfortable with, right? I don't mind having my dick out. At home, I have it out all the time. It just made sense to share that aspect of my life with the world.
Definitely, Elon. I think I speak on behalf of the entire world when I say that we feel blessed with your beautiful...
It's too fast. You gotta slow down the Joe Rogan ones. Dinosaur, thank you for the Dinosaur 2000. Thank you for the 5 get the subs. Joe Rogan doesn't speak this fast. That's the problem. This is also funny, by the way. What's going on? Why are you guys showing me like actually not bad Elon memes today? What the fuck's happening? Is this new haircut like changing my attitude or? I mean, this is like not that bad. Like if it wasn't Elon posting this, you would probably send this to me and be like, it's all right. It's not haha funny, but it's like not the worst. I'm just saying that his normal videos are, his normal memes are so fucking bad. They're so fried that like this at least is like,
I would love to.
Oh no, Ben Shapiro's appreciating it. Oh, God damn it. Fuck, it's over. It's done. Boys, the dream is dead. Oh no, the losers got to the fucking memes. Oh no, I love the fucking Ratatouille one. That was my favorite one. Only followed by the beach that makes you old. And now they're liking it. It's going to fucking ruin it. It's ruining it. It's ruining it. Stop. Get mad at it instead, please. It's Jover. It is fucking Jover. Oh, Jesus Christ. Watch this, please.
Yesterday's VOD is up.
Wait, what?
You're asking.
XCRONESSIAH.
Oh shit! Nigga, what? Nigga! Kyson that! Who Kai fucking that? Nigga, hold on. Fuck all that shit. Wasn't a girl jerking him off? A girl was just jerking him off, bro. Cut it out. Yo!
Oh, you literally said, fuck all that shit. No. Oh, no. That's journalism. We need to get to the bottom of this. Oh, that's great. That's fucking hilarious, dude. Jesus Christ. Respect.
Wasn't a girl jerking him off? A girl was just jerking him off, bro. Cut it out. Yo!
He should have said, we need answers. Yeah.
Yo!
He got mad.
Oh my gosh, bro.
Wake Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake. No.
It is a perfect depiction of the world right now. Bro, let his mischievous thoughts win. Yeah, I mean, dude, it's fine. It's not like, first of all, I as I clearly stated yesterday, I don't think anything's gonna happen. Okay? I don't think anything's gonna happen because, like, you know, you can't tell. The only people that are like, you can only make assertions, and those are valid assertions to make, but there's literally no direct proof. So for that reason, like, I don't think anything's gonna happen. I love how this community was calling the black streaming community violently bigoted and homophobic just last week. Hasanabi racist lips play both sides. First of all, that was not this community, okay? Everybody calm down. Alizi, calm down. How many times have I talked about that specifically? Okay, that's like saying this community is transphobic because there are some transphobic people that come in here and say shit, and then I address it and I talk about it. Okay? That's not true. I don't think this community is one of the communities that fucking runs around being like, oh, black streamers are so homophobic, blah, blah, blah. Like, what do you mean? Will you address it, though? Address what? I think it's a little homophobic that he got a hand job from a woman. I do think that that's true. Yeah, it's a little homophobic. Straight up. There are certainly other communities that say stuff like that, though. Let's be real. But yeah. Did you get a new little fridge? No. Oh, that's actually a really good fucking, that's a really good segue. I got a package this morning and it was wet and I was like, what the fuck is this? And it was, turns out, from Patreon. Our team over at Patreon sent you this wonderful gift. We love what you did, you know, raising money for Turkey, and we wanted to help you out. And they sent me a motherfucking mini fridge, baby. R.I.P. to this bad boy. We got a new fridge. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time, you know? It's time to say goodbye. It's time to say goodbye. Okay? A new era is upon us. And it's not just the hair era. It's not just the new era. And a new era means a 6L mini fridge from Astro AI. I don't even know what any of this shit means, but Okay. Anyway, you can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. And I'm gonna run that ad break, and I'm gonna put this fridge in. Someone from Hospital will pay 5x MSRP for it. Yeah, no shit. I might put it up for a some kind of like charity drive or something eventually. Who knows? Wait, this can be warm too? What the fuck does that mean? Oh. It's making noise. It's larger too, I think. Oh my god, it's so much. It's larger. I can store more in this. Oh, that's fire. That's actually fire. I can store more in this one. Yeah, it's bigger. I can put 8 in that. It's only right that you huck the old one into the ocean, do your part, let the earth recycle it. Yeah. Hot towels for spas and barbers. Oh, got it. What are we doing to white people? Please react to this. Wait, what the fuck is this? This has 3.4 million views. It's from a month ago. What the fuck? Okay, we'll look at it. Is this like rage bait, reactionary rage bait or something? Kind of crazy that Patreon sent that. Like, that means they're watchers for sure. Yeah, every day I find out that like a new person is a fan in like an unrelated industry, and I'm like, how the fuck does that even work? But anyway. Can you imagine being in a debate or a monologue and you bust out a warm towel? Such a power move. Yeah. Or what about a cold towel? The news uses your talking points 2 days after you say them, by the way. I mean, no. I don't think so. Anyway, did you see Sentinel's lost? Toddick sad. Send him some love. I didn't actually see too much of Toddick and Disguised Toast covering the VCTs. But I did see one clip that I thought was fucking hilarious. Let's see if you guys can figure it out. Wait, let me see if I can find it. What would I? Oh, there it is. This is. Yeah, this is such a funny. God, I love Toddick so much. He's so funny. No, not the moment of silence one. This one, bro. This shit is so funny. Hold on.
Why you would root for EDG?
I would only root.
I think it would be understanding of why you would root for EDG though. Those are your
peoples. Why would wait?
Wait, what's happening? Is it effing? There's no F. There's no F on my part. What the fuck's going on? Shit ain't effing for me, brother.
Yeah, hang on one more time.
What? Wasn't EDG from a Chinese team, right?
Bro, this is such an awkward moment because like he realizes like, did I say something that's fucked up?
Uh-huh.
So like you don't want to support your people?
Who's my people?
EDG. Oh. Did I say something wrong here? You're Taiwan.
All right, Tarek. All right, go ahead and break down the geopolitical relationship between China and Taiwan.
Dude,
Go ahead.
This guy's been trying to get me canceled all day.
He said one China policy, bro. What do you mean? He literally said, yeah, he said one China, one nation, two states. You know what I mean? Two systems. It's that's what he said. He said Chinese Taipei.
I didn't say shit.
Toast is the best person to do this to because he loves fucking trolling too. His ass is,
I didn't say
trying to get me
anything.
canceled all day long.
Tadak is about to be welcomed, okay, in mainland China.
Of the Chinese EDG thing. I was here.
I don't know about this stuff.
I didn't make you do that at all.
American swine, bro.
I would only root against him.
In his mind, it's funny because like in his mind, he's thinking like, oh, like if a Turkish team was there, like he would be rooting for it. Like I totally get that. You know what I mean? Like in his mind, he's thinking like, yeah, it's a Chinese team, same shit. Oh, that's funny. Did you see the moment of silence? Wait, bro, Sentinels got fucking rolled on Twitter. Took him 640 days to win a map, and it takes you 11 minutes to get to the airport. Is this because they lost and now they have to go home? Is that what this joke is? Or is it saying near airport NA? Like it's a double entendre. It's NA near airport.
Wait, just
Esports Twitter drama. Oh, there was a moment of silence for Turkey apparently. Oh no! And then this guy's Toast came in. They eliminated them today. Oh.
wait, just still not.
Before we begin, we wanted to pay our respects to all those impacted by Turkey as well as Syria, the earthquake, with a moment.
And it's also nice because one of the biggest problem I have is getting my partner wet.
Wait.
That's not going to be a problem.
Wait, they're doing a moment of silence, Toast. Wait, they're doing a moment of silence.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No!
Wait, just still not.
Before we begin, we wanted to pay our respects to all those impacted by Turkey as well as Syria, the earthquake, with a moment.
And it's also nice because one of the big.
Toast Shapiro. Anyway, he immediately donated 1K to the charity after this moment. Lamau. That's so funny. What is this? Fanatic? Ain't no way we came to Brazil for this. Oh, dude, that's fucked up. They didn't even do, bro, that's fucked up. They didn't even do hard. They did fucking medium bots. That's extra disrespectful. Those aren't even the hard boss, dude. There's the yellow. Wait. That's really. Anyway, look. Okay, we're going to move on. They are hard bots. Carter, absolutely brutal to Toast. Crazy that Toast is actually just Ben Shapiro. Yeah, he is. He also has a hard time getting his.
Oh, hey,
Football.
Oh.
We're here to play football. Very excited. we come to play football.
Guys, who is the best player here today?
Football. Ronaldinho.
God, he's so American, dude. He's so American. He said Ronaldinho. He remembers that from literally me saying that the night before to Nice Wig, okay? Because I said, you're white Ronaldinho.
Football.
Guys, who's the secret weapon?
Norway.
Oh, nice. It was a real...
Ronaldinho's goated, though? Yes. I mean, he is. But, like, he could at least said Messi or Ronaldo. First of all, that is... If he said Messi or Ronaldo, that would have brought up more... That's a more controversial statement than fucking than Tadek's sentiment about China and Taiwan. Okay. Ronaldinho is the inside baseball answer. That's the one I think he's just saying Ronaldinho because of what I said. I mentioned it the night before. I don't think he knows who Ronaldinho is, bro. Bro, he did not leak our DMs right now. Are you serious? Also, I'm not kidding. My knee hurts doing split squats today. That's crazy. Now you got to leak his receipts? No, I'm not going to leak his receipts because he sent me a voice message. He's in LA. I was trying to see him. I was trying to ball up with him, but I didn't even think about it, to be honest. I didn't even think about where we would even play because it's raining like crazy. I called him a fraud. I said, you're fraudulent if you do not 1v1 me in ball. He's too busy doing this. No, he's got a lot of stuff. I wanted to have him on the stream too. But
City wasn't made.
I don't want to. Oh fuck.
Angels like you.
I was worried. Okay. You ever just open Twitch loudly on purpose to see if you have a fellow Hasanabi head in the room? No. Okay, I can't make any of these jokes that and this chat is too white. This chat's too white to be making any jokes. Okay, just stop joking.
Biggest problem I have.
Anyway, what is this? Easy.
Oh, I guess Milena wrote that.
NMP Law has been talking shit to everyone the entire week. Thinks he's messy. Is actually just messy. Will not stream for a week if he loses.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. There he is. There it is, the man that made it all happen. The reason that you have game day right here. Holy shit.
Let's see what the shirt is.
Let's go!
Brandon.
Damn. Wait. Nick looks good, dude. He's getting fucking... Look at those arms, dude.
See what the shirt is.
Brandon.
How the fuck does he have a farmer's tan in the middle of the goddamn winter in Texas, bro? That makes no sense to me. Like, look at his shoulders versus how? Okay, I have so many fucking questions. Okay, number one, why does he have a farmer's tan? Number two, he's looking way more brolic than I thought he was. Okay, he is. What is happening? Is hella sunny in Texas during the winter? That farmer's tan was established in 2002, fam. I don't understand. I think that's just the lighting.
And then, oh my.
When you're light skinned, it happens. It happens to everyone. People don't know this, but like it literally, I mean, yes. People don't realize that, like, yes, black people also get tan and can also have farmer's tans. And it doesn't even matter. Like, it's not even a light skin thing, okay?
God, he is seeing the red, white, and blue. He's got freedom vision right now, gentlemen. That's right. Anybody else getting chills? Oh, brother, we getting chills today.
When you're light skinned, bro, what? No, like people. Well, white people don't know that, one, black people can also get farmer's tans. But some people also think that, like, it's a light skin thing, but it's not.
today. That's right. Oh man,
I've never seen any of my black friends with farmer's tans. Well, then, I guess, I don't know what to tell you, but like, you're close. If you have close enough black friends, you've seen, you've seen it. Can black people get sunburned? I mean, I don't know about that, but depends on how dark. No, man, no, bro. No, I have a first generation Nigerian friend who would just get straight up fucking. I mean, he's like, he is not light skinned by any metric measure whatsoever, and he would abso-fucking-lutely get sunburned and abso-fucking-lutely have a farmer's tan. Yes. Unless you just don't go outside. Anyway. Nigerians get sun-kissed. Get it right. Okay, well, regardless. Yeah, everyone needs sunscreen. Anyway, but we're not even talking about that. We're talking about my man right here who is
vision right now,
brolic, dude.
Gentlemen,
Nick is looking
that's right.
tight.
Anybody else getting chills? Oh, brother, we getting chills today. That's right.
He is looking brolic as a motherfucker.
Oh, man.
I love that. Dude, OTK Game Day is so sick. I love OTK Game Day specifically because... Wait, what did he do? What did he tweet back at me? Dude, what the fuck's going on with Twitter today? Twitter is so broken. Oh, you don't know? Oh, it's not. Here's the thing. Ever created a spoken on my knee. Gets knee pain. You were experiment. I wish you well, my brother. Uh-oh. This man, he tricked me, okay? He tricked me into talking shit. He tricked me into talking shit. And now he jinxed me. He gave me the curse. Little does he know, I'm fucked up all the time. I'm busted, okay? I am fucked up all the time. Little does Rage know, I break shit on my body regularly, okay? This is not new. This is not the first time, nor will it be the last time I fuck something up. So, He also ratioed you Lamau. What do you mean? Of course he... What? I mean, yeah, this is his community. This is like his I'm responding to one of his Rage update bots. You say when you're fucked up, that's the real you? Sure, there's an indoor gym somewhere. I can't... I don't know where any of the indoor gyms are. Okay, let's get started. Let's talk about the news. This Alex Murdaugh shit is fucking crazy. I guess I can cover that too. Do a little bit of JCS React Lord on that. But here is California blizzard.
Some nasty weather, which has put millions of Americans under winter weather alerts today.
I got to
pee
as well.
Portions of Southern California, which are under a blizzard warning from the National Weather Service for the first time in decades. Carter Evans is in Lebec, California, about an hour north of Los Angeles. Carter, what do you see?
Well, good morning. I see snow and lots of it. The wind is blowing. We've already got a couple inches on the ground. This is I-5 behind me. Sections of it are already closed. Now, here in Kern County, snow is not unusual, but a blizzard warning definitely is, and it has many people bracing for what could be the largest snowfall this state has seen in decades.
Heavy snow and fierce winds from a historic winter storm are creating whiteout conditions along northern California's major mountain roads. The National Weather Service says the storm could bring 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts and up to 7 feet of snow, with dangerous blizzard conditions in elevated communities surrounding Los Angeles.
How often does it snow in Southern California?
Seen only once before in 1989, which brought snow days and traffic jams throughout Southern California. Similar to what the storm is beginning to do now, creating road nightmares.
The white SUV looked like it slid over 2 lanes.
Authorities are warning the storm is only going to intensify as it moves south this weekend, bringing danger to California's agricultural center.
About 80% of the world's supply of almonds are grown right here in the Central Valley.
Jenny Holterman's family's been farming almonds since the 60s. They're hoping their crop survives the cold blast.
We don't usually get the very cold weather here. It's very unprecedented
fuck
for
is that?
us. If we do get...
Wait, is this like, that's an almond tree? Wait, is this how almonds are farmed? Bro, I had no idea what or how almonds grow. That's beautiful, dude. I didn't even know they grow on trees. That's wild. I'm a city slicker, like, to the core. You know what I mean? These are the Congress created the Dust Bowl people. If you've ever seen the signs on the 5, what?
A lot of rain or hail here, it could be extremely detrimental.
And already the snow and ice are making Hollywood history, with even Tinseltown stuck in a freeze frame.
You never had raw almonds in Turkey with a green outer layer? I think I have. Yeah. In Turkey, we have buzlu badem, where you get raw almonds and then you put them in ice and then it peels off the skin. That's what I'm thinking of, right? Buzlu badem. But I never knew I never knew how almonds worked.
Now, it's not all snow at lower elevations, and we're talking below 1,000 feet. We're expecting heavy rain, and that could cause some serious flooding. Then the storm system is going to move east over the weekend. It's going to bring tornado potential to Oklahoma City on Sunday and possibly snow to much of the east later next week. Michelle.
Carter, when I was a kid, dreamed of a snowfall. Hate I'm missing it. Thank you so much.
Oh my God! What do you mean? You're literally in New York. You know what snow is like now. Okay. Okay. The NTSB has released its report on the Ohio train derailment, and Mayor Mayo Pete went over to fucking Ohio, and he decided to speak on it, to speak on the matter. Not really doing a great job as he spoke on the matter. We're going to talk about that right now. The Ohio saga continues. Donald Trump is utilizing the Ohio situation for perfect brownie points, for perfect political brownie points. He's done the most optics, the best optics you can have on the fucking issue. Legumes, peanuts grow on vines or bushes, real nuts grow on trees. Okay, got it. So let's hear what Mayo Pete had to say.
Also, Norfolk Southern and the other freight rail companies need to stop fighting us every time we try to do a regulation.
The funniest part about this, I watched this speech earlier. I gotta find it. I gotta find the full speech. It's dog shit. Like, my man normally is supposed to be the skilled orator, right? But I guess like he's so like he couldn't hit the McKinsey ass fucking talking points in this troubling time, and it is legitimately shocking. Like, he fucked up pretty hard with like his speech there. It was weird. It's weird to see, because like normally he knows at least like what to say. He knows the right words to say. But I guess, like, it breaks his fucking bot-ass brain where, he has to say something that's, like, anti-deregulation, anti-corporate, and he just can't do it so he doesn't have like the right platitudes for it. Does anyone in the chat have that? Let's see if we can go through the full thing.
Just before taking questions, I want to share a few thoughts from my visit. As you know, the initial stages of the response to this incident are giving way to the longer-term investigation and the safety policy work that we do. I'm here to work and was able to spend time with our personnel here at the derailment site, including our FRA.
Yes, me and Pete have similar haircut. Get it out of the
Federal
way.
Rail Administration, and PHMSA, the Pipeline and Hazardous Safety Material Administration, who are engaging with NTSB. Just to be very clear about this, FRA and PHMSA are part of the U.S. Department of Transportation.
El ratón.
NTSB is not. They're independent for very good reason. We respect their independence,
You really
but
don't,
we also...
though? I just, okay, maybe I saw it in the chat, and I'm just, you know.
work with them to make sure that we're responding to their findings and that we're supporting their fact-finding work. I was also able to spend time with a number of federal personnel, including EPA, FEMA, and others who have been doing phenomenal work from day one in order to make sure that this community is supported. That includes, again, not just the presence that our department had from the early hours of this situation, but the presence of public health personnel, environmental personnel, and emergency management response personnel. Spent time with not just federal folks, but state leaders, including Ohio Emergency Management, and local leaders from the county and from the community, council members, and the mayor. Had a good conversation with the mayor, who is clearly very focused on supporting this community and helping the community move forward. As well as other village staff, including the village manager, waterworks leader, and the fire chief. And I just have to say the resilience, the resolve, and the decency of this community as they have gone through both.
I feel like no matter what happens, like, I don't know. No matter what happens, like, this is a politician thing. It's not just like a Pete Buttigieg thing. It's not like a Democrat thing. It's not a Republican thing. They just can't come across genuine. And one thing that I guess Donald Trump can do very well is that he is genuinely disingenuous. So he still is able to, like, captivate people and make them feel like he's on their side. Whereas you never get that from Kamala. There's always like an arm's distance in all of her speeches. You never get that from Pete. Joe Biden actually, I think, does a decent job with this. Joe Biden is like an old school retail politician. So I feel like he does a very good job of like bringing you in when he talks to people directly. You know what I mean? Bernie Sanders is another person who obviously does a really good job with that too. Obama was a very, very good, skilled orator who was able to do that really well too. But like our new crop of Democratic Party politicians and the Republicans always are just so bad at it. Like they're just, you come onto this fucking site, you sound like a PR person, no matter what happens. You know what I mean? They feel like they're analyzing it from afar. Articulate? What do you mean? No, it's actually an element of like being too articulate, if anything. Like it comes across like very robotic, cold, calculated. Like it's just it's manicured. You know what I mean? It just reeks of like, I got media training and I'm saying the right things here with the hopes that like you will hear the words and go, yeah, I agree. I understand that. It is very disconnected. So not only is that very prominent here, very ever present here, but once he stops talking about like the people that were there to help out and whatnot, and he starts talking about like the limitations he's had, you'll notice that he just starts flubbing too.
This disaster's immediate impacts and the swirl of national and international and political attention that's come their way their decency and resolve has been inspiring.
Here, you want to know how fucking bad and how starving and desperate the National Democratic Party is for like a real human and not a robotic response to catastrophes? It made national news for like a week when Beto O'Rourke said, "Fuck this, I'm angry." Okay? And Beto O'Rourke is like also a goober, right? But like the one time where he was like, "Yo, fuck this shit," everyone was like, "Oh my God, like that's crazy. I can't believe he said that. He's so passionate. Like, oh my God, can you clap my ass cheeks, please, Beto O'Rourke? I want you to give me orgasms that make my calves cramp." That's a real thing that someone tweeted, by the way. Don't get mad at me. I'm you know.
I also want to make sure to acknowledge something that happened yesterday. A plane crash took the lives of 5 people working for CTEH. That is a firm that is involved in this cleanup. I met with some of their personnel earlier today who are mourning the loss of their friends and colleagues.
I'm surprised.
Some of whom were.
I'm surprised conspiracies haven't been written about that. By the way, like about how that was an assassination or something. That they were going to uncover the real truth about how toxic the contamination was, or some shit like that. How have? Oh, there are. Oh, they are. Okay. I haven't seen any of it yet, but there's no fucking shot that they don't do that. You know what I mean? I know how TikTok is.
Were involved in this response as they were on their way to another one. And NTSB is involved in the immediate response to that crash. But my heart goes out to the people who are already in a very stressful situation here and are now having this added pain and facing it in a way that, again, is inspiring and moving. I also spoke today with the chair of the NTSB, Jennifer Hamady, as you know.
The Clinton person got assassinated? Yeah, but that was an assassination, I'm pretty sure. Bro, it was, no, that, okay, listen. That one was suspicious. That one was suspicious. A Clinton aide with links to Jeffrey Epstein, who died by suicide last year, had no gun on the scene, according to the early reports of it. New York Post covered it, and then they were like, never mind, there actually was a gun on the scene. They found a shotgun 30 yards away. Mark Middleton, 59, who served in the Clinton White House in the 1990s, was found dead on Heifer Ranch in Perryville, Arkansas on May 2nd, 2022. Almost 1 year after Middleton's death, a police report obtained by the outlet this week revealed that the Little Rock businessman was discovered with a gunshot wound to the chest and an extension cord tying his neck to a tree. I could see the male was obviously deceased. Deputy Jeremy Lawson of Perry County Sheriff's Department wrote on his arrival at the grisly scene. Notably, Lawson's account includes that while officers located a gun case and 3 boxes of buckshot in Middleton's BMW SUV, there was no weapon in sight. Though the father of 2 worked for his family's HVAC business in the years before his death, by the way, let's take a moment here and just mention that come on. Come on now! He worked for his family's HVAC business. These fucking memes don't come from... These memes come from somewhere, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? This is it. That's real. That's why I always make this joke. Anyway. He previously enjoyed a high-flying lifestyle as a special advisor to Clinton and Assistant Chief of Staff Thomas F. McLarty. Middleton notably signed late pedophile Epstein into the White House 7 of the 17 times he visited the residence. He also reported to have flown on Epstein's infamous Lolita Express jet. Middleton left the White House in 1995. The following year, the Los Angeles Times reported his executive access was curtailed after an investigation determined he abused his connections in an effort to become an international dealmaker. The release of the official report comes after Middleton's family, which includes his wife and 2 young adult daughters, petitioned a judge over concerns about the gory photos and videos of the scene being made public. In June 2022, the Arkansas Times reporter, Circuit Judge Alice Gray, determined that the visual content was to remain sealed. The report would be available under the Freedom of Information Act. In the months since his death, Internet conspiracy theories that tried to tie Middleton to the Clinton body count, or the right-wing theory that Bill and Hillary had passels of their political opponents killed. Yeah. The bizarre hypothesis first gained traction in part of following the unexpected suicide of White House counsel Vince Foster in 1993. It's just so strange how this keeps happening. Body count truthers were also inflamed when Epstein hanged himself. Obviously, that was not a fucking suicide. Come on, he was suicided. Then President Donald Trump famously retweeted a message accusing the Clintons of orchestrating Epstein's death to mask their own alleged dealings in the sex field. But yeah, so the guy that we're talking about here, okay, he suicided himself by what? Shooting himself with a shotgun. Okay. No, I'm not talking about Seth Rich. The Seth Rich one is not as the Seth Rich one isn't actually a fucking assassination in the way that people make it seem. Like, I don't think the Seth Rich one was literally a fucking, I don't think the Seth Rich one was an assassination. I think that was like a run and gun type situation. You know what I mean? Yeah, that one just seems like a fucking mugging that went wrong or something like that. This, on the other hand, not just Vince Foster, but also this one specifically, okay? The man shoots himself in the chest with buckshot, tosses the fucking shotgun 30 yards away. They can't even find it at first, okay? 30 feet away, sorry. And then ties himself up to a fucking tree from the neck. A new set of documents was obtained. The Daily Mail states that the Stoger 12-gauge shotgun was 30 feet from the body of Mark Middleton when he was found dead on Heifer Ranch in Perryville, Arkansas. Based on an initial report released yesterday, the outlet previously claimed there was no report on the scene. Yeah, I know that they found a gun. Hold on. I'm going to get to it. Spoiler fucking alert, dude. It doesn't matter. The discovery of a gun on the scene doesn't change the reality that, like, this dude, shot himself through the gun? Walk me through the steps here. So this dude shot himself in the chest, threw the gun away, and then fucking, walked over to a tree and hung himself from the neck? A new set of documents obtained by the Daily Mail states that the Stoger 12-gauge shotgun was 30 feet from the body of Mark Middleton when he was found dead on Heifer Ranch. Based on an initial report released yesterday, the outlet previously claimed there was no weapon on the scene. The additional papers written by Sergeant Keenan Carter also details the length that Middleton went to ensure his suicide attempt was successful by standing on a bench and tying an electrical cord around his neck before finally shooting himself in the chest. It is believed that Mr. Middleton pulled the trigger on the firearm casing to discharge it to strike him in the chest, and then he fell from the bench, causing the extension cord to become tight, cutting off his breathing. Just moments before his death, the HVAC businessman who served as a special advisor to President Bill Clinton, Assistant Chief of Staff Thomas F. Mac McLarty in the early 1990s, reportedly texted his wife that he found the perfect place for a nap in the sun. "You were a great mom and wife, babe," he allegedly wrote to Rhea, with whom he shares 2 young daughters. "Please be happy today to get some sun. It will make you feel better. I love you." Okay, that does sound a little bit more like a suicide. Let's be real. The message concluded with the heart emoji. Middleton's body was discovered that afternoon when ranch employee Ian Peters noticed that his SUV had been parked for several hours. Deputies found a gun case and 3 rounds of buckshot in Middleton's car before they came upon the body. "I ran towards her. I could see officers moving where she was. She was pointing towards the overlook, asking, 'Is that a human? Is that a body?' Carter's report states the officers determined that the gun was flung away from Middleton's body due to the recoil and angle of the ground. Ozzy clearly flung himself from the tree and then threw the shotgun, causing the shotgun to fire, making it the greatest three-pointer of all time." I mean, I don't know. It's not as... It could be suicide. You know? could. Wait, hold on. Where was Dick Cheney? Shotguns aren't drop safe, so maybe it went off after it hit the ground too. All I'm saying is, easy to send those text messages. Okay? The Daily Mail's initial claims that Middleton's death was self-inflicted despite there being no weapon at the scene immediately ignited suspicion related to the far-right Clinton body count conspiracy theory. The far-fetched idea that Middleton was targeted by the Clintons was amplified by his ties to pedophile Epstein before he left politics in 1995. He also reportedly wrote Epstein's infamous Lolita Express jet. A 1996 investigation found that he abuses high-flying contacts to position himself as an international deal maker. Despite a dearth of evidence, self-professed Clinton truthers have also pounced on similar deaths involving Clinton associates, including the 1993 suicide of Deputy White House counsel Vince Foster, Epstein's own hanging death while awaiting trial in 2019. I will never, ever, ever agree that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. Okay? I'm sorry. That is not what's going on there. If you think that Jeffrey Epstein unironically killed himself, you are being duped. Okay? Sorry. Not even a little itty bitty. No, no, no. Okay? No, not even a little bit. Saying Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself is easy if you don't talk about who probably did kill him. Yeah, I don't know who did kill him. It could be any number of guys. He was the blackmail guy for Mossad and CIA. I'm pretty sure that, like, he had an entire list of people that would possibly fucking kill him. Come on. I mean, that list is deep as fuck, dude. His death was bipartisan win. Yeah, exactly. Come on, dude. Come on. I would, even if I saw video footage of Jeffrey Epstein, like, hanging himself, okay, which, by the way, we just mysteriously don't have because the footage just, it went away. It broke right at the time when he fucking killed himself. Even if I saw video footage of him hanging himself, I still probably wouldn't believe it. But, Epstein's death had more than two options: suicide, murder. He could have also been seeking a transfer. He'd done this before. Okay, dude. No, I don't think he fucking ran away secretly and he's still alive. I'm not a believer in that. That's crazy. I think they just, tied a loose end. Okay. Getting back to this, though. Getting back to this issue. I don't even know how the fuck we got here. Oh, because the guys died. The investigators died on a plane crash, but that one is not suspicious. I mean, there are some that are suspicious and some that aren't. I don't think as far as I understand, the investigators that died on the plane crash, not as suspicious.
They have released their initial factual report. Their final work on this will take a while to come out. But having these factual findings is an important step toward being able to move on to the phase of policymaking. And while we will, of course, wait for their analysis and recommendations at the end of the full process to make certain judgments, we will not wait for that process to run its course to continue doing everything that we can to raise the bar on rail safety and to hold people accountable. And that's the other part of what my visit here is about, to make sure that we can assess how to drive the best safety improvements across our national transportation system. And to any national political figure who has decided to get involved in the plight of East Palestine, I have a simple message, which is I need your help, because if you're serious about this, there is more that we could do to prevent more communities from going through this. We've laid out a set of actions that DOT has taken, some of which were already underway, others which we're adding to the agenda. A set of things that the railroad industry needs to do, including better informing communities when hazmat is coming to them, something I've talked to the governor about and strongly agree with him on, and including steps to take care of their workers and their system, and things that we need Congress in order to work on. And again, anyone in Congress who cares about these issues, they are welcome to come to the table and work with us to get things done. So anybody who is interested in that, I'm going to hold them to that. But we're also holding ourselves to the highest standard in terms of the work that we're doing and the work that we're going to continue to do to both respond to this incident and to make sure.
I think being contentious in this regard is better. But he can't do that. He can't do that. You should be like, listen. The railroad companies are not our fucking friends, but he has higher political aspirations, okay? He has aspirations for political office that's higher than the fucking transportation secretary, which is, of course, hilarious considering that, it probably might not happen because, like, he is identified as, like, a main villain in the Democratic Party, okay? But if you have aspirations for higher office, you can't openly be contentious to massive fucking monopolist corporate superpowers like Norfolk Southern, because you don't want those guys as your enemies. You would want those guys as your allies, certainly, to maybe get some super PAC money, but you certainly don't want them as your enemies to, like, dump a shitload into your opposition, right? And for that reason, he's trying to toe this delicate line, where he's like, oh, yeah, Norfolk Southern, please stop going up against our regulation. Stop fighting against our regulation. Why are you doing that? Oh, please. Also, we need everyone's help. If he was an honest person, if he was an earnest person, okay, he would tell you that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, okay? And that you can avoid those ads as long as you subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Okay, use it on your favorite streamer. Hopefully that's me. That's what he would say. He would tell you that, honestly. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. But here's the 3-minute ad break now. Now, all jokes aside, if he was an honest person here, he would be more contentious and saying that the government needs to do better. The politicians that come here for lip service need to do better, okay? And more importantly, we have to disavow the notion that Norfolk Southern is for the people. We have to stop even thinking about this. This is why we're here. We are the government and we are here to help. We are the government and our job is to do this regulation, and that regulation unfortunately fell short of what was necessary in this regard. Okay.
Make sure that we make rail safer for everyone who lives in a community that is close to rail lines, and anybody who is involved in freight rail at all. With that, happy to take a few questions.
There's a lot of trauma in this community, a lot of emotion, and as you noted, a lot of politics too. Now that you've seen the wreckage and spoken to the people, was it a mistake not to come here sooner?
What I tried to do was balance two things: my desire to be involved and engaged and on the ground, which is how I am generally wired to act, and my desire to follow the norm of transportation secretaries, allowing NTSB to really lead the initial stages of the public-facing work. I'll do some thinking about whether I got that balance right. But I think the most important thing is, first of all, making sure that the residents here have what they need. Something that from our piece of the puzzle, DOT, we were working on from day one. And making sure we do something for the future. We can talk about process, and that's fairly that's perfectly fair. But I don't want people pointing to process as a way to get away from the fundamental questions of rail safety, regulation, and accountability, and whether we're going to make it tougher or whether we're going to allow it to continue being watered down.
I find it funny that the first group blamed by small government libertarian types is government when private business fucks up this hard. That said, Pete dropped the ball here too from an optics perspective to an implementation one. Like I said, every single person involved in this matter fucked up. Literally every single person. Like, both sides of the political aisle, the corporations, the regulatory agencies, the agencies that are supposed to be doing the cleanup. It's just, that's what happens when the problem is multifaceted and the issue is a permanent staple of, capitalism. That's it. That's what it is. This is a foreseeable, perhaps the most foreseeable byproduct of living in a capitalist state. Private corporations are actively going to go for deregulation no matter what, and they're going to be able to they're going to deregulate, and they're going to cut corners wherever they can get away with it. Yeah, it's just, exactly, it's not a feature. It's a feature, not a bug. It's the cost of doing business. Like, every part of this shit sucks. You know what I mean? Railroads in this country are also owned privately, and in many instances are in a state of disrepair, which makes it more likely for train derailments to happen. There are so many other components involved in this that are also at fault. Which, ironically, this division of, instead of division of labor, we have a division of blame, I guess. And that division of blame makes it harder to, like, pinpoint a singular villain. And it doesn't create this comfortable narrative. But it also opens up this avenue for the likes of Donald Trump, who have played a role in deregulation, to come across like a victor here. Come across like a winner. Which he did. He did. Pete saying this when he had every chance to add back this regulation but didn't is pretty funny.
Theatrics of Donald Trump being in Palestine were odd, but this is a community that voted overwhelmingly for him. The county that Palestine is in voted 71-29 for.
Yeah, I mean, so I think they got away easy. I mean, if you ask me.
Donald Trump. And I just want you to sort of reflect on the irony. In 2016, it was 68-26. This is a Trump county. What do you make of the fact that he went there, despite the fact that the regulations that he rolled back were partly responsible for this tragedy?
I mean, it was definitely an ironic thing to do. You take down regulations, you water down regulations, you weaken the power of...
Dog, this man literally did that as a part of his job, okay, at McKinsey. The reason why he is, like, at such a young age in such a, quote-unquote, important position in government and ran for president is because of how he did the right things on his resume. Being a part of McKinsey was basically him doing this. And for the record, Americans across the political spectrum have a genuine dislike for people that work for these Pricewaterhouse, Bain, McKinsey-type corporations that come in and cut redundancies, which is, of course, firing a bunch of fucking employees and shit. So what you need to understand here is that this actually took down Mitt fucking Romney on the Republican side. Okay? If anything, this probably is more acceptable on the Democratic side that has a lot of, like, highly educated liberals living in cities that will, one, vote defensively, and also, two, not consider this to be, like, immediately awful. But yeah, Bain and Mitt Romney's work at Bain straight up was a burden for him. Like, it was used against him. It was weaponized against him. Anyway, So, yeah, if you want to understand, I mean, here, this is the New York Times ripping into him. Remember,
you've been on the front lines of corporate downsizing. You've been on the front lines of corporate price fixing. You've been on the front lines of our misadventures.
I'm sorry,
of our misadventures in foreign policy. You've had direct experience of many of the things that make a lot of young people very angry about the way that this country is operating right now.
the people who are saying he worked at Bain Capital, not Bain Consulting, I love that, like, the distinction. It doesn't matter. It's still a financial, it's still a part of the finance world that straight up is the exact same, is doing the exact same shit. You're failing to understand this. You're failing to comprehend that, like, from the perspective of the average American, it's the same shit, and it's not even bad for them to think that way. You know what I mean? It's like saying he was at BlackRock Accounting, not BlackRock. Yeah, what the fuck?
Now, you don't seem to embody that anger.
So the proposition that I've been on front lines of corporate price fixing is just to get that out of the way.
You worked for a company that was fixing bread prices. You've been on the front line.
Yeah, and he was, by the way. He did. And this in and of itself is like, you know, this in and of itself was the reason why he's sitting there to begin with, running for the fucking presidency. Running for the presidency in the Democratic primaries. That's how you get to that position. That's in your resume. Deregulation is built into his very existence and his reason for his success in the Democratic Party. Do you remember when Pete fired all the black cops in the police department and the black police chief that was investigating rampant racism? I do remember, yes. I do. That was the TYT's investigative reporting side that actually uncovered all that. Big dub for them. So, you know, it's ridiculous. Of course, he has a very hard time now advocating for the other side of it when he is a corporate stooge
of the administration to deal with freight railroad companies, and then you show up wanting to be a great friend of the people who have been impacted by a rail disaster. You know, this is somebody who, as far as I know, never went to a derailment site when one of those happened on his watch, and there were thousands, even ones with fatalities, never even sent his transportation secretary to go. Now that it's campaign season, I guess things are different. We were there to work. We were there to get things done.
Yeah. Like I said, it's a complete ridiculousness. Okay? Complete ridiculousness is laughable. It's silly. Let's look at the NTSB's report on the Ohio train
derailment. Got a major
now.
development to report in the Ohio train derailment. Investigators now say the accident was preventable and that there were several warning signs before the crash in East Palestine, Ohio, which spilled toxic chemicals into the area. Train operator Norfolk Southern says its crew acted properly and pledged to continue cooperating. This comes as Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg visited East Palestine after facing weeks of criticism for his absence. Roxana Saberi has the latest.
Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg acknowledged the criticism he's received in recent weeks.
I'm here for the work and not for the politics.
As he visited the scene of the toxic train derailment in East Palestine.
Well, first of all, I want them to know they're not alone. That before, during, and after the national attention, they're going to have support. They're going to have support from us when it comes to holding Norfolk Southern accountable. They're going to have support from the EPA when it comes to making sure they get accurate information about the safety of their air, water, and soil.
As trains continue to pass through this small town, a preliminary NTSB report shows investigators are focusing on an overheated wheel bearing on the train's 23rd car. According to the report, defect detectors placed along the tracks recorded 3 separate increased temperature readings before the disaster. The first, 38 degrees above the outside temperature. Then 10 miles later, 103 degrees. And finally, 253 degrees, above the critical threshold, setting off an alarm on the train. The NTSB says that's when the crew applied the brakes, as mandated. But the bearing failed and 38 cars derailed.
Problems need to be identified early, so something catastrophic like this does not occur again.
I didn't even know there was chemicals involved until 2 days later, maybe.
Eric Whiting, an East Palestine resident for 12 years, lives only around 30 yards from the train tracks.
No value is in the home anymore, and maybe that value will come back, but it'll be years before even the stigma of the town is lifted.
He says Norfolk Southern should consider buying out homes like his. For CBS Mornings, I'm Roxana Saberi.
Return now to the war in Ukraine. It has now been 1 year since Russia's full-scale invasion, and this morning.
How come the regulations on oil refiner does not allow 1 ppm of SO2, but here they just dump it into nature? I mean, this is a violation of OSHA rules as well. This is the inverse of Fetterman in a suit. That's funny. Evil project manager vibes. Yeah, true. He just looks so out of place. Like, it's true. We watched the Alan Fisher video on this, yes. Look, I understand the specifics of why this derailment happened, and the speculation from the likes of Alan were correct. The derailment was not, the derailment could not have been salvaged or saved by new brakes, for example. I get that, okay? But ultimately, the reason why I let it slide in most circumstances is because, like, deregulation across the board and defunding infrastructure spending across the board is an inherently reactionary right-wing attitude that both, you know, Republicans champion unapologetically and liberals kind of let it slide or champion themselves. Okay? And it's all in the same vein, which is precisely the reason why I don't like hyper focus on the exact details of the matter, despite also openly stating that, despite giving you the clarity to understand that it's not just the brakes or anything like that. There's even more to it than that. That's what I'm trying to explain to everybody. It's like, one argument that people always talk about with when describing McKinsey and the like, and this is something, this analogy I've used myself, is the analogy of the executioner squad, right? Back in the day, when you used to fucking shoot prisoners, when you would, when you'd line up with guns, okay, and do a firing squad, a part of that policy was to put blanks in certain guns, okay? And the reason for why that was the case is so that no one knew who was actually doing the real shooting of the bullets. And there's a little bit of peace of mind that comes from that. And this, like, division of labor internally within places like fucking McKinsey work in that respect. So you never know who the real executioner is. So you have, like, a clear conscience. So when you're working in McKinsey, you might be a numbers cruncher, not realizing that the numbers that you're crunching are responsible for the firing of thousands of people. You know what I mean? And it's the same for this. It's the same exact principle in the Ohio train derailment, or technically they're all the executioner. Yes, I know they're all the executioner, but it offers a clarity of consciousness for a lot of people because they think, oh, I don't know what aspect I'm doing. I'm just a cog in the machine. It's the exact same attitude. It's the exact same sentiment. It's the exact same thing. Whenever you look to a situation like this, there are so many different components that played a significant role in this derailment. And none of it has been fixed, and none of it will be fixed. Okay? And part of the issue is you can't really you can't really place your finger on exactly who is to blame here. I mean, obviously, some are more transparently responsible than others. Like the CEO of Norfolk Southern is like a clear villain in this regard, right? Or train lobbyists are clear villains in this regard. But that, yes, exactly, that compartmentalizing of the horrible things that you engage in is kind of what makes this machine run. Young Matt Damon explains exactly what you're saying.
So why do you think I should work for the National Security Agency?
Well, you'd be working on the cutting edge. You'd be exposed to the kind of technology that you wouldn't see anywhere else because we've classified it. Superstring theory, chaos math, advanced algorithms.
Code breaking.
Well, that's one aspect of what we do.
Oh, come on. I mean, that is what you do. You guys handle 80% of the intelligence workload. You're 7 times the size of the CIA.
We don't like to brag about that, Will. But you're exactly right. So the way I see it, the question isn't, why should you work for the NSA? The question is, why shouldn't you?
Why shouldn't I work for the NSA? It's a tough one. But I'll take a shot. Say I'm working at the NSA and somebody puts a code on my desk, something no one else can break. Maybe I take a shot at it and maybe I break it. And I'm real happy with myself because I did my job well. But maybe that code was the location of some rebel army in North Africa or the Middle East. And once they have that location, they bomb the village where the rebels are hiding. 1,500 people that I never met, never had no problem with get killed. Now the politicians are saying, oh, send in the Marines to secure the area because they don't give a shit. It won't be their kid over there getting shot, just like it wasn't them when their number got called because they were all pulling a tour in the National Guard. It'll be some kid from Southie over there taking shrapnel in the ass. He comes back to find that the plant he used to work at got exported to the country he just got back from, and the guy who put the shrapnel in his ass got his old job because he'll work for 15 cents a day and no bathroom breaks. Meanwhile, he realizes the only reason he was over there in the first place was so that we could install a government that would sell us oil at a good price. And of course, the oil companies use a little skirmish over there to scare up domestic oil prices. A cute little ancillary benefit for them, but it ain't helping my buddy at $2.50 a gallon. They're taking their sweet time bringing the oil back, of course. Maybe they even took the liberty of hiring an alcoholic skipper who likes to drink martinis and fucking play slalom with the icebergs. It ain't too long till he hits one, spills the oil, and kills all the sea life in the North Atlantic. So now my buddy's out of work, he can't afford to drive, so he's walking to the fucking job interviews, which sucks because the shrapnel in his ass is giving him chronic hemorrhoids, and meanwhile he's starving because every time he tries to get a bite to eat, the only blue plate special they're serving is North Atlantic scrod with Quaker State. So what did I think? I'm holding out for something better.
Now this man does crypto ads. Brother, do you think he was like actually the person he's portraying in the movie? He's not exactly a genius, okay? It's fucking... The only thing more authentic about this is the fucking accent, okay? That's it. He's acting. I mean, this is great. This is a great bit. It basically described every single thing that I mentioned. And then on top of that, talked about exactly the reason why we engage in such violent measures overseas so we can not only extract natural resources from the third world, but also outsource our production to the same countries that we fucking eviscerate in an effort to make sure that capital owners are and you know, people who bro, you read the fucking movie? What are you talking about? I don't know if he literally wrote this part of the movie. I mean, there's plenty of people who fucking, I don't know. There's plenty of people who write in the movies. He wrote the movie and loved Howard Zinn in real life. He used to be really left-wing. Really? He and Ben Affleck were the writers? Okay, maybe it is him. Maybe you're right. Okay, his fall from grace is devastating then. I'm sorry. A lot of people touch up scripts, though. Like, it doesn't... Every part of this is not... Every part of a movie script is not written directly by the two people that are the main people that wrote the movie. He was a big education union bro because his mom's a teacher. The fuck happened to him then? I always just... Ben and Matt used to be working town kings. Ben became a divorced dad icon and Matt fell from graces. You can write smarter than you are. It actually just takes time.
I figure, fuck it, while I'm at it, why not just shoot my buddy? Take his job, give it to his sworn enemy, hike up gas prices, bomb a village, club a baby seal, hit the hash pipe, and join the National Guard. I could be elected president.
You are correct regarding many hands-touching scripts. Is why WGA has procedures to determine who ultimately gets credit. The main touch-up they got was from William Goldman, who told Ben and Matt to cut the part of the script where they are CIA operatives. I swear to God, I'm not joking about this. God damn. What the fuck happened to Matt Damon, dude? How the fuck did this guy literally go from that and being an advocate for teachers unions, being an advocate for Howard Zinn, which is like a level beyond. Like, I'll explain something to you, okay? There's levels to like American progressives, especially normies, who are not like theory bound. Okay? One of the highest levels of like, one of the closest you can get to like being a leftist in the United States of America is when you openly agitate and speak out against American foreign policy. This is not something that most people in the Democratic Party do. It was way more apparent back in the day. There was definitely like a peaceful dove anti-war movement within the Democratic Party, especially when like the main war was being advocated for by Republicans, right? I've talked about this like dramatic shift in the post 9/11 world. Okay. Not to say that like the Democratic Party was anti-war, of course not. But like the 9/11 post 9/11 war on terrorism, the war on terror, the global war on terror basically eviscerated the remaining anti-war movement that was even in the Democratic Party. Okay? Yeah, when Michael Moore got fucking booed at the Oscars, that's when it was over. Like the liberals, the wealthy liberals in Hollywood were not fucking anti-war at that point, which is why, you know, when I see like when I see anyone promote Howard Zinn, that automatically puts you in a different place for me in particular. When I see someone hype up Democracy Now! Like fucking Danny DeVito, you know what I mean? That's like, that is a very, very different type of leftist. I mean, the crypto thing is the only thing he screwed up on, right? He was just paid for an ad. Does he not hold some of the other values today? I mean, he might have gotten duped on the crypto thing, which is fine, whatever. Howard Zinn fan Matt Damon speaks up at last. New York, when Cambridge Cutie turned Hollywood heavy, Matt Damon was in 5th grade. He brought author Howard Zinn's A People's History of the United States to school for Columbus Day. My mother had me read the passages about Columbus, Damon wrote to told the track, that 2 years after Columbus discovered America, more than 100,000 Indians were dead. And I wondered, how is this guy so fucking celebrated that we take a day off from school to bask in his greatness? There was a whole other side to the story. What Columbus did coming here was a big achievement, but there was more to the story. And that was a great lesson to get at an early age. Yeah, I'm doing Bill Burr. Shut the fuck up. It's close enough. It's close enough. Shut the fuck up. How are you? Shut up. Speaking as an old man who was living in Boston around the GWH era, Zinn and Chomsky were local celebs and very well-known and read amongst local liberals, not even just leftists. I went to a Chomsky talk at MIT the days after 9/11 to help try to make sense of what had happened. What is wrong with Howard Zinn? Wait, what do you mean what's wrong with him? He's fucking awesome. I love Howard Zinn and Noam Chomsky as well. These people, I mean, I'm sure because he doesn't even get any fucking, because he doesn't get a lot of coverage any longer, that people don't give a shit to, like, you know, shit on him. You know what I mean? In the same way that they kind of always do it for Chomsky. He is literally ancient. Like, this is a man who's the most ancient. Then is a trot. Okay, shut the fuck up. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Please stop. Please stop. Do people shit on Chomsky? Yes. Yes, a lot of liberals shit on Noam Chomsky. Yes. Chomsky literally remembers World War II. Bitch, Howard Zinn was in World War II. He's dead now, but like, Howard Zinn's inception and, like, his attitude shift comes from World War II. Yeah. Howard Zinn killed Nazis. He was a bomber. And for him, his perspective shift came from literally bombing civilian territories in Germany. Okay? I don't want to fuck this up exactly, but I'm pretty sure he literally was like, I started realizing that what we were doing in, I think it could have been Dresden, I'm not entirely sure, but, like, we were dumping payload into civilian areas where, like, civilian Germans were fucking, civilian Germans were being eviscerated. And I thought that was, like, unacceptable. Here.
Today we
I'm not gonna listen to, like, the entire thing, but yeah, after witnessing the horrors of World War II as a bombardier, Zinn became a peace and justice activist who picketed with his students at Spelman College during the Civil Rights Movement and joined in actions such as opposing the Vietnam War. He later spoke out against the U.S. wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. I believe neutrality is impossible because the world is already moving in certain directions. Wars are going on. Children are starving, Zinn said in a 2005 interview. He died in 2010. To be neutral is to collaborate with whatever is going on, allow it to happen. His classic book, A People's History of the United States, retells the country's history from the perspective of everyday people who resisted oppression and exploitation by powerful forces. What the fuck's he on about? I don't know what he's talking about. In honor of tomorrow's white supremacist anti-Semitic National Day of Hate, I welcome you all to join me in a National Day of Kiss My Ass. Wait, what is it? What is tomorrow? What's the significance of tomorrow's day? Neo-Nazis are planning terror attacks tomorrow? Wait, what? Really? Possibly Nazi hate day based off the ADL and other groups? Wait, really? Anti-Defamation League warns of efforts to organize National Day of Hate?
For the folks who might be concerned about,
Bro, I didn't even fucking... What the fuck?
going out on the Sabbath, what are the police doing? What do you tell that person?
So we're giving special attention to the religious institutions in Brookline. Right now, there's no specific threats that are known. We don't have intelligence that leads us to believe that there's any particular target.
God, these guys are such fucking losers, dude. Holy shit. The guy you talked about yesterday is a part of it. They're such fucking pathetic losers, bro. Like... God, Jesus Christ. I don't even know what the fuck to explain. Oh, really? You just happen to be leaving the country tomorrow? Yeah, no, I was going to participate in this. That's why I'm faking leaving the country tomorrow. Yeah, I thought this was like some TikTok national rape day type shit. You know what I mean? Like people just like thinking that this is a serious thing. But I mean, ultimately it might turn into that basically because like Because like these guys have no clout, they have no movement, they have nothing. You know what I mean? The funny thing about Ben Shapiro's tweet is that those people literally tune into his shit on the daily. No, these guys don't like Ben Shapiro because he's Jewish. Come on, there's levels to this. I know we moved on, but there's a scene they kept in Robin Williams' improv was too amazing. Okay. We have moved on from that. Reminds me of this. Every member of police department excitedly volunteers to go undercover in white supremacist group. Yeah. They volunteer. Meanwhile, they are already a part of it, you know? They're just being in the news as hold me back, bro, people. They're just standard bullies. I mean, I hope nothing happens. Karl Marx, Howard Zinn, Noam Chomsky, all Jewish, much like Einstein and many professors and theorists who were Jewish and taken out of professorships during the Red Scare. And then people will equate the state of Israel to Jews and think that Jews have been historically central to leftist and communist movements. And Bernie, that's scary as fuck. Or Jews haven't been? Yeah. This is something I bring up all the fucking time, dude. Like, anti-Semitic fascists originally fucking, likened communism to Jewish behavior. Like, they would say that all the fucking time. As a matter of fact, the concept that Jordan Peterson regularly talks about, cultural Marxism, is actually a modernized version of what fascists used to say, which is cultural Bolshevism, a concept that, Marxist Jews are bringing up this labor rights movement and like instilling moral degeneracy upon Western nations in an effort to like cripple it from within. That's it. It's literally the same shit. And ironic that conservatives basically talk about the exact same thing with the exact same terms. They just now say, no, we're not anti-Semitic. We love Israel. Yeah, Hitler literally believed that Bolshevism is a Jewish conspiracy. Yes, that's where the whole Frankfurt School shit comes from. Here's the excerpts from Mein Kampf from the Three Arrows video, part 1 and part 2. Yeah. The doctrine of Marxism repudiates the aristocratic principle of nature and substitutes it for the eternal privilege of force and energy, numerical mass, and its dead weight. Thus, it denies the individual worth of the human personality, impugns the teachings that nationhood and race have a primary significance. And by doing this, it takes away the very foundations of human existence and human civilization. Because nationalism is the only type of identity you should be caring about, and that individualism is the only thing you should be caring about, and any kind of collectivist effort is actually bad and wrong, is what the fascists say, is what Hitler said. These are Hitler's words. If the Marxist teachings were to be accepted as the foundation of life of the universe, it would lead to the disappearance of all order that is conceivable to the human mind. And thus, the adoption of such a law would provoke chaos in the structure of the greatest organism that we know, with the result that the inhabitants of this earthly planet would finally disappear. The Jewish doctrine of Marxism repudiates the aristocratic principle. Oh, sorry. This is basically the modernized version. They just took out Jewish from the conversation. They took that out. But this is the original. This looks like something you would read in a Jordan Peterson book. Well, that's precisely what Three Arrows was talking about, my friend. Can you defend Mussolini for a moment or weigh his pros and cons? Yeah, totally, man. Let me just do that real quick. Well, he hung from his asshole upside down, so that was pretty cool in the end. There you go. Is that good for you? What do you mean? You want me to fucking be like, oh, he ran the trains on time? Like, what are you, fucking stupid? He's like, yeah, can you defend a fascist? No, I will not do that.
a few changes.
When you guys send me videos, can you please stop sending me videos with the fucking timestamp on it? How is this community not figured out how to send videos without fucking timestamps? Il Duce fans in 2023? What do you mean? They currently are in Italian government. Il Duce fans are currently running Italy at this very moment. One of the most devastating. That's a NATO holdout right there. That is straight up NATO. If you're like, wow, I can't believe fascists are in power in Italy. Literally NATO, dude. NATO did that. Thank you, NATO. You are my best friend. Okay. Wow, we went on fucking a tangent here. All right, yeah, shouts out to Gladio. Okay, White House is sending $2 billion aid package to Ukraine on the anniversary of the Russian invasion. 1 year ago, I certainly, in the lead up to this day, a year ago, a younger Hasanabi certainly never said that Russia will never invade Ukraine. Anyone who tells you that is lying to you. Okay, let's take a look.
In Ukraine, it has now been 1 year since Russia's full-scale invasion. And this morning, the White House has announced that it's sending a $2 billion aid package to Ukraine. In just a few moments, Secretary of State Antony Blinken is going to join us live. But first, Chief Foreign Correspondent Ian Pannell is on the scene in Kyiv. Good morning, Ian.
Yeah, good morning, George. From a country that remembers, grieves and fights today, Ukraine is on high alert this morning, bracing for possible Russian missile strikes to mark the anniversary as it defends itself in a war 365 days later that shows no sign of slowing down.
This morning, Ukraine marks 1 year since Russia launched its devastating invasion. A war that's left tens of thousands of people dead, destroyed towns and cities, and driven millions from their homes, sparking the biggest refugee crisis in Europe since the end of the Second World War. This morning, President Zelensky honouring the fallen and the heroes of the war, calling February the 24th, 2022, the longest day of our lives, the hardest day of our modern history, and addressing his nation once more, saying, "We're strong. We're ready for anything. We will defeat everyone because we are Ukraine." This morning, the White House announcing a further $2 billion military aid package for Ukraine. And now China calling for a ceasefire and offering a 12-point proposal to end the conflict. The United States has warned China against providing lethal assistance to Russia and is accusing Beijing of already providing some aid to Vladimir Putin.
By making this public, we're able to help deter the PRC from going forward with a decision like this.
Putin's war has exacted a terrible toll in death and destruction, but also the trauma most Ukrainians have had to suffer, especially the youngest. 10-year-old Lisa has already experienced the worst of the war, losing her mom to shrapnel from a Russian bomb.
What has the war been like? Because many children your age have never seen a war. What is it like?
I know everything about war, she says. Missiles, bombs. War's bad for everyone. We should live in peace. Ukraine is covered with...
It's so weird when, like, journalists do this. I still am not used to this, where it's like, so what's up? What's up, child? Like, what's war like? Jesus Christ, dude. It's very, very weird that they do that. I mean, I know that it's like to show how devastating it is, right? And it certainly is, obviously, but it's like the same energy as it always feels like the same energy as when they talk to like a black mother of a recently murdered black son, you know what I mean, in the hands of the police. They'll be like, so how does that make you feel that the government executed your son? And it's like, man, how the fuck does it, what do you think, you know? What's up? How did you feel when the police in broad daylight killed your son? I don't know.
Graves from the last year. Soldiers and civilians, young and old. 1 year into a war of Putin's choosing, with no end in sight, the suffering looks set to continue.
Well, it's incredible to think that this time 1 year ago, Russian troops were already on the outskirts of this city and we could hear explosions. These tanks here, though, are a reminder of what happened to Putin's army here, but also that this war the resistance and the suffering goes on. George?
What a year it has been. Okay, Ian, thanks very much. Hi, everyone.
Putin just had to invade on my birthday? I'm sorry, dude. Can you admit that I was right about every single thing from a year ago and I was roasted on stream for being wrong because it hurt Ukrainian simps and their feelings? I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. But, like, are you kidding me? That's like, dude, everyone yelled at me. I don't even know what you're referencing. Remember when Durant CBS openly said these are good refugees unlike Iranians a year ago? Yes, they're fucking crazy. Yes, the media is unhinged. The media is absolutely fucking unhinged. China Foreign Ministry released on statement U.S. hegemony and its perils. Oh, Jesus, what the fuck? Yo, this is the only kind of manifesto that I'm on board with, okay? When right-wingers write manifestos, that just means, like, you know, some mass shootings gonna happen. But when anyone that even calls themselves communists, when they write a manifesto, you know shit's about to pop off, but not in a bad way. It's okay. The people who hate you are the people who comment insane shit on Ukraine war porn subreddits. Yeah. They briefly mentioned China's 12-point peace plan that starts with a ceasefire, then showed a State Department guy saying we will pressure China to stay out of it. That U.S. hegemony and its perils drop is fucking good. Yeah, even if we read this, okay, and talk about how good this will not be well received. There is no shot that this will be well received by the American audience. Okay, they will look to this and go, "Fuck these guys. These guys suck." Fight till the last Ukrainian. American policy in Afghanistan has been a battle to the very last Afghan, says China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They've been doing a lot of fucking PR around this, by the way. It seems like America was like, do not fucking arm the Russians. Do not arm the Russians. Do not get yourselves involved. But everything I've seen from the Chinese front on what level of involvement they have with respect to Ukraine, it's basically, I mean, and I haven't seen the full details. And I don't know, because what China says and what China ends up doing is, of course, always going to be different. They are a nation state after all. They're an autonomous nation state after all. And they are also competing against America to become the new superpower, the global hegemonic superpower. So for that reason, what they say and what they end up doing will be very different. Always. That is the case. However, everything that I have seen thus far has basically been, you know, here is how we want to pressure Russia and how the United States should pressure Ukraine to come to a peaceful ceasefire, a peace agreement. American audience, you mean libs who have been led astray by so-called socialist streamers that make defending Western hegemony their full-time job? That's everyone, though. You're looking at it from an incredibly narrow point of view. Like, I'm sorry, with like very, very small, with like very marginal differences, there are only a handful of motherfuckers who are both critical of Russia, obviously, openly call out Russia, while simultaneously still talking about the United States' involvement in all of these affairs. And the people that turn around and like defend the United States being the hegemonic superpower and much better than like, living in a multipolar world with like China also gaining prominence, those people are just American. They're just repeating pretty much the same thing that MSNBC repeats, but with like leftist aesthetics. Okay? They haven't called out Russia or even called it an invasion. Their plan doesn't say to withdraw troops. That's why I'm going to look at it. I haven't looked at it yet. Everything I've seen thus far only revolves around them talking about stressing or pushing Russia. Like their involvement being, we are going to push Russia to stop. You guys have no backup war, though. Where is all this war machine money going to go if you pull out of Ukraine? Well, it's not going to happen anyway. The U.S. considers release of intelligence on China's potential arms transfer to Russia, which, by the way, again, remember, this is why I said what they say and what they end up doing could be two entirely different things. Okay? That is not surprising to me. I don't know if they would actually do this, considering that this only extends the war, okay, which is not beneficial, I don't think, to Chinese interests in general, but also exactly what the United States has been doing from the jump, very openly so. So just remember that. It's just funny that the United States is like, you cannot give arms to anyone. How fucking dare you? That's our shit. The fuck do you think you're doing here? I do not know what they would get. I do not know what they get from this. I do not know what is happening here, dude. What the fuck? Did someone bypass this paywall? Do you believe China has good intentions? I don't believe anyone has a good I don't believe a nation state has good intentions. A state has one intention: the continuation of its power and its global influence. The fuck do you mean? Good intentions. I've never in my entire life been like, man, this state sure has some good intentions. That's not a real thing. Come on, I think there's a difference between arming the pointless aggressors versus defenders. Yeah, sure, there is. No, you're right about that. Giving weapons to Russia versus giving weapons to Ukraine does have a moral difference, okay? But that moral difference is absolutely marginal if your goal ultimately is to stop the war. I faintly recall similar headlines about China preparing to send arms to Russia during early stages of the war, so who knows if it's just lies? It could be real. It could definitely be real. Here's the article by paywall bypass. Thank you, my friend. Okay. Angela Merkel literally said that the West never intended to follow through with Minsk, so how could you ever negotiate in good faith with the West? I love when people say this. It sucks to suck, but you just have to. There's nothing you can do. And also, Ukrainians literally say this as well. Like, I love when people who are like, well, I'm on Russia's side on this matter. The fuck, what do you mean? Oh, how can you do this? How can you negotiate in good faith with the West? The fuck do you mean, how can you negotiate in good faith with the West? So then it's totally valid for the Ukrainians to say the same thing. So what do you do in that situation? I guess just keep the fight going, right? And that only benefits one group of people. It certainly doesn't fucking benefit the Ukrainian people. It doesn't benefit the Russian conscripts that don't want to be there. It benefits American defense contractors. That's it. Like the military industrial complex. Both sides have to be forced by external influences to follow the conditions of an agreement put forward to a T, whether it be Chinese pressure on Russia or Western pressure on Ukraine, which is not even a thing. I mean, that's like it's way easier to do. Anyway. Is Chinese industrial complex, military industrial complex a thing, like selling arms to various governments? I can't lie to you. I don't know like how deeply invested China is. I'm sure they're invested in the development of weapons and stuff. I just don't know how deep that investment goes. I'm sure it's increasing. I mean, it's laughable to even consider it anywhere near the United States. There's no one. We are the goats at that, as I described it before. We are literally the number one at that. Like, I'm the number one at serving you the top of the hour ad break. America is the number one at fucking developing arms and selling them, right? Like, that's not even a thing. Like, you will never come near. China could not imagine in their wildest dreams of being even half as good as I am at serving the top of the hour ad break and then telling you that if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Hopefully you use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Okay? Or you can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Big Boy Gamer Man, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. Ukrainians want to fight. Why deny them defending their cities? There are people in this chat who support China and Russia blindly because they're naive. Ukrainians want to fight. Why deny them defending their cities? Well, it's not even about like what Ukrainians want in this regard, because Ukrainians also understandably want, Article 5 to also cover the Ukrainian territory. They wanted Ukraine to be a no-fly zone. Why did that not happen? And in that regard, we just totally fucking didn't listen to what they wanted, because the reality is that they are not, their genuine interests are completely irrelevant to this conversation. And whenever I say this, people get very upset at me, right? Whenever I say this, people are like, well, Hassan, how dare you say that? Well, I say it because it's the truth. What the Ukrainians want is completely irrelevant to what America wants. Okay? America will utilize what Ukraine wants to market their moves, okay, to make it seem like what they're doing is like honest and courageous and just. But ultimately, their goal is to just sell weapons, right? And you need to understand that. That's something that you need to understand, because Ukrainians want a lot of things, and a lot of them are just. Wanting an end to the war and wanting Russians to leave their country is the most understandable, most just. A feeling of emancipation is the most valid feeling that one can have. Okay? How you reach that end goal is, of course, always going to be different. Aren't you painting the U.S. government as a little monolithic? My friend, I'm literally an anti-capitalist. Of course I paint all governments as a little monolithic from the perspective of analyzing their actions with a materialist framing. The U.S. government is monolithic in the sense that both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party and everyone else is working at the behest of corporations. One of the most viable industries in this country is the defense industry, okay? Defense. Even calling it the Defense Department or the defense industry is literal propaganda. It's an industry for war. Okay? Like, this notion that it's like, aren't you portraying the United States as a little monolithic? Yeah, we have a diversity of opinion, maybe even in the government, but there is no genuine support for undermining the ever-expanding discretionary military spending in this fucking country. There's always bipartisan support for that. Where do you think that comes from? It should be called the Department of War. It was called that. That used to be what it was called. Yeah. And then they swapped it because they were like, we got to fucking greenwash this, whitewash it a little bit. U.S. man bad. NSA is watching 27. U.S. is buying big Ukraine grain shipment for hungry regions. What do you mean? U.S. man bad. Like, are you saying that they're doing a good thing? Like, yeah, I'm glad that they're doing a good thing. What the fuck? Not every single fucking dollar that is sent into Ukraine is also being sent on weapons either. Yeah, exactly. They fed some poor Iraqis too, bro. What the fuck? Come on, man. It's called branding. We just talked about how the War Department turned into the Department of Defense, and you literally sent me a marketing piece. The fuck? Wait, what? What do you mean, dude? He's the guy who during the Iraq War was literally sending that. Sending the links about how the United States is actually here to fucking, spread democracy into Iraq. Some grain is the least the U.S. could do for Somalia. Okay, let me just explain something to you, okay? And I have a very cynical view of all states, which includes the Chinese state as well, which is precisely why I said what China says and what China does could be ultimately two dramatically different things, okay? So remember that part. Now, having said that, I'm incredibly cynical of all governments, but certainly very cynical of the United States government. I don't know the exact details of this, but if I were a gambling man, I would say that they're buying these big grain shipments specifically for whichever hungry region they choose to do soft power in. Sure that they're not dishing it out to every single person unconditionally, and more so utilizing this to do what they do all the time. U.S. aid is an arm of the CIA for this reason. Have you seen the CGP Gray video, Rules for Rulers? I struggle to see how socialism would even be possible given the natural mechanisms of power. Wait, what? Natural mechanisms of power? Why would you point to nature or anything that's natural about power when man, in the way that you understand it, lived completely devoid of enclosures for longer than it's lived with enclosures and capitalism? The idea that it is natural for man, to like fall in line with this natural mechanism of power is a silly one. We're not even talking about a natural hierarchy, which, no matter what it is, no matter what you think it is, mankind's entire existence revolves around dominating nature. I read the book that is based off of. The book is hogwash and doesn't even take into account capitalism as a force outside of direct control of individual states, i.e. the U.S. being a hegemonic force for capital. Talking about enclosures, do you hear that Aaron Rodgers has been living in a cave for weeks now? That's my goat. Oh my God. He's still doing peyote to figure out if he should go to the Jets. I love that. I love how Will Neff's fucking entire attitude, entire outlook is reliant on a man. No, he came out yesterday. Is reliant on a man who took fucking drugs and sat in a cave for like a week. Like, he decides to go to the Jets. Will Neff's a happy guy. Okay? He doesn't decide to go to the Jets. Will Neff is very sad. Anyway, how do you make life-defining decisions? Not by... What is this? This is... Okay, we're going to get back to Ukraine and Russia and America and all that. Guy at the gym just found out I was gay, and he spent like the next 30 minutes explaining how he was not gay. Like, I get it, bro. No homo. Winky, smug face. I'm new here. I don't understand how socialism will work when there's widespread corruption. I'm Indian and I saw our socialistic ideal crumble because of it. Bro, what do you mean? Indian socialism. I mean, there's a lot we can talk about with respect to Indian socialism, which is one of the largest communist parties on the fucking planet and one of the most successful. But the current government in India is let's just say it's in the opposite end of the spectrum of socialism, if we're going to talk about the Indian government. The current government, motherfucker, do you understand how socialism works in India? Are you talking to me or are you talking to the other chatter? The red pill YouTuber, the red pill YouTuber Islam pipeline is growing. Sooner or later, Agent Aiden will be Mujahideen. Oh, he won't. Okay. The chief minister of Tamil Nadu, one of the most progressive states in India, his name is M.K. Stalin law. No, I didn't say that there wasn't. I did not say that there wasn't Indian socialism. As I called out, Mujahideen. That's funny. As I correctly pointed out, one of the largest active communist parties with actual power on the planet is in India. Having said that, however, the BJP is not fucking. It's not. It's the other thing. It's not socialist. It's the other thing. It's definitely closer to the F word. How successful is the TKP out of curiosity? Not successful at all. Turkey is America's lapdog. What do you mean? Like, brother, there were literal weapons pointed at the USSR in Turkey. What do you mean? How is the TKP in Turkey? Like, how do you think the Cold War happened? And how do you think Turkey operated during the Cold War? Who do you think they sided with? Also, another shout out to NATO once again. Very cool stuff. Okay. Okay. Where the fuck were we? What were we watching? Oh, we were watching this. The U.S. keeps saying that it wants to maintain peace, but in fact, it has made profit from war. American military enterprises have earned a lot of money from the war in Ukraine. Will the U.S. feel shame? The U.S. has pursued a policy of fighting the last Afghan to the last Afghan in Afghanistan. Do they want to let Ukraine fight to the last Ukrainian today? So here's China's position on the political settlement of the Ukraine crisis. Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China dropped this 12-point plan in detail. Number 1, respecting the sovereignty of all countries. Like that. Number 2, abandoning the Cold War mentality. Number 3, ceasing hostilities. Number 4, resuming peace talks. Number 5, resolving the humanitarian crisis. Bro, this is some... I know that every leftist loves to say, oh my God, this is so base. Everyone loves to say, like, everyone loves to say, oh, this is so fucking base. This is so base. But all of this is just like, what are they, the Progressive Caucus in the Democratic Party? What the fuck is this shit? 6, protecting civilians and prisoners of war. I mean, this is like PR. Come on. Keeping nuclear plants safe, reducing strategic risks, facilitating grain exports, stopping unilateral sanctions, keeping industrial and supply chains stable, promoting post-conflict reconstruction. I like all of this. I mean, especially the later ones are a lot better. So let's take a look. Respecting the sovereignty of all countries, universally recognized international law, including the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter, must be strictly observed. The sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of all countries must be effectively upheld. All countries, big or small, strong or weak, rich or poor, are equal members of the international community. All parties should jointly uphold the basic norms of governing international relations and defend international fairness and justice, equal and uniform application of international law. Security of a country should not be pursued at the expense of others. The security of a region should not be achieved by strengthening or expanding military blocs. There is no simple solution to a complex issue. All parties should follow the vision of common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security in the bearing in mind the long-term peace and stability of the world, help forge a balanced, effective, sustainable European security architecture. I mean, this is pretty good. China doesn't follow the first point. Yeah, dude, this is America shit. They're doing America shit. Hello. Welcome to a world where China is saying we are an economic superpower and we also get to do America shit just like America does. Like, whenever Americans in the chat go, dude, I can't believe China's saying this. Like, what about Taiwan? What about Tibet? What about blah, blah, blah? It's like, bro, yeah, exactly. No, this is China's America moment. That's it. Okay. Ban. An insane thing to say in the chat. The old American whataboutism renewed. I mean, Americans will say that. Does that make the statement wrong? No, it doesn't. But it's like when America says it. They just say it, but like they're very good at copying IP, okay? And this is American IP that they're doing. This reads like Biden's State of the Union, Lamau. We know we ain't getting any of it. Yes. The only thing that I would say here, and I'm not even talking about like what America has done versus what China has done. Of course, like pound for pound, come on, America, number one superpower for since post World War II. Get the fuck out of here. I will not be having a conversation about like how devastating China is or how devastating China has been for other countries, especially when like, you know, we're sitting here in America. There's no comparison there. We are number one. China's not even number two, okay? China wishes they could be number two in devastation. So we're OP on that front. We're not having that conversation. I don't give a fuck about how much you're going to be like communism killed 1 guerrillion people, blah, blah, blah. America's like number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, okay? But what is important here is where China is, okay? Now, China can say all this stuff. What's important to me is, will they follow through on it? And what's also important here is that China is ostensibly on the Russian side in this proxy war that is continuing in Ukraine. So for that reason, if they get, let's say, assurances from the West, they could potentially put pressure and move beyond just writing these wonderful articles, you know, becoming the article heads that America is, okay, which everyone soy faces over whenever China comes out and writes something like this, okay, like American leftists love soying over this, like when in fact, like this is, you know, NATO writes articles like this too. It's like, you know, it doesn't mean anything. So what matters is the actions. What matters is how hard they push. It also matters that they're writing this from the side of Russia. So they do have some pressure points here. Now, I'll just say it like this. I like to look at the genuine, like I like to look at the benefits that either I like to look at the benefits that nation states will have with the continuation of war. And as far as, yeah, there's a flash flood warning. I know. I just got it. National Weather Service, a flash flood warning is in effect for this area until 10 p.m. PST. This is a dangerous and life-threatening situation. Do not attempt to travel unless you're fleeing an area to subject to flooding. Run. Basketball stream. I'm sorry, guys. I did this with my new haircut. Going for basketball would be a water polo stream? True. This is crazy. Sorry, I'm just screenshotting and then sending to my family. I don't know what benefits, what tangible benefits China has from the continuation of this war. I guess cheap oil would be one of them, right? I guess the NATO's attention of the Western world is focused on Ukraine, so they're not like trying to whip up frenzy within Taiwan. That's another benefit. Okay, gas, yeah. I think a strong Russia is better for them to have a powerful ally they share a giant land border with. Yeah. But also, I guess there are benefits. Virtually every fucking India is taking so much oil from Russia, but it doesn't matter because they will ally with USA against China. Yeah. Yeah, we're not talking about that right now. I'm talking about like China's own personal dog in the fight. I think that a weakened Russia is bad for China overall. China gets a weaker Russia that has to rely on China more and more, and the USA spending a fuck ton of money. No, because China and Russia are always going to be not like ideologically aligned or anything, but they still are going to be aligned on the front of being against the United States' hegemonic power. So for that reason, I think it probably benefits China that like Russia at least has some stability, some level of stability. So yeah, China and Russia are adversarial. They're just against the USA because it's more powerful than both. Yeah. It's not just China that wants to push for negotiations. The global south is now under heavy fire for non-alignment, even facing secondary sanctions. Some forms of neutrality may be cynical or transactional, but scaling the war to the global level is an apocalyptic gesture. The NAM should be renewed instead. The West versus Russia, why the global south isn't taking sides. Oh, the thing I was going to say about this, hold on. The other thing I was going to say is it's better for China to put an end to this war specifically because like a lot of the countries that do need the grain and need like the continued operations of Ukraine, like the economic engine of Ukraine, whether it be grain or other things. These are countries that China has a lot of interest in. So it causes instability in the third world. And I think maybe that could be another reason as well. China has an idiot problem where its current head is an idiot and will do unpredictable, idiotic things. So analysis based on rationality doesn't always work. What do you mean? Bro, that is, I mean, we don't do that kind of analysis, even though the one time that analysis was true was fucking Vladimir Putin invading Ukraine. But I don't even know how you can say that about fucking Xi Jinping. That's crazy to say, especially when Joe Biden is our president. What the fuck? If anything, he's too smart. What the fuck? I thought that was the point. The global South countries clearly see China has the force needed to end the war. They do not see the USA or the West as a group that wants this war to end. Then they wonder why Africa, Latin America will continue to expand trade with China. They can keep crying China debt trap, a Trump admin phrase. I don't know why you are so cynical when it comes to China. If you are a socialist, you should see that China significantly curbs the power of capital. Isn't capital precisely what you believe corrupts governments? Yes, but I also understand that there is nationalistic interests within China as well that are not just about undermining Western hegemonic power. While China internally will utilize the power of capital to its own benefit, something that I always talk about is, in China, corporations work for the government. In America, the government works for the corporations. Now, that leads to a lot of, corporate malpractice, genuinely getting some kind of actual accountability that is unimaginable in the United States, right? Having said that, however, because of the amount of power that the Chinese government holds, they could technically, and sometimes do, in certain instances, do things that are not super favorable by the people, right? Oftentimes, as far as when we look at a larger snapshot of Chinese development, it has helped develop rural areas and brought out billions almost of people out of poverty. Okay? That is true. That is an undeniable fact. But there is still nationalistic interest there as well. Fidel Castro, Xi Jinping is one of the strongest and most capable revolutionary leaders I have met in my life. Okay. I mean, sure. Anyway. So yeah. Since becoming the world's most powerful country after 2 world wars and the Cold War, the United States has acted more boldly to interfere in international affairs of other countries, pursue, maintain, and abuse hegemony, advance subversion and infiltration, and willfully wage wars, bringing harm to the international community. All facts, no printer. Okay? The United States has developed a hegemonic playbook to stage color revolutions, true, instigate regional disputes, true, and even directly launch wars under the guise of promoting democracy, freedom, and human rights, also true. Clinging to the Cold War mentality, the United States has ramped up bloc politics and stoked conflict and confrontation. It has overstretched the concept of national security, abused export controls, and forced unilateral sanctions upon others. All of this is true. Yes, so fucking strong. He fucking wrecked the whole Chinese economy and foreign relationship. What? I'm literally more left to most of the chat. Lol. Holy shit, Western leftists are so oblivious on international politics. Wrecking Chinese economy is smart. Yes, so fucking strong. He fucking wrecked the whole Chinese economy and foreign relationships. What? The Chinese economy is where it's at currently as a consequence of its own successes. They're going through their growth phase that America went through in the 80s and 90s. Like, they're in their 80s and 90s era. That is, I would say, outside of Xi's control. Brother, China is the first nation to regulate AI tech. As a Muslim, the Uyghur genocide hurts my soul, but to say Xi Jinping is an idiot is in itself idiotic. Yeah. When you're Hassan and you haven't sent for China in 6 seconds, when you're a Western chatter who literally sees anything that is even ostensibly positive as China, because you're correctly mentioning something about China as pro-Chinese propaganda, when I'm also personally criticizing China as well and trying to understand why they're doing this. Hassan, you're literally reading of a Chinese ministry's website? Yes. I read from the American government's website as well. I love reading Chinese propaganda verbatim. I love not understanding what I'm doing here when I talk about this. When I say this is what China says and what China does is entirely two different subject matters. Are you that fucking brain broken that you can't comprehend that, like, I'm reading what they're saying and then simultaneously telling you that, like, what they end up doing will probably be different than what they actually mean, and trying to derive exactly where they're coming from and why they're saying these things. It is really fucking frustrating that this is how reactionary people become. It is frustrating. It's frustrating to fucking read from the Chinese State Department and then try to parse through what they're trying to say while openly stating that, you know, this is PR. Yes. It's frustrating to you because you're a fucking idiot. Okay? Jesus Christ. I haven't even gotten out of the introduction yet, and people are already getting super fucking mad. That's crazy to me. No one complains when you read from NPR, Lamau. I know. They're like, dude, I can't believe you're reading for the Chinese website. Here, I also have other articles literally ready to go from the American, from the good, real news. Okay, don't worry. American anxiety over their crumbling empire and seeing a new, more centralized economic system showing more rapid and effective growth. These internal anxieties will lead to Americans to willingly go to war with China. It's fucking insane that you can't even read what China has to say, even if you are going to be critical of it. Like, they just go, dude, that's so insane that you're doing that. Like, I watch White House press briefings on a fucking daily basis. That is psychotic, man. It's not one guy. Don't act like it's only one guy. This community has gotten to the place it's gotten to with, like, hours and hours and hours of thousands of guys that are exactly like that. I'm so mad right now. Okay. This report, by presenting the relevant facts, seeks to expose the U.S. abuse of hegemony in political, military, economic, financial, technological, and cultural fields to draw greater international attention to the perils of U.S. practices to world peace and stability and the well-being of all peoples. I mean, this is all going to be correct. Like, I don't even know what to say about it other than, like, this shit. They do. America does do this. I don't know. Oh, this is the different one. This is not the 12-point peace plan. This is the U.S. hegemony and its perils. It's just a history essay. It's Howard Zinn. This is why Haidt talks about China. If Hassan doesn't criticize it immediately and every second, he's a CCP puppet. If he does criticize it, the LARPing Midwest suburban chatters call him a CIA puppet. I know. To be honest and fair, this community does give off pro-China radiation. Yeah, the reason why this community gives off pro-China radiation is because there are positive aspects of Chinese development. But in the United States of America, you can't fucking even mention that without a million people being like, what are you talking about? China literally wants to fucking do nuclear holocaust to the United States. China wants to do United States shit to the United States. How dare they? Think about the fucking weather balloon or the surveillance balloon that they sent over. That was definitely a declaration of war. I know it. Like, that's why. That's why. The reason why people have an immediate dislike, an intense dislike, that is at the very core, at their very core, whenever anything about China comes up, is because they have anxieties about America's crippling state of affairs, especially in the global sphere. This is a good one, yeah. You know, America is the most propagandized country in history because everyone hates their boss, hates their job, and thinks the government is completely in the pocket of big business, and yet everyone still claims to love capitalism. What Americans do end up hating is not the capitalist who lords over us or the politician who colludes with him, but a secret third thing, the Chinese. Exactly. One of the funniest aspects of this is like literally talking about outsourcing manufacturing to China, which of course is like old news at this point. But like, who put the jobs there? Who sent the jobs there? Who set up the logistics so that jobs could be sent there? Manufacturing could be done there because they'd make a tidy profit. Who? You think it happened on its own? It was the fucking bosses that did that. And it was the politicians that allowed it to happen. And yet, you never think about that. And you think, no, it's the evil Chinese that did that. Yeah, dude. They should have been like, sorry, sir. We will not be stealing American manufacturing jobs. I know that we are starving and we are in desperate and dire need of any kind of foreign capital to come into this country. So we'll literally fundamentally enslave our people for like a brief period in time as we centralize all of the gains, something that Americans have never even heard of, something that hasn't really happened since like the 30s, okay? We'll do that for you. We'll sacrifice a generation of people, 2 generations of people specifically so that like, there's actual Chinese prosperity, okay? As the government is socializing the gains as best as possible. It's those guys. They're the ones who did that. You don't understand. The Chinese stole their bosses and the politicians and made them send our jobs overseas. I feel like xenophobia is following the same trajectory Islamophobia did in the 2000s. It's crazy. No one sees it. Yeah. Except this time the enemy isn't like... The difference between Islamophobia and xenophobia is that the enemy in this regard being a nation state and not like, a bunch of fucking militia groups that we fucking armed 20 years prior and radicalized through a network of madrasas that we funded, you know what I mean? Makes it a little bit harder, especially when we have a steady trade, like a two-way a two-way relationship that is very beneficial to the existence of the average American. Can you imagine a world in which cheap Chinese manufacturing, cheap Chinese goods are not coming into the United States? I mean, they rely on the United States as a consumer, right? We rely on them to manufacture this shit. Can you imagine if jalapeno poppers were no longer $5 at Applebee's? I can imagine that. We saw the reaction that happened in this country when people couldn't go and buy their jalapeno poppers for like a week in Arkansas. Motherfuckers were ready to kidnap their governors, dude, with guns and shit. Are you serious? Absent a steady flow of cheap consumer goods that dull you into, that nullifies all of the oppression that you experience on a daily basis, the structural hurdles that you will never overcome on a daily fucking basis, this country would fall apart. That's the one aspect of neoliberalism that I personally believe is the most adequate way, the most adequate mechanism of control. It's constantly pumping you like you're a fucking French duck, okay, being pumped full of lard so you can fatten up your liver. It's constantly giving you a steady flow of easily accessible consumer goods that are cheap. And in that process, in that sea of consumption, when you're getting all your treats, you go, life is so fucking good. I do love my lard. Things are good. When all else considered, at least I still can go to McDonald's. Okay? Do you also give them credit for the intellectual property theft? Fuck yeah, dude. I don't give a fuck about intellectual property theft. What am I? Am I Mr. Apple? Am I John Apple? I don't give a shit that they steal intellectual property. Bro, that stuff is so funny. It's one of the funniest things it's one of the funniest ways that American capitalists have been able to get the American working class to like literally get mad at China over. Okay? Bitch, you think for the past 30 fucking years, 40 fucking years, you think that like the people that developed the factories didn't realize that China was stealing their IP? Or do you think they knew that that was going to happen and they personally made that deal and allowed it to happen so that they could get cheap manufacturing? That's a part of the deal. That's why, what do you think they got duped for 40 years? They were like, what the fuck? That's crazy. Meanwhile, like it doesn't even touch you. Like it doesn't even impact you whether they steal the IP or not. It doesn't even impact you in any way. But you use that as another way. You use that as another way to be like, yeah, they fucking suck. They're stealing IP. Like, why do you care? Why do you care? They give you the freedom to do dumb shit in America that ends up controlling you, which is the complete opposite in China and other past mechanisms of societal control. Yes, I talk about this all the time. And I think that the American mechanism of control is more successful. The only problem is it also relies on a cheap flow of consumer goods to constantly keep you busy, new playthings, new treats. And the manufacturing of said disposable commodities like that is actually, one, devastating on the environment, and two, especially with the current organization of the economy, relies on the continuation of imperialism and new avenues and new labor forces that you can also force into wage slavery. You think it's more successful or more personally preferable? I think it's more successful, demonstrably so. Okay, and also personally preferable too. Yes. That method of control can only work within the imperial core. Seems like a big problem, like it's not sustainable. I mean, of course it's not sustainable. It's crazy that you being practical about the world makes people so upset because you recognize the incentives under capitalism work well regardless of morality, and that is not a reflection of communism being bad, it's just an observation. I mean, that's what people get the most mad at. Like, Das Kapital in and of itself is just a demonstration of how commodities are produced and the relations that people have to the means of production, and expanding on that by talking about how governments have been designed around it. It makes no moral assertions. It makes no moral statements within it. The morality comes from within. You look at that and you go, that's kind of fucked up. Why are you explaining it that way? I'm just telling you how things work. When I explain to you how commodities are produced, you get mad because you're like, well, that seems kind of indecent. And then you turn around and you say, you're the fucking fault. You're the responsible party for making me feel indecent about this process. Like, you don't have to get mad about it. Plenty of fucking vicious, monstrous psychopaths, neoliberals in general, don't feel bad about it at all. As a matter of fact, they've written many books saying this is the best possible structure. You know? But make no mistake, it's you that feels conflicted morally about it. And in that anger, you end up lashing out at whoever the fuck that is right in front of you in your immediate vicinity. You lash out at the messenger. You were not saying it's a good method. You were just describing how financialization under neoliberal control is a better way to create power structures under capital. You were describing how capital creates power. No, I think treats are important to sedate the masses. You have to do it somehow. And I don't think that human beings like feeling controlled. And you have to make it seem like they are making these decisions for themselves like they do in the Western world. So, yes, I do think that people need to constantly make these, fake choices in their lives and get a steady flow of treats. I do. I think it's idealistic to assume that everyone is going to be super, super educated and understand and recognize that the government's decisions are actually good for the betterment of mankind, when most people do not care about that at all, especially in their day-to-day. People also fail to remember on how to understand China used to be a democratic country that was colonized by various European countries and Japan, and the only way they fought their way out of Western imperialism was to become a communist state. How are socialist countries going to defend our revolution? I mean, I'm not talking about right now. I'm not talking about what's going on currently or what could currently happen. I'm talking about a different third thing, let's say, where there's like an international socialist order. In that circumstance, I think the continuation of that would be done through similar neoliberal mechanisms of control. Anyway. The reason it feels slightly like a personal attack about jalapeno poppers is because there's a way of expressing yourself through consumption habits. It's a meantime good enough feeling that makes you not want to risk the comforts you have. Yes. This is why
Last year in April.
This is why Revcom schizos call you a revisionist. Yeah, but they're Revcom people. Like, who gives a fuck what they have to say? Also, I don't even care. Like, whatever. Yeah, I'm bad. I know. I love. Okay, this channel's actually pretty fire. Cuck Philosophy. This could be a very good video.
A murderer known as the Golden State Killer was caught by the police, having his DNA information discovered by looking through the databases of GED Match, a website in which people volunteer their genetic.
It kind of sucks that he's like recording this from a bathroom, though. I do like cuck philosophy. I used to watch their shit all the time. It's just that, like, you know, not the highest quality.
Codes in hopes of finding relatives and ancestors. The same year in June, it was discovered that Facebook's algorithms for advertising categories had included a category for people who might be interested in treason against their government. This year, in April, a tweet went viral when a woman was wondering how an airline at an airport was able to scan her face to determine she had bought a ticket when she had not consented for them to store any facial recognition data. What do all of these examples have in common? They're all examples of the fact that we live in a society of control. In 1990, philosopher Gilles Deleuze wrote an essay called Postscript on the Societies of Control, where, using a term borrowed from William S. Burroughs, he argued that we were entering a new type of society, a society of control. But to fully understand what this means, we first have to know what societies of control are contrasted with, namely Foucault's analysis of disciplinary societies, which in turn were contrasted with societies of sovereignty. In his book Discipline and Punish, Michel Foucault argued that with modernity came a new type of society, which he defined by the way in which such a society exercises power. Previously, in feudal times, the West consisted of societies of sovereignty. This means that the law was seen as the will of the sovereign, typically the king. Crimes were seen as attacks on the king, as infringements upon his will. Therefore, punishments were seen as a matter of revenge on behalf of the king, and thus typically involved the infliction of direct physical pain. But with the decline of feudalism and the rise of modernity came a new regime of power, the disciplinary one. Disciplinary society, whether in the school, the hospital, the factory, or the prison, made use of three main techniques: hierarchical observation, normalizing judgment, and the examination. First, people are hierarchically ranked with the purpose.
By the way, Another comparison I make between monarchies and capitalist neoliberal democracies that also bears repeating in this regard is the same ways that people justify living under that structure. Monarchies, theocratic monarchies especially, and the centralization of power that came from that was justified by God. It was God ordained, and the church had that control over your life, especially at a time when, you know, the printing press is not around. There's not a lot of ways to democratize education, and the things that you learn are very specific. You have a lot of holes to fill, and God filled all that hole. Now, and whenever people wanted to justify the structures that they existed under, they basically said, you know, it's God. God ordained this man. And the church tells me that that is the best way to go about it. And I don't fucking know anything. You know, I'm a peasant. The fuck do I know? Right? I have a lot of fears. I have a lot of fears of what happens when people die. So, you know, I'm just going to go along with this system. Nowadays, we have more education, less, more holes have been filled through the scientific method. We have no need. We don't have the same need to contextualize certain things or conceptualize certain things through the Bible or other kinds of, other religious scripture. Okay? We have secular neoliberal democracies. How does a secular neoliberal democracy justify its own existence, where there is the same level of power disparity amongst those who have everything and the rest of the 99% that don't have anything? Because back in the day, it was the king. He had everything. You had nothing. You worked for your fucking lord, and then your lord worked for the king, and that was just the way it went. And you couldn't speak out against it because that was blasphemy, you know? It's blasphemy. Nowadays, we have a capitalist organization of the economy and a capitalist mode of existence. How do we justify that? Through the lie of meritocracy. Okay? So the disparity of power is still the same. Maybe not as extreme as like how it used to be during monarchies, right? They're not like cutting your fucking ear off or your hand off for getting a person in a position of power upset, right? Not that bad. But still, meritocracy is the reason why you look to someone like Elon Musk and say, yeah, nothing is fucked up here. He must have worked hard. The system, the entire system that we exist under has to be just. And it's a self-reinforcing cycle. It is a lie that everyone tells themselves. It is a lie that society was built upon to tell you that, like, no, if you do work hard, like, you will achieve the American dream. Look at all these people that did work hard and achieved it. Because if meritocracy is a lie, okay, if meritocracy is a lie, and those people in positions of power didn't actually work harder and smarter than everyone else to accumulate that level of capital, all of a sudden, why the fuck are you working? Why are you working so hard? You're never going to achieve that. If you recognize your permanent place in society, especially in countries, even in the Western world, where social mobility is becoming, less and less apparent, I guess. When you recognize that, when you recognize your class position and what you are born onto this planet to do, all of a sudden you might have a revolutionary spark. You get it? M. Hud is correct. I have a hard time believing Elon Musk has ever finished a single task the way Twitter is going / the way he tweets. Exactly. Scientific method doesn't exist for hundreds of years, Pepega. No, that's not what I mean. But obviously the great leaps that science has made, especially in the post-industrial world, or even with a democratization of the flow of information, allowed people to have a different perspective. Another thing could be said about the internet as well, but I think capitalism is more powerful as a mechanism of control than monarchies were, and therefore, it is harder to. It has a capacity to bastardize every new invention and turn it on its head. No matter how much people want in their hearts to live a free life and yearn for emancipation, capitalism, especially neoliberal mechanisms of control, which this video is going to get to, have a very good way of normalizing the awfulness that you experience on a daily basis and tell you that the other systems are terrifying. There's no other way to go about it. Okay? Like, you watch the most socialist streamer and then you get a top of the hour ad break. Okay? Where I tell you at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. And those are the ways that you can avoid the top of the hour ad break. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. There you go. That's how you go from Deleuze to fucking Foucault to serving a top of the hour ad break. Only here, baby. Nowhere else. All right.
Purpose of observing everyone's behavior. A significant function is carried out even by just the thought that you might currently be.
Oh, this is a good take too. In a monarchy, you could get executed for execute. Oh, you could. Sorry, you're saying in a monarchy you could execute the king for liberation. Doing that to Bezos or Musk wouldn't change anything. Yes, that is also true. But you didn't really get liberation from that either, though. To be fair, you still had to organize. You just had. And this is the argument that I guess this is what Noam Chomsky and Zizek also talk about within the two different mechanisms of control: the neoliberal mechanism of control versus the authoritarian mechanism of control that you saw within the USSR. When you know that you are being controlled, you at least have an understanding and you can organize against it. Whereas under neoliberalism, organization or an organizational power is diminished because you don't even realize that you're being controlled. Okay, that's it. So there is no organizing because you're like, well, what the fuck? Like, why would I organize to do anything? Things are great. Like, ultimately, I got a new TV this year. That's the main difference. That's why people, when they talk about China, will say, if Xi Jinping fucks up, no matter how much control Xi Jinping exerts over its population, okay? And the CCP certainly does a lot of that, okay? Chinese people understand the concept of Chinese prosperity, but they also understand the concept of the government controlling their existence in a meaningful way. Okay? So if there wasn't, if the Chinese government wasn't actually working towards Chinese prosperity in tangible ways that they can see and experience, then they would absolutely revolt against it. They have a history of doing so, and they would certainly do it again because they at least recognize that the government is controlling their existence, whereas here in America, we think we have freedom and we have no understanding of that, so there's no organizational need for it. Anyway.
Under observation. When you're at a store and you see a camera, there doesn't even need to be someone watching the footage. The possibility that someone is watching alone is enough for you to regulate your own behavior as if you are being watched. Then comes normalization. As your behavior is observed, it is judged as normal or abnormal, and abnormal behavior is discouraged and punished. In the old sovereign societies, criminal actions were mostly judged on whether they were allowed by the law or not, but disciplinary societies also judge whether it's normal. And this is done partly by examination, whether medical, psychological, legal, educational, or moral examination. Everyone is measured according to common standards and placed into categories according to the results. Foucault argues that the reason for the emergence of such a system is that it exercises power much more effectively. If you, say, stole something in a society of sovereignty, perhaps you'd be flogged or your hand would be cut off as revenge for stealing. However, in a disciplinary society, by teaching people to regulate their own behavior according to a standard, and by inducing the feeling of constant surveillance, you make it less likely that someone would want to steal in the first place. Not only that, but in a society of sovereignty, if you wanted to rebel against the regime, it would be very easy to identify who to rebel against, namely the king and those carrying out the king's will. In a disciplinary society, power is dispersed through a number of different institutions, and is thus harder to resist. Finally, in a society of sovereignty, when you see someone being tortured for a crime, it is easier to sympathize and feel sorry for the victim, and to rouse your anger against the regime. In a disciplinary society, on the other hand, institutions present themselves not as punishing, but as merely reforming individuals for their own good, and are therefore often not even seen as mechanisms of power. The way Foucault put it, societies of sovereignty tax production and rule on death, whereas disciplinary societies organize production and administer life. Let's take this point by point. Consider a serf working under feudalism. A common arrangement would be that the king owning the land sets a tax for how much of the serf's product he will take for himself. However, beyond this, so long as he'd produced the required amount, many aspects of the production process were actually up to the serf and his family. When to work and when to take a break, what technique, method, or tools to use, when to eat, what to wear, what room to be in, etc. The sovereign regime did not organize production, but merely taxed it. In a disciplinary society, on the other hand, production is, well, disciplinary. You are told when to come to work, when to take a break, when to eat lunch, what to wear, how to stand, how to behave, what techniques and methods to use, etc., etc. Depending on
this video totally just agree with your point about realizing who your master is. That's shocking. Shocking to me that he did that. This is true.
On your line of work, almost every aspect of your being can be decided by someone else. Thus, your work is not merely taxed, it's organized. Secondly, whereas a society of sovereignty ruled over death, issuing death penalties and deciding who dies when they commit a crime, a disciplinary society administers life, where it's not just death, but birth that is organized and controlled, through the study and manipulation of birth-to-death ratios, rates of reproduction, the fertility of populations, and so on. The purpose of a disciplinary society was summarized by Deleuze as being to concentrate, distribute in space, order in time, compose a productive force. Schools, hospitals, prisons, barracks, factories, and offices all functioned according to this purpose: spatial enclosure, adherence to a schedule, and strict discipline. Understanding this, we can now ask what makes a society of control different. But keep in mind that Deleuze is not arguing that we have completely left behind disciplinary societies. He saw that we are in the process of transforming into a new one. Perhaps the most significant thing is that in a society of control, the exercise of power no longer requires enclosing people into spaces like the school, the factory, or the prison. Disciplinary regimes leave the tight enclosures of space and expand and permeate the entirety of society. Take phones, for example. It is no secret that your phone collects a lot of data: your GPS location, audio recordings, websites you've been to, and apps you've used. And it is also no secret that this data is often utilized by governments and corporations. What's interesting here is that in a disciplinary society, the exercise of power required to restrict your methods of communication. A society of control, on the other hand, tells you to please, by all means, have a phone and use it, because the more you use it, the more you can be surveilled, sampled, evaluated, and harvested for data. As another example, take airports that use facial recognition.
It is another similar, almost the identical argument is basically, I mean, this is not between monarchies and neoliberal capitalism, but like authoritarian forms of government, like what you would consider authoritarian forms of government, is the I guess what is it, communist dad, neoliberal dad? What is the Zizek argument? And the phone thing is actually perfect because like you now cannot even live without a phone, right? Like there's no. That's why we say like it's impossible to escape capitalism. You just can't survive in public. Authoritarian dad, neoliberal dad. Which is you know, Breezy B97, thank you for the 5 get the subs. OnlyFans boyfriend, thank you for the 5 get the subs as well. I already served the top of the hour break. Chill. I hardly use my phone. It doesn't matter. That's ironic that you say that because, well, one, you're on Twitch already, and two, you don't need to use your phone for your data to be collected. And what is hilarious about all of this is that the mechanism of control is one that you have willingly subscribed to. Yes, I saw Zizek's recent trans takes. I don't care. He's like a old ass dumpster diving raccoon, man. Yeah, he's transphobic. I know. Like, what do you want? That's not what I'm talking about right now.
Recognition technology, something that is becoming increasingly more common. The more you fly, the more facial recognition data they're able to collect, as well as information about your transportation habits. Whereas a disciplinary society has to restrict your movement into tight spaces in order to monitor and observe you, a society of control encourages you to expand your movement because it means that there is more data that can be collected.
Voyez en quoi un contrôle, c'est pas une discipline. Je dirais par exemple d'un autoroute.
You do not confine the people, for example, but by making highways, you multiply the means of control.
Vous multipliez des moyens de contrôle. Je dis pas que ce soit ça le but.
I'm not saying this is the only aim of highways, but people can travel infinitely and freely without. So here's the other thing. Listen. I'm not saying any of this is bad, by the way. I love technology. I love my phone. I love highways. I love consuming, okay? It's just that people use that, or the systems itself are reinforcing the oppression that you experience and normalizing it through that process. Okay? And that's something that you always have to remind yourself of. Being confined while being perfectly controlled, that is our future.
The methods by which you are controlled and monitored are no longer perceived as methods of control at all, but rather as exercises of your own freedom. This is what makes societies of control so dangerous and so effective. When I buy a phone, make a Facebook account, do a DNA test, use a credit card, or go to an airport, I am doing all of it by my own volition. Yet by that very act, I'm increasing the power that institutions have over me. Once it is decided that I have transgressed the standards of some institution...
Stop! Never ask a French philosopher what they think of the age of consent, okay? Never do that. Do not do that. Do not ask that question. Also, not French, but where is Kant French? I don't even fucking know. What country is Kant from? He's German. Okay, don't ask Kant how he thinks black people are made. And don't ask any French philosopher what they think about the age of consent. Yes, you heard me right. I said how black people are made. Yeah, don't ask a woman her age, a man his salary, and French philosophers what the age of consent law should look like. Does being a racist invalidate one's other opinions? Depends. But if that was the case, then they would not be teaching Kant. Which, I mean, I am in favor of the abolition of the philosophy departments across the country. So for that perspective, yes, I do think that being a racist or talking about the arbitrary nature of age of consent laws should immediately nullify our perspective, only because I personally don't like reading and I don't like philosophy majors for the most part, despite the fact that there's plenty of them in this fucking community. So I am on my anti-philosophy shit. I will never stop. Just because we're watching a philosophy YouTube channel does not change that reality.
It is very easy to then limit my freedom, place prohibitions on me, and punish me from a distance. To an increasing extent, we rely on things like electronic cards, internet accounts, codes, and mobile services, which can be shut off at any moment. Thus, the exercise of power no longer requires direct physical intervention. Instead, it can be exercised merely through the manipulation of flows of information. It is common for people to undermine the extent of this, but consider, for example, the fact that, at least in the US, your internet service provider collects your browsing data, and it is perfectly legal for them to sell it to both corporations and governments. The amount of US government requests for private Facebook data has been steadily increasing, with 34,000 requests in 2017. 85% of such requests were granted by Facebook without requiring you to consent or even be informed about it. Microsoft, Google, and Apple also all sent data about their users to the government, each granting more than half of government requests for such data. And it's not confined to social media either. As shown by the example of the Golden State Killer, if you have relatives who have used DNA testing technology, even if distant ones, there's a high chance that information about your genetic code is available to corporations and governments as well. And when I talk about control and power, I'm not just talking about being arrested as an enemy of the state. All institutions use such data for the purposes of control, whether in deciding what product to advertise for you, or in deciding whether they should hire you, or accept you into a given educational program, or even in making legal decisions that pertain to you. The significance of such forms of control should not be underestimated. But if control no longer requires enclosing people into defined areas...
He's making up some stuff here, lol. No, he's not. Everything he talked about is true. What do you mean he's making up stuff? What do you mean? What do you mean by he's making up stuff? What did he make up? He's saying we literally, personally tap into a mechanism of control. We are literally, we're saying, thank God for the surveillance state without even realizing it. He's just simply talking about systems of control, which is true. This is what we exist under. There's always going to be some form of control. Okay? That's kind of what a government does. That's what the existence of a government is, right? That's what it's supposed to do. It's just about who. It's just for whose best interest is that mechanism of control being doled out. Who gets to be controlled and who's doing the controlling.
What does this mean for institutions like schools, workplaces, and prisons? Deleuze's answer is that whereas in a disciplinary society you pass from one to the other, from the school to the barracks, from the barracks to the factory, in a society of control, you reside in several at once, at all times, not having to leave one to enter another. As Deleuze says, just as the corporation replaces the factory, perpetual training tends to replace the school, and continuous control to replace the examination. In the disciplinary societies, one was always starting again, from school to the barracks, from the barracks to the factory. While in societies of control, one is never finished with anything. The corporation, the educational system, the armed services being metastable states coexisting in one and the same modulation. In a disciplinary society, because institutions were spatial, at least you knew when you left them. You knew when you've left the workplace and were able to take a break from work for the day. But this is increasingly not the case in a society of control. Even when you're at home, you're expected to continue doing work, filling out papers, constantly checking your email and watching out.
That's why I always say under capitalism, every new technological achievement is not done to actually make people's lives easier, make the working class lives easier, but to extract more profits, more surplus labor value from the working class. The AI and automation conversation is yet another example of this very same argument. The invention of the fucking mobile phone and the internet creating a 24/7 work cycle is the exact same shit. That's the problem. The problem is not technological achievements. It's how technological achievements are used.
Out for updates. and presenting yourself as a committed employee even in your personal life, especially on social media. You never really leave work.
I mean, yeah, also, it's the whole reason Ford made it so his workers could afford to buy the cars they created. I mean, even that fucking fascist understood that, which is ironic because we hail him as a champion of like workers' rights here in this country. But even he understood alienation. Literally. Yeah, I said hail, which is funny when talking about Mr. Heil himself.
Some examples are summarized in the paper You Can Clock Out Anytime You Like, But You Can Never Leave by Peter Fleming and Andre Spicer. For example, sociologist Gideon Kunda studied a high-tech corporation in the US. The study, quote, revealed that the expectation for long working hours was built into the organization culture and was very difficult to resist once it had been internalized. The organization he called Tech attempted to appropriate as much time as possible from organizational members, and this could only be done if workers come to actively desire it themselves. The tech culture was designed to constitute this desire through various mechanisms of role embracement so that workers would think of themselves as tech employees all the time. As a result of this management approach, many employees found their family and home life suffered because they gave more and more of themselves to the firm and experienced burnout.
I get your point, but you can't place everyone in the same bracket. Certainly some people make inventions to make people's lives easier and not for profit. Wait, what are you talking about? Brother, you have fundamentally misunderstood what I've said. As a matter of fact, the idea that people make inventions exclusively for the profit motive is a capitalist idea. I do not believe that. As a matter of fact, everything I say is exactly the opposite of that. There are so many other principles, so many other motivating factors in people's lives. I'm saying that technological innovations are good. They're good because it's supposed to make our lives easier, and they do in some ways, right? But the unfortunate consequence, the unfortunate byproduct of living under a different organization of the economy, or the one that we live under currently, different to socialism or any other, whatever kind of fucking idea that you have personally. But the capitalism makes it so that all technological innovations are done for efficiency, which means, making you as a worker have more output and therefore fire other workers and getting more bang for your buck from the one person.
Role contradiction, and other kinds of pathologies. Indeed, even though workers endeavored to maintain some kind of spatial distance, many found that work and non-work aspects of social ties are experienced as hard to separate, requiring constant definition and redefinition, and are never fully resolved. And sociologist Catherine Casey studied an electronics manufacturer that had built a high-commitment culture. Casey's study concludes that it is not only the personal time of employees that is appropriated by the company, but also their identities, a process she ominously labels the corporate colonization of the self. When this occurs, workers become company people, even at home, and cannot think about anything other than their job and the well-being of the firm. Many of these employees were classified by Casey as neurotic and obsessive-compulsive because they have allowed the company to erode the identity boundaries that once separated them from the organization, and subsequent burnout as psychic anxiety and contradiction become too intense. Various phenomena, like working from home, working for school credit, wearing ankle monitors, using online doctors, attest to the fact that institutions no longer have to spatially enclose people in order to function. What counts is that we are at the beginning of something, Deleuze says. In the prison system, the attempt to find penalties of substitution, at least for petty crimes, and the use of electronic collars that force the convicted person to stay at home during certain hours. For the school system, continuous forms of control and the effect on the school of perpetual training, the corresponding abandonment of all university research, the introduction of the corporation.
This guy just came back from Googling Henry Ford Nazi. This is so funny. Holy fuck, Ford was literally given an award by Nazi Germany, Keck W. I dropped that in the chat as a minor, brief footnote, and this man went in, Googled, came back, and he's like, dude, I should not have done that. That was a bad thing that I Googled. Sometimes it's better not to open certain doors. You know what I mean? Don't look up what kind of pamphlets he wrote and handed out either.
At all levels of schooling. For the hospital system, the new medicine without doctor or patient that singles out potential sick people and subjects at risk. In the corporate system, new ways of handling money, profits, and humans that no longer pass through the old factory form. Deleuze says that we are no longer individuals, but dividuals. The origin of the word individual means not divisible. something that cannot be divided. And disciplinary society consisted of such individuals, usually assigned a number in different institutions. But in a society of control, it is no longer true that we cannot be divided. We are constantly divided into demographics, marketing samples, survey results, statistics. It is through these aggregates of information that institutions view us. The number is replaced by the code. What's impressive about Deleuze's essay is how well, even in the early 90s, it was able to identify the trends that we are even more clearly moving towards today. What's important, however, is not just to identify such trends, but identify their dangers and new methods of resistance. Deleuze is not saying that societies of control are worse than disciplinary societies, or that disciplinary societies are worse than sovereign ones. There is no need to fear or hope, he says, but only to look for new weapons. Many young people strangely boast of being motivated. They request apprenticeships and permanent training. It's up to them to discover what they're being made to serve, just as their elders discovered, not without difficulty, the telos of their disciplines. And now I'd like to thank the individuals that support me on Patreon. 1108-4777-98641-4844, 1098-17628-01.
Okay, yeah, that was Cuck Philosophy. Great video. What are societies of control? Great video from his bathroom that he filmed. Check out my Fuhrer 150 truck, brother. Azan, don't call it that. Wait, what? No, that is... Thank God you saved me. He almost says he hypnoed me. This was basically me during my high school internship, even after class. After my homework, I was still organizing shit in Excel and answering emails while high on caffeine at 2 a.m. in the morning. Didn't know you love postmodernism so much. Not necessarily. Let's watch a video on Connex. Let's not
A few changes we're making here at Second. This episode.
American Fascism and the Groomer Panic is also another great Second Thought video that we will be looking at. Let's take a look at what Secretary Anthony Blinken has to say about 1 year. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let's not do that. I'm bored. This is also, if real, a very good news. The White House is vetting Flight Attendant Union President Sarah Nelson for Secretary of Labor. I doubt that it'll happen. It's too good to be true. Wait, what the fuck is this? Fordlandia? Henry Ford,
Hello,
secret country
everybody.
in Brazil?
Today we're going to be talking about that time that Henry Ford built his own country in the Amazon rainforest. And more specifically, how that country became one of the most expensive and lethal disasters in industrial history. We're going to talk about how something that started out with most likely good intentions became such a monumental failure. And more specifically, how a flagship of the American idea was unable to overcome nature and the culture surrounding it. So if that sounds interesting to you, stick around after the ad as we get into the downfall of Fordlandia, as well as the greater concept of man and industry versus human will and nature itself. But before you get your daily dose of existential dread, little to no introduction. I hope you all check them out. Link is in the description, and we are back to the video. We're going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. Henry Ford is a man who needs little to no introduction. His innovations such as Ford Motors and the assembly line led to the industrialization of not only America in the early 1900s, but the world at large. Ford's system of a 9-to-5 workday with decent pay, as well as rapid production of things like automobiles.
Please tell me he talks about Henry Ford being like a Nazi and stuff, right?
And that the workers could actually buy the products that they were building. This was a far cry from the 19th century ideas of there being distinct classes of citizens where some make high-end products that only a few can purchase. Because of this, many feel that Henry Ford was the first to establish the middle or working class American culture, and Ford profited greatly from this, being one of the richest men alive in the 1920s. One of the ways that Ford managed to keep costs low and profits high was by owning the manufacturing manufacturing rights of everything that was required in assembly. In other words, he didn't just own the factory where the cars were assembled. He owned the mills that would produce the steel, he owned the lumber yards that would produce the wood, and in the early 1920s he owned nearly every aspect of material needed to build his vehicles.
Like, yeah, he made it really cost effective by describing vertical and horizontal integration, which is, you know, monopolies.
Save for one, rubber. Today, rubber production is often overlooked, as are things like metal and wood production. But in the 1920s, before the invention of synthetic rubber, it was a much more engaging process. Around the turn of the century, from the 1800s into the 1900s, rubber trees were exclusively found in the South American jungles. The process for extracting rubber is workers would walk into the jungle until they located a rubber tree, to which they would then cut a line into the tree itself, and then whenever they got to a point where
Yeah. We found... Wait, didn't we watch this together, or did I see a TikTok about this? I had no idea that you fucking literally put a goddamn plate, basically, under the tree, and it leaks in, and you just pull it by hand off of that. You pull it by hand off of that fucking plate. It's awesome.
latex began seeping out, they would place a spigot into the tree in order to tap it and drain the latex into a bucket. That latex was then taken home, where it would be boiled in a sort of kiln, and then these mounds of rubber would be sold to bidders by private farmers who were just walking and finding rubber trees in the middle of the jungle. Not only was this a very slow process, but it was also unreliable. If someone like Henry Ford wanted to reliably buy rubber, which mind you would require millions of pounds worth of rubber for all of the seals, hoses, and tires for his vehicles, then he would have to hope that thousands of farmers across the Amazon rainforest just so happen to have a good supply of rubber and haven't already sold that to anyone else. However, while again Brazil was for a time the only place in the world that one could get rubber because it was the only place that had rubber trees, in 1876 a man by the name of Henry Wickham, who does have a fantastic mustache, stole thousands of rubber tree seeds and brought them back to England. From there, England began to distribute them to their more tropical colonies, and after growing them in plantations for several years, became the #1 supplier of rubber. Because of this, England became the world's #1 distributor of rubber, while Brazil faded into obscurity as people quit purchasing from their local workers. Ford hated the British rubber trade because Britain had a monopoly on rubber and could pretty much charge whatever they want. Ford couldn't really do anything about it though, because unlike a steel mill,
Again, the British had a monopoly on rubber. Henry Ford simply just made products cheaper by... Henry Ford made products cheaper by literally vertical integration.
He can't just build a rubber tree plantation in the middle of Detroit if he decides he wants to make it himself. That was until one day when Henry Ford was having a conversation with his friend, President Teddy Roosevelt, who told Henry of his adventures to the Amazon rainforest and how he thinks it would be an excellent idea to begin producing rubber back in the country where rubber production started. And here we have the first mistake, as Ford consulted pretty much no one else and decided to spend all of his money on this massive rainforest production facility. Now, it seems that the Brazilian government, as well as the local workers and journalists, were thrilled with the idea of Ford building a facility in the Amazon. See, the Brazilian government was also upset at the British rubber trade because it took all of the business out of Brazil. So they saw Ford's new construction project as a potential return to form. Ford sent some diplomats down to Brazil to make negotiations with the local government and eventually decided on purchasing 5,625 square miles of land for $125,000, or by today's standards, over $2 million. Now, while that may not sound like a lot for the amount of land being purchased, this was completely undeveloped jungle, and the government pretty much pulled a fast one on Ford and charged him way more than the land was actually worth. For example, Ford wanted to begin building immediately in 1926. However, what he did not know, and would have known if he consulted anyone who was actually from the region, the Tapajos River, which was the nearby by river and the only means of transportation in or out of the region of land he just bought, was about to enter its dry season. And during the dry season, the river retracts so much that there's no means of getting supplies to the undeveloped land. This would also mean for the foreseeable future, Ford could only ship materials in and out for half of the year. Furthermore, his deal with the Brazilian government said that he could run the land.
Apparently, Wendigo basically started Boogaloo Boys. Wait, what? Really? What the fuck? What? You guys are trolling, right? There's no fucking shot. Knowing Better had a better video on this that doesn't brush over Ford being Nazi. I think the part of Knowing Better is talking about company towns across the board. And not necessarily just about, which is actually, and unironically, a better video because, like, I don't know anything about Fordlandia, but as soon as Wendigo was talking about it, I immediately thought that this sounds a lot like a company town that he was trying to build, and it just failed. But I like this. I like that it's hyper focusing on Ford.
Regulations and rules he liked, as long as 9% of the profits went to the Brazilian government. Everyone around Ford, all of his advisors and family members, said that this was a terrible idea. Not only would so much need to be spent in order to build this facility that it would take decades for them to see a return on their investment, but Ford's plan was not only to build a factory in the middle of the jungle, but to build an entire city in the middle of the jungle. And that's where we get into the aspect of Fordlandia that, in my opinion, elevates it from a bad business venture into a historical marvel. And that is that Fordlandia was not just a proof of profit, but a proof of legacy. See, there's this thing seen with a lot of millionaires and billionaires throughout history, that whenever they've made their money and come to the end of their life, they begin to focus on how they'll be remembered instead of what they're doing right now. An example of this would be Walt Disney's Epcot, where during the end of his life, he too tried to build his own private city. Henry Ford grew up in a small American farming town, and he believed that that was key to the success he learned thereafter. And his plan for Fordlandia was to just take a copy of an idyllic United States Midwest town and throw it in the middle of the jungle. And then the workers of that facility...
Okay, this is the part where I'm sensing that, like, he doesn't dive deeper into this concept. There's no fucking way. No, Henry Ford was trying to do a company town, right? It wasn't just like an idyllic Midwestern town. He was trying to develop a fundamentally flawed and inherently exploitative, additionally exploitative structure, which is a company town. For those of you who don't know what that is, I'm not going to get into the 1 hour video from Knowing Better because we would have to watch that for 7 hours. But I guess, like, you know what a company town is? At least, like, think about it like this. Every part of the fucking Midwest that's, like, now in the Rust Belt that's destroyed, eviscerated because industry left. Take it one step further and realize that when you're working for the fucking steel mill, they're giving you steel mill tokens and you're buying directly from the steel mill's own market with the steel mill tokens, not necessarily, and you're paying, and your rent is basically also a part of your wages. Mining's a better example. No, I know, but the reason why I mentioned towns like, you know, the towns that are eviscerated is because they are not necessarily company towns. They're not necessarily company towns per se because there isn't that same level of control, direct control. But a lot of the Rust Belt operates in a similar capacity where one industry comes to town, they fucking pay for the school, they pay for the roads, they pay for everything, and when they fuck off and leave, it leaves the town eviscerated. It's just a couple degrees of separation removed from, like, actually a company town. That's what that's what the Heartland America, that's what Heartland America looks like.
would not only receive high wages, but also receive free health care at their own private hospital, free education for their children at their own supplied schools, as well as churches, restaurants, entertainment, and everything else that Ford saw fit. The management...
This is not a good thing.
or staff of the facility would be American workers who go down to South America in order to run it, and then those doing manual labor would be local Brazilians. In other words, Ford had enough money, and the reason that he put away advice to not do this was because this wasn't just another profit venture for him. This was a form of idealist diplomacy. During a meeting with his high-ranking staff where he was urged to not go through with the concept of Fordlandia, Ford said, "We are not going to South America to make money, but to help develop that wonderful and fertile land." Ford thought that what was best for him would be best for everyone,
That's
and
cap.
that all that they needed was a little nudge in the right direction. So how did that little nudge go? Well, let's find out. As mentioned earlier, one of Ford's contributions to the business world was the concept of the 9-to-5 workday. And while this concept may have worked in American industry, this was not the practice in Brazilian industry. See, in the Brazilian jungle, it's not uncommon for it to be around 110 degrees by noon. So in Brazil, it was common for workers to wake up very early at 4 or 5 in the morning, work until the sun got to its peak around 10, take a several hour break throughout the day, then go back to work at 4 to finish up. This not only gave them a large break period in the middle of the day, but kept them from collapsing in the Amazon heat. Well, to Ford, this was completely unacceptable because, again, he's approaching a South American operation with a North American doctrine. Because of that, in 1926, whenever the jungle began to be physically cleared, the workers were working through the hottest parts of the day. This led to workers becoming incredibly weak, and people began catching illnesses such as malaria and yellow fever, as well as several accounts of workers just collapsing. Now, remember that detail I mentioned earlier about the water levels not allowing them to get equipment to the area? Well, because of this, the majority of the labor had to be done by hand, which caused its own problems. See, this is the Amazon rainforest, and the last thing you want to do is be sticking your hand at the base of trees, or into random leaves, or dirt piles, or whatever. Because of this, several people were dying before the facility's true production ever really began. People would reach under trees and be bit by pit vipers. There were several accounts of men running into swarms of hornets and being stung everywhere. Some accounts even said that men would lay their hand on the ground and immediately their
Imagine people getting excited for free healthcare from Elon if they live on and do all their daily transactions on Twitter. Yeah. I mean, let me explain something to you. I do not think that, I just want to make this very clear. I do not believe that Henry Ford was idealistically trying to go to Brazil and build a company town in Brazil. I do believe that he was very frustrated with the monopolistic power that the British had, like he pointed out, and wanted to go to a less developed nation at the time and take advantage of that less developed nation and improve the productive capabilities and basically build a company town. And it failed. Company towns are awful. They're an awful idea. Can you imagine? Can you imagine living at Twitter under Elon Musk owned and operated properties where you are working every day at the behest of Elon Musk, and Elon Musk is responsible for literally your healthcare, and all of that is tied to your productivity? It is basically slavery by a different name, which is why a lot of company towns failed in the United States of America. He wanted to increase the productive forces. Motherfucker was a Marxist for real. Yeah, totally. Henry Ford, definitely a Marxist. Yeah. Me retweeting Elon and telling him he has good memes for healthcare. Yeah.
entire arm would be covered in ants, and then these bites and blisters would break out from where they were ate up by them. Not only that, but the first Americans who came to the region were not acclimated to the region itself. As the land was being cleared, the first things that were built were the homes for the American workers. Most of these workers brought their families with them, and it was very common for children to become sick due to the new environment. And these homes, which were modeled exactly like American homes, did a horrible job at keeping out the wildlife. Several men had stories of waking up in the middle of the night and seeing vampire bats licking blood off of them. As a matter of fact, it was a reoccurring problem that jaguars were stealing babies out of their homes. And in one instance, a woman who again came from America to work at Fordlandia was killed while bathing in the river by a caiman. To give you an idea of how chaotic the first couple years of production were, the lead manager over all of this was a ship captain named Einar Oxholm. He was initially a ship captain who brought supplies to the region, and then I guess they just figured he was really good at being a captain, so they were like, hey, you want to also manage workers, production facility, assisted living, healthcare, and education? And he was like, I mean, I'm already here. In 1929, only a couple years after production had began, 3 of his children had died from fever, and his other child was stillborn. Overall, in 1930, when production actually started, between the workers who were clearing the grounds as well as the American workers who died of illness and caimans and jaguars and everything else, over 90 people had already died. At this point, too much cost and time had been sunken into the production, and perhaps to Ford, something greater than cost was also at risk. A couple years earlier, in 1928, the water tower bearing the Ford logo was placed in the town. This was seen as a symbolic completion of the town, and Ford gave it the name of Fordlandia. The town itself was quite impressive. The town was not only able to house 10,000 people, but a few of the amenities there were a hospital, several schools, a library, a hotel, a swimming pool, a playground, a golf course, its own power plant, phone lines, sawmill, and a church. And all of these were fully staffed, mostly by American workers. A lot of workers at the time talked about how bizarre it was to essentially step out of the jungle and into a Midwest American town fully staffed by Americans, and then to move your entire family there and essentially exist as a US citizen even for a short while in this kind of make-believe place. And perhaps this make-believe place could...
We literally still do this, by the way. Like, American bases all around the country, as shouts out to the U.S. military. And also, an extension of American military superpower is Saudi Arabia, where there are entire company towns that literally do that. The Green Zone in Iraq, like everywhere we go, we do the same shit. There's just corporate campuses in America too, like Google, Facebook, Amazon, Microsoft. Yeah, that's why we talk about neo-feudalism in the tech space. The more unaffordable housing is, the more there is a need for campus sites with more affordable housing. How do you pay for that? Well, you pay for that by working for the company, but the company also owns the housing.
Could have been more like a fairy tale if it wasn't for Ford's insistence on proper living. See, in 1928, whenever the town was officially crowned, they planted the rubber trees and began hiring workers for the sawmill. See, it would take the trees a while to grow, so the idea was they could make money out of this sawmill selling wood from the Amazon, up until it becomes time to actually start harvesting the rubber from the trees. Well, these workers who showed up to work at the sawmill were immediately greeted by a whole lot of new roles. See, it was true that Ford was paying very well. As a matter of fact, some reports say he was paying $5 an hour, which at the time was insane money. However, while that may be very lucrative in the United States, the Amazon rainforest isn't exactly a place of consumerism. So even if you made a ton of money, You couldn't buy more than the local market is willing to sell for American dollar. I say that now to give emphasis to how annoying the following rules are. For one, Ford was a firm believer in the idea of the strong, hard-willed American man. And because of that, he believed in putting away all vices.
Bro, that's insane. Come on. There's no way. What the fuck? Yeah, Ford was the hard-willed American man. He was a rugged fascist, man. He was just straight up like a full-blown. He was a straight up full-blown fascist. What the fuck? This man did not do his research. That's crazy. I don't think that he didn't do his research. I think he's just not talking about it, either to be charitable to Wendigoon. Maybe he's not talking about it because he doesn't think it pertains to the story, or maybe there's a different reason. Wendigoon is chill. He leans right. Chill. What? Don't want to alienate his audience? I don't know. Isn't this the most centrist normie take? I don't know. I didn't grow up in America, and I'm not a product of the American education system, so I don't know how like people understand Henry Ford, but it's pretty wild to me that like when you're like an independent YouTuber, it's pretty wild to me not to mention the political aspirations or the ideological attitudes that motivated a man like Henry Ford. But, that's wild, I guess. I don't know. Is that not something that people talk about? Maybe they don't. It's pretty similar to this video. Wait, really? I learned that Henry Ford was a Nazi from you. I'm 30 years old. Wait, what the fuck? Bro, we learned that Washington had wooden teeth. Yeah, I mean, I know that one. Yeah. Man, American education. Yo, people say CRT and shit, and then like they literally act like George Washington kept slaves but treated them very well. And there was rigorous debate about whether or not slavery should continue, when it's like, bro, you're literally saying they were debating about enslaving humans, like at a time when clearly the motherfucker who followed George Washington didn't have slaves. So like that should give any fucking free thinker the idea immediately that like maybe slavery was still seen as like an immoral concept. Like why? Why is it that the second president literally did not have slaves? Like he was like, no, that's fucked up actually. Doesn't that basically imply, like, doesn't that... I didn't know he was a Nazi until I started watching you. He's revered as a great businessman. Bro, we didn't even learn that the USSR contributed anything to World War II unless we took a class on it in college. And when we took that class, we thought our professor was communist. Yeah. The thing is, I get why, dude, this is another like American concept. But like you don't learn about titans of industry in Turkish school. Like there's no such thing. You learn about like, people who are involved in the state, and that's it. Like it's wild that like the American public education system literally teaches you about like oil barons as a good. It's so weird. That part is like already weird to me. Like the idea that you're like talking about titans of industry automatically like kind of showcase how fucking, it kind of gives the game away, you know? Like, why the fuck do you learn about Henry Ford at school? I do legitimately think that that's weird in general. I know that it's hard to shake that, like, you're going to say, well, what do you mean? This guy's a very important person, right? But, like, in other places, in other parts of the world, I don't think they teach you about, like, you know, who the fuck was the most successful businessman. America's built on the great man theory of history. Yeah. You know about the pledge every morning? Yeah, we do that too. I did that too, yeah. That's pretty normal stuff. Social cohesion is learned behavior through the education system. That part is, I would not only say understandable, but also, like, depending on what your goals are, almost a necessity for, you know, nation building. In my school, we were taught and then introduced monopolies and how we stopped them. We did. There was a time. Every Monday in Turkey, not every morning. No, İstiklal Marşı is every Monday. The pledging of the allegiance is like every day, I thought, every morning. I think we did it every morning. Was there anything like the pledge in Turkey? Yes. There is the national anthem that you actually sing every Monday when the school first starts, and then every Friday when the school closes, and then you pledge allegiance every morning as well. But I don't know if they do that anymore. They stopped that in like 2009. Oh, that's crazy. Or did they stop that in America? Are you American or are you Turkish? Oh. Henry Ford, John Rockefeller, Carnegie, Vanderbilt, J.P. Morgan. The History Channel made a show called Men Who Built America, which is straight up propaganda. By the way, like, I'm not even saying it's unnecessary to teach people about, like, the guy who fucking invented the assembly line, right? But it still strikes me as odd that you have such an emphasis on titans of industry in your historical development, and it's done from the lens of, like, the industrial giants overall doing the most, like, not even, like, bad things, right? And like, it's not necessarily the state. Whereas, like, I don't think any other, maybe other countries' history has similar perspectives, but I can't remember a single moment from, like, Turkish history where we just, like, hyper focused on titans of industry, because nation state development in Turkey was built on the backs of nationalization. Like, a lot of the initiatives were originally built by the state itself. Now, obviously, Turkey is a newer country, and then before that, you have the Ottoman Empire. So it's just like there's no such thing as, like, who were the champions that that really privatized key sectors that were otherwise in other formations controlled by the government. Henry Ford is a figurehead at the rise of automobile manufacturing, which was considered a major part of American identity, personal vehicle ownership. That's true. That is actually really, really true.
So because of that, Alcohol and tobacco were completely banned from anywhere in Fordlandia. Prohibition was going on in the United States at the time, and Ford was a big fan of it, so he decided to apply that to this area of Fordlandia, even though alcohol wasn't outlawed in the rest of Brazil. While workers could move their family members into the houses of Fordlandia, you could not bring in a woman if you were not married to them. Houses were also frequently inspected by the managers in order to make sure that there was no contraband. Keep in mind, most of the Brazilians didn't speak English, and most of the
This is so funny. Like, yeah. Yeah, they get to do that when it's the fucking company town, bitch. What do you mean? What are you going to do about it? Fucking go back to America? Good luck. Yeah. I wonder why such strong emphasis on control here, down to like your individual consumption, down to who you keep in your company, in your private home. No level of privacy whatsoever. It almost feels like there's some underlying ideological reasoning for this, where these are not people at all. These are just well-paid slaves, okay, who are still there under incredibly coercive conditions because they can't really leave either. Odd. Much to think about, much to consider. You know?
Americans didn't speak Portuguese. To combat this, just 5 miles down the Tapajos River was a location the workers had set up known as the Island of Innocence. This was just outside of the border of Fordlandia, so the...
From the Portuguese Wikipedia, the workers revolted due to working conditions and not wanting to eat hamburgers. The Brazilian army had to come in and save the managers that went into hiding in the jungle. That's fucking awesome, dude. The Brazilian was like, yo, fuck this hamburger bullshit, dude. What the hell?
Staff couldn't really do anything about it. And on this Island of Innocence was a series of bars and brothels. And the only protest that the staff could give to workers is they put out a policy stating that venereal disease would not be covered in their healthcare plan. Ford also believed that the only right kind of entertainment was
obviously, with employer-backed health insurance, we never have things like this. We never have this kind of personal control. Like, for example, your company can't say we're no longer we're no longer letting insurance cover contraceptives. Oh, fuck. Oh, wait, that's... Oh, shit, dude. Fuck, man. Time keeps changing, but many things stay the same, you know?
American entertainment. Because of that, things like soccer or football to the Brazilians was banned. Like, straight up, you just can't play soccer. I guess it wasn't apple pie enough for them. And keep in mind, this isn't just the workers this applies to. This applies to the wives as...
By the way, this is my favorite part of, like, fascists. If there is ever like a funny thing that you can look to fascists, it's like their endless need for control and like the esoteric shit that they believe in. I think that is fucking hilarious. And like how self-serious they are about both their ideology and also like every other aspect of it. So then they'll make up rules like this and then you have to follow it and you're like, why the fuck? Like, what? This makes no sense. And it's like, don't ask. It is what it is. More redundant than endless need for control. It's not. It's not redundant. I bet you in his mind, he probably thought like this is important because like it's not American enough. You know what I mean? We must instill the American work ethic in the minds of these Brazilians who are barbaric. Otherwise, you would give up on it. It's such a silly thing.
As well as the children of the workers who just can't play soccer for whatever reason. So, okay, if you ban that, then what kind of entertainment do you have in order to replace it? Well, as mentioned earlier, there was a playground for the kids, a golf course, and a swimming pool. And that was it for the entertainment except for one thing, and that was a square dancing hall. And I'm not kidding, and I'm emphasizing this because this was something that Ford really pushed. Most likely because he met his wife at a square dancing hall, but also because he despised jazz music. So because of reasons like this, it wasn't just American culture being transported to the jungle.
Why did he despise jazz music? It's just like such a weird, I wonder who also at the same exact time despised jazz music and considered to be an abhorrent form of culture that was morally degenerate, made by lesser beings. Oh, he's racist. That's why he... Oh, yeah, that's right. It's because black people made jazz music. And it lacked the inherent structure of, like, classical composition that white people made. So, obviously, it was a lesser form. But not only as a lesser form, but also, on top of that, it was, like, breaking people's minds. And black people made every music, to be honest. Well, that is true, especially for contemporary music. It's funny to say that right as I was talking about, like, what fascists think are good forms of music, like, you know, classical compositions and stuff like that. And it immediately is reminding me of the fucking dudes, the black Israelites, to say, like, Beethoven was black. Beethoven, black, 100%. Mozart was black. Also true, yes. I know you're not saying that. I just think it's funny because I can't stop thinking about that now.
It was Ford's idealized representation of what American culture should be transplanted into the jungle. And believe it or not, groups of children who have never been to the United States and don't speak English aren't exactly big fans of square dancing. However, perhaps the most annoying detail of Ford's idealism was his diet plan. See, Ford was a vegetarian and one of the first proponents of clean eating.
Oh no. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell nah. No fucking, oh, dude. Oh my God. What's up with these fucking fascists, bro? Why? Why is it like this? Why, bro? I can think about another. I can think of another one of these motherfuckers who also didn't like consuming animal products. What's up with that?
Eating essentially just a diet of rice and vegetables, and that's like it. So he thought, well, this diet's great for me. It'll be great for the 10,000 Brazilians in the middle of the jungle. So workers who were used to eating their own meat were now forced to eat an entirely vegetarian diet. It should also be noted that the American managers who did not care for Ford's vegetarian ideas would ship in meat themselves in order to make things like steak and hamburgers. This created another level of disparity between the workers and the management, as the workers who have been forced to eat these vegetarian diets and not play soccer and square dance got to look over at these American managers who were eating hamburgers and probably smoking cigars and listening to the radio as well. One aspect that was interesting whenever Fordlandia was built was the idea that every worker would be treated as if they're at an American restaurant. In other words, there wasn't a line like a cafeteria that the workers would go to and then scoop their food as in most assembly lines. Instead, they would sit at tables and waiters would come to them, ask for their order, and then bring it out. Again, their options were like rice or celery, but still it made them feel special. That was until in 1930 when they decided this was inefficient and switched over to the cafeteria line, which seems to be the final breaking point for a lot of people. Like, you know, obviously all these rules, random house inspections, regulations, and diet was bad enough to begin with, but at least they got some level of dignity whenever they sat down to eat, and now that was taken from them. Something else they all really hated was a time clock system where you would punch your card and clock in and clock out. Again, while this worked in American industry, the Brazilian workers hated the concept of walking to the punch-in desk and then going to the place they need to start working. This also compacted with the fact that a 9-to-5 job was not typical of Brazilian workers. So all of these elements were at a breaking point. And keep in mind, no one has made any rubber out of this deal yet. But in 1930, in the cafeteria that used to be a restaurant. An argument started between one of the brick masons and the current manager. Now, I've seen conflicting reports on what the argument was specifically over. I saw some that said it was an argument over the workers not following their diet properly. I saw some that said they were going to cut wages from the workers because they were eating too much. But regardless of what the specifics were, everyone was so ready to start a fight over something, this seemed like a good thing to start it over. The shouting match kept escalating until eventually nearly all of the 3,000 workers were rioting within Fordlandia. Now, there was a previous sort of semi-riot that happened in 1928 whenever the workers weren't given proper food, but that was just more so like a strike for a couple days and then it subsided. This was a group of people who were angry and setting stuff on fire and breaking things. The first thing that they did was destroy the time clock punch-in system. And I just want to know how that conversation went, because someone convinced them that they need to leave the cafeteria and go beat up the time clock. From there, they just started destroying everything. They destroyed parts of the sawmill, they destroyed parts of the rubber plant, which wasn't really running yet. They even started destroying several of their own houses. And all of the American staff freaked out and got on a boat to go hide and float out in the river while they just tore stuff up for a few days.
I love this.
My favorite detail is that apparently the mob saw the American chef and chased him into the woods where he was hiding for 4 days. And I can just imagine like this group of people so mad and upset at the management. And that, you know, they're obviously upset over the diet that they have to eat. And I just imagine like a chef running out and he's got like the stereotypical like giant chef hat and like the mustache and everything. And they're like, there he is, get him. And the workers who escaped on the boats called back to the home office in Detroit, and Detroit called the Brazilian government, and Brazil sent in the military.
It's crazy that the American government is so fucking powerful at that point, even back then, that they can get the Brazilian government to like squash a labor action in a fucking country thousands of miles away. Like, that's wild. I mean, I get it. I get why they had to do it. But, like, always the same fucking shit, dude. Always. The military dispatchment was 12 people with rifles? Oh, really?
Military to calm down the workers, and after a few days of breaking stuff, they eventually calmed down. After this event, a new manager was appointed by the name of Archibald Johnston, and supposedly he made things a little bit better. Like, he still enforced the diet and all that, but he convinced the staff to, like, show a couple movies in the completely abandoned square dancing hall from time to time. And, you know, maybe he even got a little crazy and let them kick around a soccer ball every now and then. But after the 1930 incident, which is referred to by locals as the Breaking Pan Revolt, things were pretty normal among the workers. But now I know what you're thinking. What about the rubber? And that's a good question. What about the rubber? Well, remember how I mentioned earlier Britain had a monopoly on the rubber industry because they had set up all these plantations in their colonies? Well, Ford's management in the late 20s decided to plant these rubber trees in plantation rows. The idea being that's how crops are grown everywhere else in the world, so you might as well grow rubber trees the same way. The issue with that is that in the British colonies like Sri Lanka, where they were growing the rubber trees, there weren't any natural predators or diseases that could kill the trees, so it didn't matter how many you grow together. However, in the Brazilian forest, there were a ton of things that can kill rubber trees. Everything from a form of blight as well as caterpillars whose primary food source is rubber trees. Now, these things are all over the jungle, but they're normally not that big of a problem. That's because rubber trees are solitary. So if one tree gets infected with blight or caterpillars and that tree dies, it's probably fine because all the other trees are too far away to get infected themselves. Well, whenever you grow all of these trees right next to each other in a plantation, you're essentially making a giant hotbed for things like blight and caterpillars to grow in. Not to mention, rubber trees have very large root systems, and whenever you grow them next to each other, it diminishes their growth. So for some reason that they couldn't figure out, but they would have if they asked literally anyone who knew what they were talking about, the trees were not growing as fast as they were supposed to be, and as soon as they sprouted leaves, they were killed by caterpillars or disease. The caterpillars even started to trick the workers. The caterpillars usually eat the leaves from the bottom, and the workers would pick them off and literally fill buckets full of them and then just burn the buckets. So the caterpillars adapted and started eating on top of the leaves. So whenever the workers looked up through the trees, they'd think the tree's fine, and then it would be dead a couple days later. So not only were the workers upset and things bad for the people living in Fordlandia, but the rubber wasn't even being produced. And that wasn't the only problems they had with rubber production, because as soon as they started to harvest it, workers routinely got sick and just passed out. One reason for this was, again, the whole 9-to-5 workday, and they had to be out there in 110-degree weather. Which also, side note,
like every aspect of this is like, dude, just ask a person. Like you could have done your company town, feudalism operation in Brazil if you just like asked 3 guys, asked 1 guy, maybe 2, possibly 3. But that would require you to probably ask Brazilian people, I suspect, which, I don't know how Henry Ford felt about the Brazilian. Does he have? I don't know. He might have thought that they were savages too, just like because they're not American. The best part is that Ford eventually decided he needed something to do outside of work, so he built him a fucking golf course. Oh, yeah, no, I know. They talked about it. He brought it up briefly. He was very racist and thought they were savages. Yeah. He made them. He was like, you can't play soccer. You can't play football. You can only play golf and do line dancing. No, he was a very successful car manufacturer. He knows better than random Brazilian people. Yeah, exactly. Which is exactly what happened. By the way, every part of this was in the interest of monopolization. Remember, every part of this was in the interest of literally eliminating one other part or basically integrating one other part of the production, rubber. That's it. So like he fucking failed on that front. And the Brazilians who knew were looking at it with that face. We shall remind that eugenicism establishes Iberian man closer to black people than proper whites. What? What the fuck, bro? Why did you write it like that? Jesus Christ, dude. What the fuck is a proper white? I made you an anime opening? Yes, I'm going to watch it today. Reanimate. Do not worry. Fear not. Of course I'm going to watch that. It's on Okay Buddy, right? Bro, explain yourself. Okay, bad wording. My bad, but racism lore says Irish and Iberian are not white. Oh, he meant proper whites, like the Anglo-Saxon Protestants. Yeah, like Benny Frank style. Also, eugenicism has been disproven into the ground. Yes, the only science that we agree on here at the Hasanabi broadcast is the top of the hour ad break and phrenology. Not phrenology of like black people's skulls and white people's skulls and that kind of thing, but cop phrenology. It's called thumb phrenology. The concept that you are ACAB, assigned cop at birth. Now, of course, being assigned cop at birth does not mean you are destined to be a cop, but many who are ACAB do become cops. It's also known as thumbology. Yes, some have colloquially called it thumbology. Anyway, going back to the top of the hour ad break, though, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. It's Jover. Politics, White House. Biden says he doesn't have plan to visit. Yeah, Jack, look alive. Who cares? Fuck those guys. MVTH _U. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs alive. 5 people who no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. This lore is a part of the Hasanabi extended universes. Yes. For those of you who are just tuning in, yes, I am a I am an advocate for cop phrenology, also known as thumbology. Yeah, Biden just wants to play on expert difficulty, okay? Why are you guys making fun of him?
The southern.
He has basically eliminated Ohio from the map.
Oh, the way the latex from the rubber trees pour out is whenever they're mildly cool, it just flows. But as the temperature gets too hot, they kind of inflate and crowd up inside of the system of the tree itself. So not only were the workers getting too hot in the middle of the day, the tree was literally too hot to let out the rubber. And the other reason workers were passing out is because Ford decided that they needed to take all of the modern vaccines in the US and make the Brazilian workers take every single one of them all at once. Again, while this may have had good intentions, taking people who have never taken any kind of medication in their life and making them take like 12 vaccines at once was not a good idea. I'm not sure how many people necessarily died from that, but the hospital beds were routinely full around this time. Eventually, Ford broke down and hired a botanist by the name of James Weir. James said that what effectively happened at Fordlandia is they had accidentally turned the entire country into a petri dish for blight. Because at this point, everything
U.S. military style, yeah. I don't know how people still fail to comprehend this. Vaccines are given to cattle, okay? And if you and they are also given to humans for the same reason. You don't want your workers to fucking die. That's it. This is not an anti-vaxxer position, by the way. It's just the truth. That's why they fucking. It's a good thing. I don't have an issue with vaccines. Obviously, I'm a big fan of vaccines. Look at myself. I have vaccine injuries. It made me gay and autistic like everybody else. Okay. But having said that, all jokes aside, yes, vaccines are good. And the reason why your bosses want you to take the vaccine is not because they care about you and want you to live. They don't care about your living conditions. They just want you to work uninterrupted.
Everything was so infected by the trees being grown close together that it doesn't matter what you grow, it's going to die in a couple years anyway. His recommendation was that they needed to scrap production on that plot of land and move it to another plot down the river known as Belterra. Also, no one liked James, apparently. I don't know if he was annoying or the workers were annoying. And then a year later in 1937, without telling anyone, he got on a boat and never came back. While they did begin the rubber tree production at Belterra, again, it takes a few years for the trees to even grow enough that you can harvest the latex from them. By the time they were ready to harvest, it was 1941 and America was about to enter World War II. And at this time, Fordlandia as well as Belterra became a station for American soldiers. Little to any latex was harvested as resources were being put towards the war effort. Also around this time, synthetic rubber was becoming more popular than naturally sourced rubber, just because it's easier to make and doesn't require, a jungle country to do it. So demand for the trees at Belterra were low to begin with.
Damn,
Near the end of Ford's life in 1945,
he said that weird. I know what he means, but
and
he
the
said
majority
that
of
weird.
its assets to his grandson, Henry Ford.
I mean, what the fuck? That, like, does he mean like rainforest, or does he mean like the conditions? Is he talking about weather conditions? Why did he say it like that?
Second, Henry Ford II began by selling off a majority of the company's assets that were no longer making a profit. And the first of these to go, as you could imagine, was Fordlandia, which he sold back to the Brazilian government for $250,000. And while that is a profit of $125,000 for the price they originally paid for it, that price they originally paid was for completely undeveloped jungle. Ford had spent nearly $20 million on the construction of Fordlandia, which, adjusted by today's standards due to inflation, is closer to $500 million. And while that's a massive money loss, as I mentioned earlier, Ford is near the end of his life at this point and isn't looking to make more money. The deeper loss for Ford was the lack of furthering the American idea. And as Ford believed at the end of his life, you can't culture something that doesn't want to be cultured. When in reality, it's just that you can't culture something that already has a culture. And as he should have
Oh my God, saved. Oh my God. Dude, I was like, I'm sorry, what? Oh, saved. Okay, holy shit. I mean, look. This story makes so much more sense when you realize that Henry Ford was a fucking fascist. Like, and I don't mean like, oh my God, everyone's a fascist type shit. Like, literally was a fucking fascist, straight up. Ford receiving the highest medal for foreigners in Nazi Germany in 1938, which is 4 years after Fordlandia was abandoned. Oh no. Okay, chill, dude. I mean, why you gotta bring up pamphlets, dude? I told you not to Google Henry Ford pamphlets, chatter. Why do you have to come in here and show me Henry Ford pamphlets? I mean, we already established the Nazi medal thing, but like, why you gotta do that? Oh no. Wait, what is that? The International Jew is a 4-volume set of anti-Semitic booklets or pamphlets originally published and distributed in the early 1920s by Dearborn Publishing Company, an outlet owned by Henry Ford, the American industrialist and automobile manufacturer. What? Wow, 1 volume wasn't enough, you say? That he needed to do it 4 times. The booklets were a collection of articles originally serialized in Ford's Dearborn Independent newspaper, beginning with the International Jew, the world's problem. What? Huh. That's, I mean, what? It does devalue the word when you use it as so much. As someone who's new to this politics shit, I'm actually confused from you calling everyone a fascist. Bro, please. You're kidding me, right? Like, you're joking, right? Like, we're... What? Bro, he got a medal from... Chatter, he got a medal from Hitler. Like, he was homies with Hitler. Do you think Hitler was a fascist? He said, no, really. Like, okay, you're new to politics. Do you think Hitler... Would you say Hitler is a fascist, or am I... Yeah, no, I'm saying in this situation it's valid. Oh, okay. Got it. Okay. So, like, when someone gets a medal from Hitler for being, like, the best fascist, the best fascism award, then you're like, all right, that's fine. Also, yes, this is a pretty good take from Lake McGrew. Hassan is a left-wing political commentator. He covers the fucking worst of the worst. The people he covers are fascist. Yes. What? The NATO is doing Among Us Let's Plays?
Threat expert Robin L. Cady.
First of all, very good to be here. Thanks so much for the invite. Very intimidated by you, Z, and to
Don't be intimidated.
Watch me play. You're such a professional, Z. You know, I have to.
I like to think about the mark I left on the planet being, you know, the meta of like getting people to play Among Us that never should have played Among Us to begin with. That's good. That's important for me. I'm glad that this is where we're at. Yeah, technically Soda Poppin caused this, but the Among Us meta then reaching the political sphere 100% is your boy. It's not even a joke. That is like an objective fact. It was Admiral Bulldog that started it? No, we're not talking about that. Some of my finest work. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm not going to look at that. I'm not going to look at the Henry Ford fascist shit either. Let's finish the
Recognized
video.
at this point, you can't grow something where it's already growing. It would be like starting a tree farm in the middle of the jungle. Henry Ford died 2 years after the selling of Fordlandia in 1947, never having actually visited the land in his entire life. While being what is undoubtedly the largest blunder of his career, it is largely forgotten to history. But to me, the most interesting part of Fordlandia is not the failure that it represents, but instead the lesson that it's created. The city of Fordlandia still stands to this day, and while the majority of the structures have been overrun by nature, the town still hosts a population of around 3,000 people. The land has spawned a new industry, an industry of tourism, as hotel owners and guides give tours of Henry Ford's decrepit city. It's so fascinating to me seeing the remnants of something that was so determined to beat nature at its own game, now years later after everyone has left.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. That was from Wendigoon, The Downfall of Henry Ford's Secret Country in Brazil, Secret Company Town in Brazil. Okay, we're done with the fucking China stuff. Yes, the Chinese protocols are activated. I don't want to cover the Ukrainian news any longer. Oh my God, Cut came out with a new video. Everyone wants me to watch the psychedelics thing. Oh, here, this is the go.
Are we on the same page or a different book?
Different book? We're on a different book, probably.
Which book?
Karl Marx,
Who's that? Do you read though?
a socialist. I love him.
Cool. Are we on the
It's my, this is, I saw this. I saw this and I fucking love it, dude. It's so fucking good. It's so fucking good. Oh, by the way, most people don't realize the scale of video games. Hogwarts Legacy just grossed $850 million in its first 2 weeks, biggest launch ever for Warner Bros. Games. By comparison, Warner Bros.' biggest movie ever, the last Harry Potter movie, brought in $295 million in its first 2 weeks. Not a perfect comparison. Box office numbers are domestic. Can't find day-by-day numbers for worldwide gross, but it makes the point. Hogwarts Legacy numbers would also be much higher if it were available on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Nintendo Switch, which is not. Games like Hogwarts Legacy also often have higher ARPU. They cost more than a movie ticket and a less broad reach. Legacy sold 12 million units, whereas probably 50 million plus people saw Deathly Hallows in the theater. One reason gaming is so big is because of the depth of monetization. This is why I mean, I'm not going to like run on the I told you so train any longer, because now conservatives are going to fucking weaponize this and be like, nice boycott, you fucking losers. You know what I mean? The most transphobic freaks on the fucking planet. The most transphobic freaks on the fucking planet are probably just like literally losing their shit. There's also the whole like, trans bullies narrative that, permeated through the interwebs for that entire time, even though it was just, again, a bunch of people fucking losing their shit from a place of, a place of not having anything. And, I guess a misguided belief in decentralized boycotts being a good thing overall. It's not. I hope that this will be a valuable look. I hope that this will be a valuable lesson. Okay, and I don't mean that like in a patronizing like, oh, fucking trans people like learn this lesson. Like I seriously am asking allies, okay, allies, and people that are leftist and progressive, okay. I mean, it won't. It most likely won't because, let's be real. Fucking, it's probably, no one ever learns anything. But it would be nice if we did. it would be very, very nice if we did learn it, okay? You just pick your battles, and also understand that, like, there are some forces that are impossible to combat, especially when you're talking about, you know, it was never about impacting sales, it was about showing solidarity. Okay. It doesn't matter. It's the tiny ask that makes it so that it's impossible to show solidarity in that regard. Slime's take was pretty good on Hogwarts. I read it. I think it was decent. But it's cold news by this point, but the Hogwarts game shit had to be unbelievably the lamest hill to die on for every single person who streamed it. An infinite library of games or nothing. Just chatting exists out there to stream. Or just the same ones you always do, but either one wanted to make an epic statement by standing tall against woke culture and being extremely baited by playing a game about Harry Potter, or two, you wanted to get a week-long bump in viewership, meaningless in the long run, while batting your eyelashes, holding a big lollipop saying, I'm just trying to play a video game. Disgusting, number-chasing, brain rot shit. I feel like if all you have to do to make a group that the government wants dead feel a little bit better about existing is not to play a video game conceived by someone who doesn't consider them human, it's the easiest shit in the world, and you can't even do that. Disgusting. So it's not a bad take. I understand where it's coming from. My criticisms of this was never about my criticisms of this never revolved around this element of it. My criticisms of it are this kind of demand is going to be an impossible ask, especially considering that it's nothing. Like it's a literal nothing demand. Making a larger demand in this regard, especially a centralized one, especially one that has like a clear-cut goal or an agenda, and not just do you like me as a trans person, streamers, is it would have been better overall. This is all off of seeing that VTuber clip on LSF talking about streaming the game again, like she was giving the fucking speech from Independence Day and hundreds of people saying, yes, you go, you are God's bravest warrior. I agree with this element of it, especially. It's so fucking annoying. That part is like also annoying. Like I said, I had the smoke for every single person that was like involved in this process, from people fucking losing their minds saying if you play Hogwarts you're like transphobic or whatever, which is not the case. I don't believe that, and I will never believe that, all the way to people being like, I'm the bravest person on the planet for playing Hogwarts Legacy. That's right. Muting this or also be fighting zombies all day. Final thought is that most population humans just want to play video games and watch Netflix and aren't terminally online. I'm speaking specifically from the perspective of streamers. I also think trans people put up with enough. I agree. But knowing what I know about the space, knowing what I know about what was going to happen, I knew for a motherfucking fact that this was never going to be a real thing. It was only going to lead to the outcomes that it led to. Anyway. So yeah. Never really considered it, but it does seem kind of valid to say just don't stream it and play offline. No, it doesn't. It's not. It's not a valid request. I don't think it's a valid request. It never was going to be a valid request, because you cannot tie the content to anything but like what people see as a popular IP that reminds them of their childhood. That like desperation for nostalgia and that feeling of like childhood innocence coming back to them is infinitely more powerful, especially when you're talking about consumer activism as decentralized boycott movements. Okay? It's just not a thing that was ever going to be successful, which is precisely why I wanted to get ahead of it. Say what you wanted to happen with your chest, bud. I have time and time again. What I wanted to happen was for everyone to get together collectively in unison and say, the person who created this IP, J.K. Rowling, is a major transphobic person. The multiple people that have made careers off of this franchise have also disavowed this person. There are trans people that worked on the making of this video game, and ultimately this video game itself, one, it's PR, it's bullshit, but like even features a trans character, and is developed by a group of individuals who are also trans themselves. What we will do instead is raise money in the process of playing this game for trans charities, which would have redirected the conversation away from negative press associated with trans bullies, which was completely fucking over the top, overblown. And I say this as someone who was on the receiving end of trans bullying, right? Like, fucking who cares? Okay? And I knew this would inevitably happen, which is why I said we should do this instead. And everyone fucking yelled at me, and, there we go. That's what we did. Meanwhile, trans people are being legislated away, regardless of whether we have this conversation endlessly over and over again. You must have hated the BLM protest since it didn't accomplish anything. Stop trying to literally equate all this shit. You are hyper online. You will never be able to understand political movements, what successful strategies look like, if you just refuse to listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth and just make assertions inside of your own brain and turn around and think you're owning me in the marketplace of ideas by comparing it to the Black Lives Matter protests, which also were fucking literally fraught, and yes, didn't amount to anything as a consequence of our systems being fucking morally bankrupt, okay? But if you compare people burning down a fucking police precinct in the immediate aftermath of police directly murdering someone to demanding that your favorite fucking Twitch streamer doesn't play the baby game that is like 17 steps removed from transphobia in and of itself, you are a complete psychopathic freak who has no notion or no understanding of anything on the planet. The Black Lives Matter protests were a reaction to existing police brutality by directly striking at the core of the problem, saying that police are violent and we are revolting, okay? Asking people not to play baby game Hogwarts Legacy is an insane comparison, and you completely misunderstand everything about protest. Everything. If you make that comparison, you should be ashamed, okay? Yeah, going out of the actual shooting, getting shot at by cops with like less lethal bullets in the process of demanding police reform is not the same thing as saying don't play this video game. You just literally looked at something and then equated it to something that's entirely different. You could have made a better argument by saying, oh yeah, tell that to the Montgomery bus boycott, which again, literally was still targeting. It would have been a bad example, but at least a closer example to the Black Lives Matter protest because it was at least boycott, right? It was a boycott movement, except it was a centralized boycott movement with a clear, tangible goal that directly targeted the main fucking purveyors of that racial inequality, okay? How is this so difficult to parse through? Anyway. Zero guide? No, I'm done. I'm done with chatters. I'm done with chatters making bad arguments. I've decided I'm going to steel man right-wing arguments and then talk about them instead. I've decided that is a more productive thing to do because none of you motherfuckers can actually come up with a good argument. You can't even do that. You don't even give me the decency. Did we ban all the fucking right-wingers in here that like every dumb fuck in here can't even fucking make a decent counterpoint here? Jesus Christ. All the ones that come in here now that try to undermine what I'm saying literally just go, dude, give me one example. The fuck? Anyway. Have you considered that all things are equal, though? Yes. At least, like, the entirety of, like, last week and weeks prior to that, people were just, like, trying to be like, what about BDS? Okay? And I would tell them, like, BDS in and of itself is not just about boycotting, but also demanding divestments and also with a tangible, clear-cut goal and agenda, placing sanctions on the apartheid state of Israel. As long as the apartheid continues, the boycott movement and the pressure continues. Okay? It is completely removed from the fucking J.K. Rowling conversation because, like, the goal is not to just simply demand or ask for solidarity. within BDS. It's not about like, oh, can we get some solidarity, please? Okay? It's literally the difference between like someone coming up to you and being like, did you know that like horrible workplace conditions are you know, causing you, you know, are the reason is how you get fucking Coca-Cola, versus the Kellogg's workers working in facilities actually fucking protesting and then asking people not to cross the picket line. That's the difference. If there's no picket line, if there's no organizing, if there's no tangible fucking goal, then you're just a fucking annoying person making demands that you yourself would never actually follow through on any other facet of your consumption, because every single corporation is led by monstrous, billionaire, pedophilic vampires, okay? And you are not out here fucking demanding in a similar capacity to stop people from consuming other shit, okay? You're just posting. You're crying into a fucking empty vat. And I get where that's coming from, because you feel helpless. And you feel like there are 300 plus different pieces of trans legislation that's passed in the United States of America through state legislatures that, you know, go that rank from trans people cannot be out in public, all the way to fucking, you know, doctors need to be arrested if they give you HRT. Okay? I get it. It's shit is fucked up. You know? If you support BDS, then why did you advertise a restaurant owned by Israelis who stole Palestinian food to profit off of it? I don't know if you know this, but it was delicious. And also, I don't know what the fucking personal politics of the two people that own the restaurant are, but that's a wild, again, that does not, BDS does not mean literally fucking, I also have an Israeli co-host on a podcast, dumbass. Like, what's your, you immediately just went like, oh, well, you know, these are Israeli people that own the fucking restaurant, so like, that must be, you must be violating BDS. Yeah. Anyway, cannot get over the fucking Orientalist Westerner's perspective of what Islam is supposed to be, which is ironically like a Western manufactured and Western propped up Wahhabist fundamentalist attitude on Islam, which is hilarious in and of itself. And this is like the most corny shit. And to top it off, okay? A lot of the corniest Muslim motherfuckers living in the other side of the world also love this shit because they mistake it for like someone being on their team, because they themselves also have misogynistic perspectives and a fascination with the Western world, whether they like to admit it or not. And it makes me very upset as a Muslim man living in the United States of America who's very progressive. And these are just the goofiest motherfuckers on the planet, okay? Holy shit. It is so fucking just flawed from top to bottom. Borger, very funny tweet. Ha ha ha. Who tweeted that? I wonder. Guy's posting his own tweets. You become a full-blown chatter. Motherfucker trying to watch 4 of his wives get piped by dudes instead of 1. Extremely funny that converting to Catholicism / Orthodox Christianity for the aesthetic is popular in like weird podcasters and Groyper internet bubbles, and converting to Islam for the aesthetic is becoming popular in the MRA grindset bubble that is 1,000 times bigger. Yep. Not going to talk shit on converts because people join for a variety of reasons and then eventually end up with sincere belief. But when I was briefly Christian, the whole religious because you think it's cool thing seemed wild to me. You think God's chill with that? I can't wait for the inevitable result of the... Bro, this fucking Hasanabi head is just like always. This motherfucker is always popping off. What is this? This is the second time. Look at this. This is one of my locks for this decade. I can't wait for the inevitable result of the escalating online gender war. The Tratcath e-girls launching a crusade against the Muslim revert masculinity influencers. This is the second time. He's a Hoscord user. Fucking Christ, dude. Fucking 40 months, dude. And he rarely ever fucking writes in the chat. Jesus Christ, the best. Just absolute goated poster, making his fucking jokes, staying in their goddamn lane. Model chatter. Unless he's just like constantly popping off in Hoscourt and being annoying, but I doubt it. Check the Discord logs now. You're not Muslim. Stop. Bitch, my dad is Muslim. I grew up in a fucking Muslim country. That's where I grew up. I'm culturally Muslim, okay? That is something that you cannot fucking take away from me. Just because I don't pray fucking 5 times a day does not change that reality. Suck my dick. Or my own personal beliefs in general. Islam and Muslim is, whether you like to admit it, still absolutely fucking racialized and is linked back to ethnicity. That's the reason why so many motherfuckers, whenever I say I'm white, go, no the fuck you're not. I'm pale as shit. Okay? If my name wasn't Hassan, but instead Hank, and I grew up in Kentucky, you wouldn't know any better. You'd be like, yeah, that's a white guy. But because my name is Hassan, okay, and I grew up in Turkey, motherfuckers act up every time I say I'm white. They go, whoa, whoa, whoa, chill the fuck out, dude. Oh, hold on now. What do you mean white people like you? Anyway. Good shit, clay-hearted ghoul. Oh, by a fight to the death between Sneeko and Dasha on PPV. But yeah, this is good. This is a good take. And remember, all of this, the notion of like Islam being like this is straight up orientalized, nonsensical fucking bullshit. Okay? So remember that. And the other historical reasons for like these fundamentalist attitudes gaining prominence, okay? The orientalized, or not orientalist, sorry. The only reason why these like fundamentalist motherfuckers, not them, like the people that they are LARPing as, okay? The people who they think is representative of monolithic Islam are literally there in positions of power because of the fucking West. I'm losing my mind. Just funny to think about, especially as a Turkish person. It's just like extra funny to think about. I know you disagreed and ID otherwise, and that's your prerogative, but I'm always mystified why you insist that you look white. If I didn't know you're named, I'd still see you as non-white, maybe because you're German or something. Really? That's so weird to me. Like, maybe it's because I grew up in Turkey and there's no, like, there isn't that same fucking attitude, but what? What do you think? Like, what is he? Are you Benjamin Franklin, bro? Like, what the fuck? He's like, yo, you're swarthy, dog. You are often MENA-coded. You have more in common in terms of the religion with secular pseudo-Christians in the West than you do with brown kids being starved and blown to bits across the Middle East and South Asia. That's materialist analysis on God. I mean, sure. How is it like that all these influencers that are being converted to Wahhabi Gulf Islam are sponsored by Gulf states and sheiks? They do get that too. That's another part of it. You never post on Clay de Ghoul. I don't know how to fucking read that. Apparently, it was handed. This is so sad to see. We all love the K, and whatever the fuck is happening right now is so disappointing. Just turn the account into a museum. You're going to quit. Apparently, it was handed over to someone named Clay-Hearted Ghoul. Someone. What? Chat, why are you doing this? I don't need to know all this, man. I don't need to know all this. I don't need to know all this. I don't need to know all this. Stop. That's insane. Are you still going to mosque? No, dude. No, I'm not. Suicided. S-worded. Suicide. I think is what they're saying. Or suspended? No. I don't know. I don't even care. I don't even care. I don't even care. I don't even care. I don't even care. I don't even care. I don't even care. Stop. Stop. Suspended? That's it? Spotted? I don't fucking know. Why? Why are you Stop trying to make sense of it. What is this?
Oh, damn. Okay, and that's a 0.
Guy has a nice bag, too. Look at his bag.
Alright. Yo, give us a spin, man. Don't make us fucking work for it. Yo, what is this, man?
Once you walk up there, do a 360.
Yeah, don't... Wait. This looks like my RP character because of the bag and whatnot. It's okay overall. Small head. Looks like Hassan type head. 3.
Fucking
It's
asshole.
still too basic for me. I like the hairstyle though. I'll give you a 4.
This is Hassan if you decide to become a banker. Alright, next up.
Fucking Hassan, small head though. What is this, Piggy?
Iowa against the city of Newton and its police department. The court documents allege Gallinari.
Look at how big this one is, dude. Yo! He's oinking.
Civil rights were violated, and
Oh
that
my
the
God.
department is guilty of false arrest. Long
Oh my god. Chat, what happens, Chef, if somebody robs a house and starts running behind the defenses? How does this guy follow? Well, I don't want to be rude. I just, guys, I'm not even being rude, okay? I just feel like, overall, shouldn't there be, like, certain physical standards to maintain in the police? Otherwise, you're kind of like a liability, aren't you not? Like,
Wow. Wow, he's being ableist, dude. Listen, piggies can get to that size. He ain't catching nobody. Nope. This one's taking the blue ribbon at the county fair. Oh, 100%. Oh, 100%. That is a prize-winning hog. I will not be watching the philosophy of One Piece, the Wisecrack video, because I don't want spoilers, okay? I'm not caught up in One Piece. I'm not gonna fucking watch it. You want me to watch the fucking philosophy of One Piece, which probably has spoilers in it. Stop. Blue Ribbon Lives Matter. I wanted to watch this. TikTok hates your relationship. RDC did a politics thing.
Yeah, what's up? Okay, so what's the situation with the trains derailing and all the hazardous materials being leaked everywhere? What's that about?
Bro, I was just saying, man, Quantum Man, that mud didn't even hit like that.
Oh, bro, don't tell me that, man.
Bro,
How?
I swear to God.
But they got Kane, though.
I know, but it's just not Thanos, though. Like,
What is Jonathan Majors, though?
I
He
know.
ain't really mid. You seen Lovecraft?
Yeah, I know, bro. It really, I don't know, bro. It's just different, bro.
Oh,
yeah, you
come
talking
on,
about
man.
trains and shit, man. Marvel's a train wreck, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man, I gotta go. Oh, this shit pissed me off, bro. Bro, see that?
Oh, there he is. Hey, Mark. Hey, what's up with all these UFO sightings and y'all blowing them down? Because this is serious and we need an answer right now.
Where's Gunna at?
Where is Gunna?
That's what I'm saying. Like, where did he go?
Man, that's a great question. I don't know.
Oh, it was a fake sighting him at the mall and shit. Like, I've been looking for him, bro. Bro, you know when you be jamming. I'm finna jam Gunna right
I'm
now,
about
bro.
to jam him too,
That's what I'm
man.
saying,
They call
bro.
him a snitch and all that. They don't even know the full story
You
like
can't
that.
just call people snitches. Wait until Young Thug answer it, bro.
Bro, I'm saying, bro, you take it easy, man.
You too.
Bro, Gunna, bro, I love Gunna, man. Let me go think about that. Hey! All right, we're done with this. You've been ducking and dodging all our questions. We don't want to hear about Ant-Man. We don't want to hear about Gunna. Man, you need to answer our questions. Why is America falling apart? Or why is America doing nothing about it? Say something, man. Answer.
How is Cobb coming up with something different every day on the street?
No way, man. I didn't think he was going to make it this far, but hey, hats off to that nigga.
No, for real, he's talented as fuck. How is he doing it?
I don't know,
Every
bro.
episode, it's like a goddamn cartoon or something. Hey, that shit was funny as fuck. I'm saying, I'm honestly gonna watch it right now, y'all.
Yeah, bro, hey, man, you take it easy.
Man, dog. Y'all go watch it. Y'all watch it.
Yes, hey, you stay up, though.
He holding America together. Y'all talking about America? He holding them together.
That's a great one. That's a good one. Okay, there's so much good content. Okay, we got the new cut. I'm not gonna do the American fascism and groomer panic. I want to watch this. What are we doing to white people shit?
What are we doing to white people?
This has 3.4 million views. It's from 1 month ago. I don't know what's going on here, but like I'm already worried.
For a while now, that we're being told not to notice. More to the point, that we're asking white people not only to ignore, but to accept the rising tide of racial hatred against white people.
Shut the fuck up. Is this a joke? Is this a joke? Please tell me this is a joke. Charlie Chian, I talk about the rising tide of racial hatred against white people that some people are refusing to acknowledge is happening. Yeah. Extremely my shit. Extremely my shit. Tell me how I, the white man, am oppressed. Ooh. Ooh, I love this shit, dude. Ooh. Ooh-wee. Oh, I love this. This is, oh, dude, this is so Reddit. I'm going to get banned while watching this. Okay.
In the past decade, there's been a noticeable cultural shift in what constitutes acceptable speech as it relates to white people. Back when
Wait, in the past few decades, he's like, bro, it was not acceptable to shit on white people during the civil rights era. You know what I mean? It was not. Which is really, we got to get back to that. That's what we got to get back to. You know what I mean? How many decades? What's he talking about? How old is this guy?
When I was a kid in the early 2000s, the mainstream American culture...
Oh, in the past decade. He was talking about one decade. Okay. My bad. 20-year-old, notably the generation that knows this stuff. Yeah. No, he knows. Is literally 2016 again. We are living the cycles of history within decades. I love that.
They're preached about respecting each other's differences and not seeing color. Nowadays, we say that not seeing color is racism, that you must see color. But the more I see how things are unfolding, the more...
Yes, being colorblind has always, in a society that is fundamentally white supremacist, the notion that you are colorblind is racist. Okay? You're just acting like you're like, oh, I see no color. Like, there's a laughable concept. We already know that. There's no fucking shot. Come on now. Come on. Neutrality in the face of injustice is siding with the oppressor. Say it with me, okay? Inaction in the face of inequality is siding with the oppressor. The notion that you are colorblind in a society that is racist and still has systemic racism is just basically saying there is racism, but I don't see it because I see no color. That's it. Whew. Okay.
More I'm convinced that this is wrong. Back then, saying something offhanded.
Back when, motherfucker, when you were a fetus? What does he mean back then? The fuck do you know? How old is this guy? Please. Someone tell me how old this guy is. I need to figure this out. Okay. Yeah, back then, when I was 10 years old, okay, it was a big no-no to say meanie bobini things about white people.
People were seen as not appropriate, just as it would be to say something offhanded about people of any other race. But that soon gave way to our current times, in which there exists virtually no limit to what racial minorities can and do say about white people. I believe this is the natural outgrowth of a perverse ideology that teaches us that every societal ill is the fault of white people, and that whatever prejudice acts we may inflict upon them does not constitute discrimination because we don't have the power to discriminate. And alarmingly, this is particularly pronounced in the younger generation.
Alarmingly. It's so alarming. A generation that definitely, this dude is oof. Okay. He's trying to get that Clandis grift. Yeah, I mean, listen, it's giving. We need to abolish affirmative action energy. What is it, like the Asians Against Affirmative Action lobbying group, which is like run by white dudes, but then they go and find a couple like right wing Asian guys to be like, look, see. It's the Asians that want to abolish affirmative action. Fucking owned, liberals. Oh, that's so good. Yeah, it's goofy as fuck. He's made those videos, bro. Oh, of course he's made those videos.
Let's talk about affirmative action.
That one didn't hit as hard though. Except that it didn't hit as hard as this one.
But is it true? Do we not have the power to discriminate? Well, let's see. First, let's take a
Ooh, I love this. He's gonna give us a logic game. Okay.
Look at the racial hatred at the interpersonal level. In today's society, it has become somewhat fashionable to think things and say things about and to white people that would not be acceptable if it was said about any other race.
Fucking owned. True. Whiteness is about having power. It's the in-group that has power. When Irish people were discriminated against, they were discriminated against because they were not considered to be white. When Italians were discriminated against, they were discriminated against because they were not considered white. Both of these groups have now firmly become a part of white people. So much so that Hispanics, who also have, white lineage, white ancestry, Latinos, white Hispanics, are now also considered white in the United States of America because whiteness is an ever-expanding concept, okay? The only group of people that will never be white are obviously black people. That's it. It's about proximity to power, and in a white supremacist system, it is about how far away you are from being a black person, from blackness, okay? That's how it works. Same with Jewish people, same with Polish people. Fucking go far enough, go back enough in time, and you will find that Benjamin Franklin, old Benny Boy himself, considered German people and even the Swedes, and certainly Italians and Greeks and all them, to be, he considered them to be swarthy. Okay? In the eyes of Benjamin Franklin, America was a nation built by Anglo-Saxons and some French people that he wanted to fuck. That's true. He considered French to at least be considered white or white adjacent enough because he wanted to have sexual intercourse with them. Remind yourself of this reality. Anyway, so yeah, he said these motherfuckers were swarthy. He said the Swedes and the Germans and the Italians were all swarthy and not white. This concept is completely socially defined, and that social definition comes from power and who has power. So, of course, making jokes, and I say this as a white person, okay? Making jokes about whiteness and white people do not hit the same as any other subgroup or subcategory because those other groups, especially in a white nation, okay, you're making this shit up. Oh, okay, you're making this shit up. That's crazy. Am I? Let's take a look. Man, I love, this is the part of the broadcast where I have to fucking, written by friend of the show, Matty Iglesias. Why should this is what Benjamin Franklin's thoughts are on the horrors of the U.S. being overrun by German immigrants. Why should the Palatine bulls be suffered to swarm into our settlements and by herding together establish their language and manners to the exclusion of ours? Why should Pennsylvania, founded by the English, become a colony of aliens who will shortly be so numerous as to Germanize us instead of our anglifying them, and will never adopt our language or customs any more than they can acquire our complexion? Bro, he's talking about Germans. Talking about Germans, dude. Complexion. Which leads me to add one remark, that the number of purely white people in the world is proportionably very small. All Africa is black or tawny. Asia, chiefly tawny. America, exclusive of the newcomers, wholly so. And in Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, and Swedes are generally of what we call swarthy complexion, as are the Germans also. The Saxons only expected, who with the English make the principal body of white people on the face of the earth. I could wish their numbers were increased. And while we are, I may call it, scouring our planet by clearing America of woods, cutting the tall trees, and so is making this side of our globe reflect a brighter light to the eyes of inhabitants in Mars or Venus, why should we, in the sight of superior beings, darken its people? He's saying, like, aliens from Mars are looking down at us and they're like, yo, you guys are white as fuck. I love that shit. Why should we darken that? It'll be embarrassing to, like, not the aliens that are German, but like the aliens up in space. Why increase the sons of Africa by planting them in America, where we have so fair an opportunity by excluding all blacks and tawnies of increasing the lovely white and red? But perhaps I am partial to the complexion of my country, for such kind partiality is natural to mankind. Yeah, he was smoking on that fucking, I don't know. He was smoking on that lechuga when he wrote this shit. He was on crack, okay? He also, my favorite part is like, this is just tribalism and it's natural to mankind. So understand that like the concept of whiteness, okay, by the way, from a bunch of slavers, surprising that like a bunch of homies who wanted to, do slavery and stuff and had slaves were kind of racist. That's crazy. To Germans, dog. To Germans. Now, understand something. Someone in the chat said, but he made graduation. Understand something. Okay? White and red, I think he means like Native Americans. At least he's not like full blown, like let's fucking kill every indigenous person at this point, at this venture when he's describing America. He's like, yeah, they were here. So that is not the current definition. Isn't that an old definition? No one except history PhDs thinks that's the current definition of whiteness. No one thinks that's the current definition of whiteness. That is literally the entire point of this concept. My point is, whiteness is social. It's just socially developed. That's the point. It changed throughout time. There was a time not that long ago when, like I said, Polish people were not considered white, Greek people were not considered white, Italian people were not considered white, Hispanics were certainly not considered white, but all of these groups, Jewish people were not considered white, all these groups of people were not considered white in the eyes of those who were white, okay? And now that concept is expanded. It can also shrink, right? It can also shrink in times of fascism, right? You understand? Which is precisely why when people make jokes about white people, they're making jokes about, it's the same as like making jokes about billionaires. It doesn't mean that every white person has power, okay? It does not mean that at all. But you need to understand, okay? You need to understand that when people make jokes about white people, it's the same as people making jokes about straight people. That's why it doesn't hit the same. You are making a joke about a group of individuals that have the power. Okay? That's it. There's nothing else on the article. Seems like a good time to mention Noel Ignatev's How the Irish Became White. Obviously, it's about Irish people rather than Germans, but the pattern throughout American history is striking. You get it? You understand? This guy is just trying to farm right-wing supporters. Do not be duped by this. Okay? Reverse racism represents the denial of the historical and contemporary reality of racial discrimination and denies the existence of white privilege. Where does it manifest from? It's trauma and history. Exactly. Poor whites do exist. Yes, they do. But they are not discriminated against on the virtue of being white. They are discriminated against on the virtue of being poor, which is why I, as a leftist, constantly talk about class politics. Okay? Nobody shits on you for being white. You are not like being denied a job. You are not being prosecuted by the police more often than other groups because you're white. You're being prosecuted by the police or persecuted by the police because you're poor, because you live in the bad neighborhood. Okay? That's the difference. This is not something you even have to think about. And in most instances, something that you will never be able to comprehend unless you have a diverse group of friends who you respect and value, who will tell you what it's like. Not to do too much like standpoint theory, bodies and spaces type shit, but it ultimately is true. It's hard to develop empathy, okay? It's hard to develop empathy if you are relatively privileged in this regard. Okay? That's why there is such a thing as black culture that you can associate with, and it's more tangible. Whereas there is no such thing as white culture other than like people making jokes. Now, let me explain to you what I mean by that. Black culture is born out of the intergenerational struggle of chattel slavery, because black people in this country had to make up their own culture. Okay? Because they were ripped away from their homes, robbed of their identity, robbed of their language, robbed of their lineage, robbed of their culture, and were forced into slavery. I'm talking rape, death, execution, servitude. And through that process, they were forced, because they can't be cultureless, okay? They were forced to develop an identity, a united identity. That's why there is such a thing as black culture, but there's no such thing as white culture other than like putting raisins in potato salad or whatever the fuck people joke about. That's why most white people can trace back their ancestry, which is not a luxury afforded to African descended slaves in this country. They can't. Okay? That difference is, no matter which way you cut it, a very significant difference. Okay? That's why the jokes don't hit the same. That's why one can be considered jokes. So when you turn around and say, oh man, anti-white discrimination is at an all-time high, you're just being fucking annoying. Because there's another part of this process. Everyone likes to make jokes. Everyone wants humor in their lives. And we got to make fun of somebody. So why the fuck are you crying about making fun of a group of individuals, which, by the way, most of the time it's white people making fun of white people, okay? That is the other part of this process, too. Like, why are you crying about, like, the one group of people that is appropriate to make fun of, acceptable to make fun of? It's about punching up.
And we're being taught that this double standard is not wrong, that it is rather a form of empowerment. They'll attribute negative experiences that they've had with white people to their whiteness. You had an argument in line at the grocery store with a white person?
White people do have culture. When you say something like that, white people don't have culture, you assert the white supremacist idea that white is the default. White is the default, because the default is whoever is in power. And this country was fundamentally built by white supremacists with white supremacist ideas. The society was designed around uplifting, upholding a structure of white supremacy, which is precisely the reason why white people don't have a culture. There is no collective white culture other than fucking jokes and like pointing to not being able to dance, lol, or raisins and potato salad, Old Navy sales, kissing your dog on the lips. Okay? Do you understand? It's a ridiculous thing to say. White people don't have culture. Italians have culture. Greeks have culture. English people have... Okay, maybe not English people. German people have some kind of culture. Everybody has culture, but it's not on the basis of whiteness. It's on the basis of being not English and everyone else instead. Yeah, there's Irish culture, Greek culture, but it's not white culture. Let's continue.
They were acting entitled because they were white. A white driver cut you off when you were driving. They need to check their white privilege.
That's not how this goes. Now we're moving on the straw man. Okay, let's go. Oh, I got blindsided by a white guy. That's white privilege. Shut the fuck up, bro. Shut up. Shut up.
Your actions, your conduct, and your existence, in other words, boil down to your whiteness. And ashamedly, at one point in time, this was how I used to think as well. And beyond the people in my circle.
Oh, he's a reformed. He's a reformed. Let me guess. Left-wing extremist, like someone was saying in the chat. He's a reformed left-wing extremist who probably personally completely misunderstood what progressivism was about and realized, that this is a better grift to jump onto.
Well, I noticed that many people of color have this sort of blasé attitude, an attitude most particularly pronounced when there are no other white people around. Things are being said not just behind closed doors, but out in the open. Not just between close friends, but between complete strangers. So here's the thing. This is something that I've experienced countless times, so I know that...
Okay, first of all, motherfucker, sorry to say this. I'm white, okay, at least white enough, right? You're Asian. I'm going to keep it $1.50 with you. You have no fucking clue how racist white people get when they don't think there's anyone that's non-white around, okay? So shut the fuck up. Straight up. I'll say it exactly like it is. You have no fucking idea, okay? You were just, oh my God. He said, oh, non-white people get real racist when white people aren't around. No, okay? As someone who's been around non-white spaces, predominantly non-white spaces, someone who's been in very white spaces, I can tell you with a certainty, one group of people don't say a lot of shit in public that they definitely feel comfortable saying behind closed doors or under the guise of anonymity, like in an Xbox lobby or something, like a COD lobby. Okay? Let me say that. That's number one. Number two, non-white people say shit all the time around white people, and it's especially the same shit that they say that when they're not around white people. Okay? Straight up. Because non-white people do not consider anti-white sentiment to be completely unacceptable, inappropriate, an abhorrent, form of bigotry for the reasons that I just explained. Okay? That's it. That's the reality of the matter.
But there are other people who are experiencing it too. I know it must resonate with at least some of you. The difficulty here is that no matter how many anecdotes I share, they are just that, anecdotes. And people who refuse to believe that this is happening will just chalk it up to my experiences being a fluke. Or worse yet, they'll say I'm lying. So I've compiled some TikTok videos.
Oh, dude, I love this. My man was like, guys, this is going to be a fucking evidence-free video, okay? I ain't got no evidence for what I'm talking about. Plenty of people have written about this matter. Plenty of people, like an insane amount of people from sociologists, anthropologists, like literally every facet of the fucking social scientist has had something to say about this very specific content, this very specific thing that he's talking about. But of course, those are books, and books are fucking gay, which is why instead I'm going to show you anecdotes from fucking TikTok of some unhinged fucking Zoomers saying some idiotic bullshit and then make it seem like that's what everyone is doing. And this is what everyone's fucking perspective is. Oh, shut the fuck up, bitch. Oh my God, this is triggering the fuck out of me. We are 2 minutes and 35 seconds into this video. I'm losing my fucking mind. Whoo! Okay. Oddsy has a clip of you in the video. I'm going to say 60-40 odds. No, probably not. Now, there is one element that I have to contend with here, okay? Having said all that I said about white people, whiteness as a concept, about proximity to power, being in the in-group, all of that stuff, are there still marginalized people, non-white people that say dumb shit sometimes? Of course there are, okay? Do some people sometimes take it too far? Of course. We're all human. And being a fucking dumbass is a fundamental part of being a human. Does this mean that, like, everyone that's non-white is like this? Of course not. But of course, every single time, motherfuckers who want to make reactionary content are going to use those extreme examples to say, this is the norm. This is the norm. Because the goal here is to just cut propaganda.
I want you to take a look at the things that are being said about white people, especially by the younger generation, the kind of statements people wouldn't dare say about people of any other race. Take a look at what is stunningly in vogue in today's society and ask yourselves, where does this lead to years down the line?
You have a token white and you're hanging out with your friend group of color, you need to ask permission from everybody in the group to bring your white friend. Like, don't just...
Okay. Fucking Zoomers, man. What the fuck? Okay, listen, dude. They're on TikTok. These are people on TikTok. Please. Every single TikTok that motherfuckers point to with respect to, like, politics and political concepts and political ideas can be solved with one color. Green, the color of grass. Touching it, but also the color green, like the $5 green that you will spend at the top of the hour to avoid the 3-minute ad break. That's right, because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get one free Prime subscription a month. Or you can get gifted a sub. Maddie Coates, thank you for the 20 gifted subs, allowing 20 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. I fucking hate using TikToks as a substitute for how real human beings are, when everyone on TikTok is mentally ill. Okay? Everyone on Twitter is mentally ill. Why do I know this? Because I'm mentally ill and I'm on both of these fucking platforms. Shut the fuck up. In the real world, where people are actually, developing interpersonal relationships, communicating with one another, if someone behaves this way, you go, dog, that's crazy. You're a crazy person. Stop being crazy. And you move on. Okay? 400K views, though, I think people severely misunderstand how many psychotic people exist on the fucking planet. Okay? This person got Omega Rose for this take, by the way. Of course they did. Of course. Not even half. The majority, the overwhelming majority of fucking views that are on this video are probably to dunk on him. Okay? That's it. Bro, if you're as mentally as these people, why would we listen to you? Because I'm the fucking whisperer, dude. Okay? I'm the normal whisperer for you. I'm teaching you how to be fucking normal.
Just bring them. I might not be in the mood to deal with white shenanigans that day. That's all I'm saying. And another thing, it feeds into their ego. Like, don't let them think they're a good white person.
Accomplices ask.
Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, this shit is like, this is rage bait. This is rage bait. This is rage bait. This is not even a psyop, okay? This is just fucking rage bait. Non-white people have the capacity to be fucking just as mentally ill as white people, just as mentally ill as everyone else. And one fundamental thing that I absolutely fucking despise that leftists do, which we've talked about a lot on this broadcast. If you've been watching me for a long time, you fucking know this. She's a Black Hammer member? Shut the fuck up. Are you serious? Bro, she's in a fucking cult. Stop. It's like pointing to a fucking, oh my God. That video is literally like pointing to some fucking Utah LDS psycho with like 11 wives. All of them are his daughters, and going, this is how every white person is. This is how every conservative white person is like. We got to stop this shit. Okay? No. Well, you don't do that because white is the default. So you have an understanding that like whiteness is not a monolithic concept. Black Hammer is a fucking psychotic group of people that like murdered, raped people. The fucking leader is in jail right now. We're not gonna get into that. I used to watch and make fun of them a lot, but they're out of their fucking minds. Oh, anyway, before the the Black Hammer shit, what was I gonna say? God damn it. Okay. Before the Black Hammer shit, what the fuck was I gonna say? The point I was gonna make is that, yeah, this is just. Didn't you watch the video about the next guy?
Think they're a good white person.
And
oh, here.
How can they support Black and Indigenous people of color? And sometimes I really don't know what to say, but here's one easy way: just don't have babies.
Can single.
The thing that leftists do that annoy me. Okay, I was saying that I hate leftists. Oh, I mean, I don't hate leftists, obviously. I myself am one. Well, I guess there's nothing more leftist than hating other leftists. Okay, listen to me. Listen to me. One thing that people do all the fucking time. Hey, Chris Next Door, what's good? Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Chris. I made fun of Rage's knee, by the way, and I might be cooked. I might be decommissioned for the next year, probably. Yeah, that's right. Anyway, that's irrelevant. That's not the point that we were making. Okay. The thing that I hate about the thing that leftists do that I fucking hate is that oftentimes, as long as you adorn the aesthetics of the left, if you're using progressive words, you can make any kind of narcissistic, selfish ask come across like it's actually advocacy for progressive causes. Like, no, the fuck, it doesn't work that way, okay? It's just virtue signaling. There is truth to that sentiment. And what a lot of people do is exactly that, because they get either a lot of support from other, sometimes well-intentioned, sometimes equally narcissistic dumbasses, or they get a lot of fucking haters, which translates to them as people paying attention to them. Okay? So the moment that people fucking recognize that, like, oh, this is something that, you know, gets me attention, I'm going to do it over and over again. It's just, it is what it is. You have to have unflinching confidence in the genuine moral compass you have. Okay? It's not just about, like, feeling good or being accepted by marginalized groups or communities, okay? And having them think you're cool. It's about genuine emancipation, okay? It's about a genuine interest in helping others. That's what being a progressive is about. That's what being a leftist is about. And it has to be unshakable, unflinching. What a lot of these other dudes are doing is just bullshit, okay? They're just being narcissistic. The Kellogg strike tweet comes to mind immediately. The person, the disability activist coming out and being like, everyone is asking me to, like, not cross the picket line, but I have a food sensory disorder, and therefore the only thing I can have is Kellogg Frosted Flakes. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. You think there aren't disabled people that are fucking working at the Kellogg's factory that's currently picketing? Shut the fuck up. You're just selfish. You just wanted people to pay attention to you. Okay? Shut up. Anyway, just don't post it. You're not doing that because you have a genuine interest in, like, helping other people. You just want other people to just hear your voice, your perspective, because you are an American and you think your voice matters. When in the grand scheme of things, it does not. It doesn't matter. You're irrelevant. The person in the clip is a literal troll that this guy took seriously. This one
caused the white genocide that they are so afraid of. With 2.25 billion Asian women and 500 million white men, baby, it'll only take 2 generations. In 2 generations, there will no longer be any blonde-haired.
These are some things I noticed.
Wait, that's a great... Wait. So I don't know if this is satire or not, but, like, hold up. This is a great example. There's a PragerU logo in this, by the way. Kind of sus that this guy found a PragerU video to use in what he was talking about. But hold on. Let me explain something. What? That's a Nazi? No, that's not a Nazi. She's making a joke about how there are more Asian women than there are white women, right? And then she says, white genocide. We can make it happen if we wanted to by what? Fucking white people. That's what she's saying. That's not how genocide works, you fucking idiots. There is no such thing. There's no genocide. It's not like the Nazis were like, yo, let's do the Holocaust by having consensual sexual intercourse with Jewish people, okay? That's a fucking genocide. That's real genocide. White people, or whoever fucking considers themselves to be fucking white, literally are so privileged that they think it's genocide when you literally have sex with people of different fucking races, and motherfuckers still don't understand how this is a laughable concept. There you go. You already broke the fucking code, dumbass, by putting this video in there. This is very clearly a satirical video. When people say great replacement is happening and white genocide is happening, it's laughable. It's a silly notion. That's why I make fun of it all the fucking time, because it's not a real concept. It has never happened in the history of mankind, and it won't fucking happen. It will, or if it did happen somehow, and like this, Wakanda took over because Killmonger was actually right all along and like literally did the things that he was supposed to be doing instead of fucking, I don't know, dying or building a fucking, what was it, like a community support building in Inglewood. Instead of doing that, if there was like an actual fucking white genocide that happened, it certainly wouldn't be on the terms of like having consensual intercourse with white people in order to breed out white people out of existence. Okay? Australia did it with their native people. Yeah, except Australia didn't do it under normal consensual conditions. When white people have done it to indigenous populations, they have literally done it forcibly. That's the difference. Do you understand? Stealing native children, indigenous children from their families and re-educating them and then forcibly breeding them is not the same as what white genocide is. That was rape, okay? The coercion and the theft of children is what is unethical in that situation, and the non-consensual sex that is unethical in that situation. Do you understand the difference? Let's continue.
There will no longer be any blonde-haired.
These are some things I noticed about white American culture. Being grounded is a punishment to them. That's what they call punishment. The least grounded, least balanced, most destructive race considers being grounded a punishment? Yeah. They also say really violent phrases. They say things like, kill two birds with one stone. Why do we have to?
Bro, this has 2,400 likes, dog. You've given this more fucking air than anything else. It's just cringe. Like, who cares? Who cares? Once again, just fucking cringe. It goes back to the same point that I made over and over again. This is not indicative of anything except for this person being individually cringe. Okay? She's just a lib. She's just a liberal. That's it. Oh my God. Like, yeah, all this is cringe, but the host of this video is no less cringe. The host of this video is even more cringe. Are you kidding me? There's nothing more cringe than a fucking pick me ass, oh my God, white people are under attack ass dude, okay? There's nothing more cringe than that. It's laughable when a white person makes this argument. It's extra laughable when a non-white person makes this argument because there's an additional level of like self-hatred that is baked within it where you're like, please accept me. Please accept me. Thinking that you're doing something fucking honorable and just. It is so stupid. And this is what people will never fucking understand. It's not like I'm like, oh, I really want to say slurs against white people and I have to defend it. Like, I don't have to defend anything, okay? Suck my dick. What I want to do is help people understand something that many of you in this community understand and something that many normal people also kind of understand too. Okay, what up, Blau? Hey, I'm white people. That's me. See, typical white person behavior. Immediately, he's like, oh, I'm white. Look at me. Look at me. Got to stand out in the crowd. We see how it is, Blau.
Kill the birds. Why is everything so violent? It's almost like one's language and phrases reflects one's nature.
So that new Jeffrey Dahmer movie on Netflix is the perfect example of the sensationalization of white violence. People have a much easier time sympathizing with white criminals than they do with black victims. People think these shows are harmless, but they actually contribute to a much bigger issue. It contributes to the viewpoint that white people are less violent than everyone else, and white violence is something to be consumed in media, and that's...
Wait, low-key, like, it's not even... This one's not even that bad. What the fuck? Wait, what? Why... Like, I mean, there is a sentiment that, I mean, I don't know. Maybe she shouldn't have cooked too hard, but like the first part of that was correct. Like Jeffrey Dahmer got away with it for because of who his victims were. Okay, she's right. Imagine a Dahmer style show about Osama bin Laden. Yeah, I mean, he was 6'7". I'm just saying. That's like, if you ask the incels, that's all you need to be to be considered hot. You know what I mean? Also, I would definitely watch that show. Write that down. Exactly. That seems fucking kind of fire. But that's just me, I guess. But I would like to know, especially if they talk about like, who funded Osama bin Laden originally. And no, I'm not talking about the Saudi kingdom, even though they funded him too. But I'm also talking about the American government, baby. Anyway, what are we talking about? Let's get back to the video.
What is with Caucasian people and like their inability to like read a fucking room? Like, y'all act like you don't understand shit because y'all be the first ones during a conversation about the Holocaust to get so mad when black people be like, you do realize that the original Jewish people were black, right? White people do not need to explain to anybody about us all bleeding red because, baby, you all are the people that need to learn that lesson. Clearly, history shows that.
This is going to so many different places. Like, it just like, oh my God, TikTok is like fucking ruined entire generations' brains, dude. It's just, oh my God, I don't even know how to unpack this one. Again, fucking ridiculous, okay? Again, starts off cooking, then turns around. Starts off cooking, then turns around and says, like, black people are the original Jews or whatever. I don't even fucking understand. I mean, I know where it's coming from, where that sentiment's coming from. Unfortunately, all too common. TikTok has rotted everyone's fucking brains. This was you 9 weeks ago? What? You think 9 weeks ago I was saying that, like, black people were the original Jews? Is that what? What? Are you okay? Also, what a specific number. Like, he didn't even hit, like, a couple months ago. He just said, like, straight 9 weeks ago. Like, he knows. He has the exact date of when I was advocating for this stuff. Anyway.
You all are the people that like to pillage and eradicate, enslave and oppress, attempt to suppress greatness because you all simply don't have it.
Right? Here go y'all cum goblins who don't even live in the fucking city.
Okay, immediately, when that fucking music plays in the background, I'm already out. I'm already checked out. I've never watched a TikTok with that music in the background where the person is making good points, okay? Also, she said cum goblins, pretty funny. All right, anyway. I can't be the only one. As a white person, when I hear this, like, I don't understand. Like, it doesn't even, how do you let this get to you? Like, how weak of a person are you that you're like, oh my God, she said cum goblins, like she's talking about me. Like, what the fuck? No, straight up, like, what the fuck's wrong with you? How fucking fragile are you? I mean, seriously. Like, this community is mostly white. I doubt that when they watch something like this, they go, oh my God, I am so upset. I'm so upset right now. It's crazy.
By the way, the Q-tip people are the last ones to ever talk about somebody stealing
Q-tip
anything.
people.
Y'all wouldn't be in this country had it not been for y'all stealing it.
Okay, that was not wrong. True.
So y'all are more focused on people looting and trying to get necessities and things that they need. And yes, a
True.
TV is a fucking necessity thing. You feel like you're better than...
I mean, TV, you can sell it, and then you can buy necessities.
Because
okay.
people are out here stealing, and you would never. First of all, if you are a Mayo monster, that is how your ancestors got everything, from stealing. People are.
And that's a behavior that's very common among white women. You may have not intended that, but there are many white women who act exactly like you.
If you can find it in your heart this holiday season to donate to the Discriminated White Fund, you'd be helping millions.
Nothing says high protein like cicadas and cheese. Make sure you...
And nothing says caucasity like that right there.
What caucasity looks like. Roaming Asian grocery stores like it's an amusement park.
Oh my God. Bro, these are people trying to make jokes. These are people trying to make jokes, okay? They're sometimes hitting, sometimes missing. If you think that this is like decent cultural analysis, you are no different than the fucking annoying liberals that constantly chirp at everything, okay? That's it. The entire white identitarian movement can be reduced to the same fundamental principle of being the most annoying motherfucker in any room, okay? It's no different. Except there is one main difference. The one major difference is that in many instances, at least the rad libs, albeit are really fucking annoying, take it too far, who gives a shit, are usually correct with their historical interpretation of oppression, okay? At least they figured that part out. They're still fucking annoying when they're like, oh my God, I can't believe, like there was a moment yesterday when Jeff, I'm going to fucking, I'm going to leak, when Jeff was cutting my hair, I'm going to leak a part of this. The video is not out yet. But when he was cutting my hair, Okay? He had a bit where he was going to act like he was a Chinese spy. And he learned Mandarin. He learned Mandarin phrases specifically to say. And he actually did a really good job. And it was shocking. And he's like, you think people will think that's racist? I'm like, motherfucker, you learned Mandarin. Like, that's insane. Speaking a different language is not racist. Like, you learned to say words in a different language. Why the fuck would that be racist? And some people will probably consider that to be xenophobic or racist in general. But it's like, who cares? Who cares? That's just speaking a different language. Like, that's this attitude that permeates in certain rad-lib circles where it's like, you know, trying to speak a different language or trying to learn a new language. I don't know. Seems kind of fucked up, Sweaty. It's appropriation of language. It's like, yeah, shut up. You're a fucking idiot. No one cares. Shut the fuck up. Yeah. Guess Jake and Bake's the most racist man in the world by the sentiment? Exactly. Exactly. There are hypersensitive people in every community. This motherfucker is literally being hypersensitive for white people right now. That's the point. It's just like the internet has robbed people's brain cells, dude. What remaining shred of fucking brain cells the motherfuckers had, it's gone. It's so stupid.
Explain to me why white people don't wear shoes outdoor, but wear shoes inside.
Okay, that's actually a good point. Wait, what the fuck? Yeah. What? No, that was facts. What's up with that? No, literally. It's gross to not wear shoes outside. And it's kind of weird when people are always wearing shoes indoors. I agree. What the fuck? That was actually very good. That is a very... What? This guy's just making points now. He's just showing the actual facts in between a sea of fucking cringe.
You're both white women.
That's funny too. What do you mean? Why, dude? If you get triggered by this, you're ridiculous. Okay. Now I know the point that this guy is making originally. Holy fuck! How long is this? Okay, I'm gonna skip through some of this shit. I can't watch all this. It's like way too fucking long, right? What is this? All right. Well, we'll watch a couple more.
I hate being white. Yeah, which means I'm one of the good ones.
Wait, that's funny as fuck. He's literally making a joke. I hate being a straight white guy, and that's interesting. That's a good joke. That's on your side. That's literally... What the fuck? Did this guy just keyword search white or something? That's not serious, you fucking idiot. That's literally the joke. The joke is that, like, white people love talking about how they're not straight. They hate being straight white guys in an effort to do the most bottom-of-the-barrel activism, what they think is bottom-of-the-barrel activism, which literally would ostensibly be on the more critical side. Oh my God, this guy's so fucking... Oh, Jesus. Okay. I get what's going on. Never mind. He's just like, again, a humorless Zoomer who literally just is like, no jokes. No jokes allowed, please. I do not want jokes. Not on my watch. Please, sir, do not make jokes on my watch. Jokes are bourgeois decadence. Jokes are actually fucking unacceptable. Not allowed. There you go. You think that guy's fucking serious, you idiot? He's literally making a joke about how white people love acting like they hate being white so they can so they feel like there's brownie points. What the fuck? God, I hate these motherfuckers. I hate these humorless motherfuckers. His point is that jokes aren't jokes because they hurt feelings. Literally the whole video. I know. This is the most insane part about this is that the very same thing that like people used to criticize radlibs about because they always considered like your commodity consumption or your cultural consumption to be a marker of whether you're a good person or a bad person. These guys are doing the same shit, but now for white people. At least when the radlibs were doing it, they were doing it at the behest of like people of color, supposedly, right? Usually not for any genuine need or interest in emancipation, but because they just want to fucking get clout. They want to get likes, all this other shit, okay? But at least they were still kind of correct on their historical interpretation, okay? It's like, what do I always say? Justifiable anger, but misdirected, all right? Now this guy is just doing the exact opposite, but for white people, it's just so silly. It's so stupid. Holy fuck.
All white people are inherently racist.
Yes.
Can you be racist against white people?
Based off of the definition of racism, yes, but it's not gonna hurt them and hurt their opportunities like it does people of color.
Facts. Okay, got it. True. You want to know why you can't do this about other marginalized groups? Because there's historical and contemporary oppression associated with being from one of those groups. And now if you turn around and say, hey, man, what about a fucking white homeless guy? Yeah, I know. Exactly. That white homeless guy is not oppressed because he's white. That homeless guy is oppressed because he's homeless, okay? You can, as a white person, be oppressed, marginalized for other forms that are on the intersectionality checklist, okay? Most importantly, class, right? Your class position is how you can be oppressed as a working class person, but it's never because you're white.
While technically you can, it's not like an issue. You can oppress the oppressor.
It helps you sleep at night. I'm racist to white people, and I'm proud of it.
Why do people not understand that you can't be racist to white people? It's impossible. The system is not set up that way. You can insult white people, but it is not racism. Me calling a white person a tub of mayonnaise and a flower-looking ass, that's not racism.
You went all the way to Africa to physically take black people from their homes.
Okay, I'm done. Oh, Zoomers are so fucking cringe. All right, let's get back to this cringe Zoomer who thinks he's making points.
That and chalk it up to the
Easy, and you're still saying no? Fuck you.
Some people look at that and chalk it up to the grumblings of the powerless. That's the idea that when you have a power disparity, the less powerful sort of has this general society given leeway to complain about the more powerful. The villagers complaining about their king doesn't have the same ring as the king making snide and crude comments about the villagers. But that's not what's going on here. Because although certain segments of our society...
No, that's it. That's reductive, but that is kind of what's going on. Yeah, no. It's literally reductive. That is the most reductive way you can make that argument, but it is kind of like that, yes. It's people from otherwise marginalized backgrounds making fun of a group of individuals that have power, okay? On the virtue of the one element where they are supposed to have some form of privilege. That's it. And privilege in this regard doesn't mean you automatically are born with more money or some shit, even though statistically speaking, you sometimes are, okay? It just means you have the privilege to not think about all the other additional forms of oppression and struggle that other marginalized communities have to go through on top of the same struggles that you go through. But that's why I always advocate that we are united in one struggle, and that is class struggle, okay? Holy fuck. I hate reactionary politics. It's so stupid. It's so divisive for no fucking reason. Stop spamming me want the punani in the fucking chat. I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. I'm going to make this video. I'm going to turn this into a YouTube video. Clearly, this is a very good video for me to fucking address point by point. I'm sorry that you're fucking annoying... Your annoying Zoomer brains are bored from listening to the same arguments over and over again. Shut the fuck up, buckle up, and enjoy the goddamn ride, okay?
Believe this, even as evidence mount before our very eyes, in one side of the political aisle, people of color actually have greater power than white people. What? That is the truth that is not being acknowledged by the people that need to hear it, because this gets in the way of them wielding that power in the way they want.
Bro, I swear to God, I mean, here, this is the thought experiment. If you were allowed to literally fucking enslave white people for 400 years, okay, then we could have this conversation. You know what I mean? But I wouldn't want that. I'm white, and I would not want that. I'm going to be honest with you. I like the way things currently are, okay? If you robbed white continents, predominantly white continents, whatever you want to call it, of all of its wealth, and kept these continents specifically underdeveloped, if you robbed white people from their homes, destroyed their cultural background, destroyed their ethnic identities, destroyed their language, and forced them into slavery, a lifetime of slavery, treated them as less than human, then you could make a comparison to these, to this situation. But that's never happened, and it's not going to happen. Our Northern European white asses used to be murdered by Swedes, Russians, and captured by Arabs. Fuck you, oppressors. Arabs said child concubines from Nordic countries, Arab slave trade, least racist Nordic motherfucker over here, dude. Holy shit, dude. Oh my God. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, dude. I'm so sorry. I apologize for the Arab slave trade, I guess. It's literally like shitting on the monarchy. You cannot hurt them with their words ever. Exactly.
Malignantly. I've heard from somewhere that politics is downstream of culture, and I think that is certainly correct. We have a mainstream culture that tells us it's okay to hold.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. No, this is completely irrelevant. It's complete powerlessness. When a, you know, queer black Zoomer on TikTok chirps at you, your life fundamentally does not change, okay? Like, there is nothing here. It's such a sea of nothingness that your terminally online ass had to fucking go and make a compilation of TikTok videos, some of which don't even fit the narrative that you were actually going for, okay? That's it. This is all it is. It's just people chirping. And that chirping comes from a collective recognition of powerlessness in the face of systemic oppression, okay? That's it. That's all it is. It's just people being meanie bobinis, okay? Please, stop fucking complaining and crying about this shit. Oh my fucking Lord.
Hold prejudice and hateful view of white people, and our politics is then infused with this energy, and we see active, overt, and on-the-books racial discrimination of white people that those who are perpetuating this hatred is refusing to see as discrimination. They'll say, no, no, no, this is remediation.
Bro, you think that's remediation for chattel slavery? You think that's remediation for colonial oppression? Are you out of your fucking mind? You're Asian, dog. You're speaking English right now. Why are you, an Asian man living in the United States of America, speaking English? Think about that for like 3.5 seconds, and you will probably understand how this isn't fucking remediation. You absolute fucking idiot. What the fuck is he saying? Bro, this blows my mind, dude. It blows my fucking mind, dude. No, seriously. It doesn't make any sense. Like, I'm Turkish. Why am I speaking perfect English, dog? Why do I know what Kim Possible is? Why? Why do I know that? Why did I grow up on the fucking Disney Channel? And it's even funnier because, like, you know, as a Turkish person, it's not like I was victim of, like, you know, a colonial superpower robbing me of my identity and instilling their own fucking mode of existence upon my lifestyle choices, okay? And yet cultural imperialism is still prominent. And I don't even have a problem with that. I'm an Ameribu, whatever. Who gives a fuck? That's so funny, though, that this dude is literally in America speaking the white man's language, talking about remediation. Chirping on TikTok is not remediation, dumbass. It's just chirping on TikTok. This shit blows my mind. It's just a video that you made about people being mean to white people, okay? You can cut a video like this about anything on the internet, especially because, you know, everyone has a camera phone and everyone loves fucking posting videos of themselves being unhinged. That's it. Like, there is no remediation for chattel slavery because, you know, black people say cracker sometimes. Like, if you think that's remediation, that's insane. That's a laughable notion, right? Holy fuck.
These are the same people who are making tenuous arguments that some of
yeah,
our
he's simping and white knighting for white people is crazy.
Race-neutral laws discriminate against people of color. And this is certainly evidence that in one side of the political aisle, people of color have more power than white people. Because if we didn't have the power, we wouldn't be able to put into place practices and policies that does this. That's what power is. Things like
yeah, dude. Yeah. Getting affirmative action as a band-aid for like historically redlining black communities and utilizing the police force like an occupying force and making sure that black communities are permanently underserved so they can go directly from school to prison in the school to prison pipeline is actually completely solved by doing affirmative action. That's crazy. Like that shows real power, dude. Real power is when like one black kid gets to get into Harvard. That's how this works. Straight up. No. We live in a fucking country that has whitewashed its genocidal, colonial, exploitative history And that's what black children learn in their fucking schools too, by the way. So much so that that anti-blackness is internalized even within black people. And this motherfucker's talking about remediation because like some fucking random dumbass Zoomer on TikTok was like, white people eat mayonnaise a certain way. And it's like, what the fuck? This is the worst thing that could have ever happened. Look at the power they have. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Furious Minneapolis Teachers Union negotiates clause requiring white educators to be laid off first, regardless of seniority, to make up a rule for past discriminations. 0% chance that this is fucking real, okay? 0% chance that this is a genuine a genuine thing. It's probably bastardized, okay?
This local government agreeing to a contract with the
And even then, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't fucking mean anything. This is not power, okay? A new Minneapolis teachers contract is a center of debate over diversity. Minneapolis School District, which, by the way, most likely, high percentage of black students, okay? A provision in the new teachers contract in Minneapolis is now at the center of debate over diversity and seniority. The new contract is a clause designed to protect teachers of color from seniority-based layoffs. Teachers overwhelmingly approved the contract last spring, but conservative groups have filed a lawsuit saying the measure discriminates against white teachers. What? Why are we not talking about how Trump went to Ohio and Biden went to Ukraine? What's the motive? I did talk about that already. The new contract says that they may go outside the order to avoid layoffs to a teacher who is a member of a population that is underrepresented. There you go. Yes. The black district, and they want to make sure that like a population of black teachers is still there. So that's it. It's always treated like a zero-sum game. They make it seem like, they always make it seem like trying to ensure that black children, okay, trying to ensure that black children have black teachers, okay, in an effort to foster their educational opportunities, is like anti-white in some way. It's so stupid. The comments on this video are hilarious. All just, as a white man, thank you for saying this because every time I say making fun of my mayo habits is worse than slavery, I get called racist. Yeah. Average.uk article. How the fuck are you defending this, Lamau? A new contract between Minneapolis public school teachers and teachers unions that cause outrages because see senior white teachers intentionally laid off before teachers of color. The contract says instead of teacher layoffs or relocations being decided based on seniority, as is typical, schools can ignore that protocol and dismiss senior staff members. Otherwise, a teacher of color would be laid off. How about no teachers being laid off? Okay? Like, this is literally another instance of utilizing racial segregation specifically as an effort to fucking mediate through an actual contract, an actual collective bargaining agreement. I fucking hate this. And then the right wing take this and go hook, line, and sinker. They just fucking eat the bait. They're like, oh, great. It's so stupid. Many have called the deal unconstitutional because accused it of addressing past racism with more racism. First of all, racial wounds that were created on the basis of racial discrimination, of course, are going to have remediation, actual remediation, that will still be racialized as well. Okay? Let's say there are 3 kids in a playground, and the bully in the playground beat the shit out of one kid and didn't beat the shit out of the other 2 kids. When someone steps in and says, hey, what the fuck are you doing? Stop doing that. We're going to heal the one kid that you beat the shit out of. The other 2 kids go, wait a minute. Why not me? I want to get health care too right now, even though I don't need anything. Please give me a Band-Aid too. That's what this sounds like every single fucking time. It's like, bro, that's the kid that got beat the shit out of. What the fuck are you talking about? If you get beat the shit out of, I'll help you. The fuck are you crying about? It sounds like it was a policy to address the already racist policies in place, and white people cried about it. Yeah. The prioritizing of teachers of color over senior educators may also apply to rehiring after layoff. The district shall access the next least senior teacher who is not a member of an underrepresented population. Yes. It's because they want to maintain. It's because they want to. Also, the person who did this is white. Like, the person who fucking pushed for this is white, which is, you know, another funny part of it. But the stipulation is part of a new agreement starting in spring 2023 between Minneapolis Federation of Teachers and Minneapolis Public Schools, ending a 2-week-long teacher strike. I'm willing to bet that they were making sure that no one got fucking fired. There's probably another reason why this is being pushed, because at least this way they won't fire some of the fucking some of the white teachers anyway. Just a way to it's a way to use a racial passive, a racial shield to make sure that no teacher gets fired. Okay? The worst part about this is that none of these actually solve the genuine issue of racial inequality in this country. These are all Band-Aid solutions. If you want to do genuine racial restitution, you got to start with reparations. But nobody wants to have that fucking conversation. That is unimaginable, because we live in a country where motherfuckers don't even want to act like slavery was that big of a problem. And it can't certainly still have any tangible impacts on contemporary existence. You know what I mean? So how do we do that? How do we have a conversation about reparations in this country? How do we actually solve racial wounds that were opened up in this nation's inception and played a fundamental role in societal development? You can't do that. Yeah. Well, reparations were given. You are correct, Gyro. Reparations were given in this country to people who were slavers. The federal government paid white slave owners money for the slaves that they had freed after, you know, a bit of a heated gaming moment called the Civil War. You know, so there's that. This is not a solution. It's not a good solution to anything. But even this kind of nonsensical bullshit, these marginal fucking solutions get bastardized in the media and turn into a major point of contention to play along with this like narrative that people of color actually have more power than white people in this country. It's so fucking stupid. Anyway, this kind of racial animosity or racial division is at the heart of eviscerating any kind of robust, viable working class movement. Okay?
Teachers union that says white teachers must be fired first. New York City's government enacting a policy of having white seniors go to the back of the line on life-saving COVID treatment. A college professor that says white people should be killed and facing no repercussions. Cornell University banning white people.
Rutgers University failed to condemn tenured professor who said we got to take these motherfuckers out about white people. What? Rutgers, I'm disgusted. What is this? Brittany Cooper, professor of women's gender studies and Africana studies. What the fuck is this? What happened here? Cornell's BIPOC only rock climbing course. Bro, American colleges literally do not fire rapist professors, okay? What is the dominant group of tenured professors in this country? You want to take a gander at that? You want to think about that? You want to think about that for a second? White men, okay? You know what they routinely sexually assault students, TAs, all the like. They don't get fucking fired. What the fuck are you talking about? This is more so a concept about tenure. I'm not saying what about the white professors. I'm saying tenure in college campuses are not going to be unshakable. Okay. There's literally pro-white supremacist professors in institutions of higher learning right now that are tenured. But you don't hear Daily Mail articles about that, so no one gives a fuck. You know what I mean? I mean, dude. Jordan Peterson literally said, Jordan Peterson, isn't he still a college professor? He straight up fucking said, a consenting adult trans man, Elliot Page, and the consenting medical professional that gave him top surgery, okay, were actually doing butchery akin to Joseph Mengele. No, he quit. He self-canceled. Never mind. Okay, my bad. I guess he's out now. The fuck are you talking about? Professors say wild shit all the goddamn time. Cornell gets fired from Harvard? No, you know what professors do actually get fucking fired from college campuses that none of these dipshits ever fucking talk about? Professors that advocate for Palestinians. Okay? Professors that advocate for Palestinians literally get blackballed. Okay? You are literally defending Auschwitz? Wait, what? How did you make that assertion? Oh, you're talking about Jordan Peterson. The video is 19 minutes is on. It's almost done. Yeah, Mark Lamont Hill got fired for that. I didn't hear people chirping about that. Shut the fuck up. What is this? America's Not Racist changed my mind. Day 21 of Black History Month at my HBCU. Nice, dude. Love that. Agitators all around. It's great. Yeah, in Texas, you can get fired for being critical of Israel if you're a public servant like a teacher. If you are hired by if you are a teacher at a public institution in Texas, you can get fired for being openly supportive of Palestine. Okay, Palestinian people. How fucking insane is that? Yeah. Norm Finkelstein was literally blackballed from teaching in any institute of higher learning. A child of Holocaust victims, okay, was fired and subsequently blackballed from every institute of higher learning for advocating for Palestinians and calling Israel an apartheid state. Mark Lamont Hill still works at Temple University. He was fired from CNN. Oh, I thought they fired him from his school too. We're such a liar about Elliot Page, dude. What? How am I a liar about Elliot Page? I have yet to see surgery that leads to permanent top. Wait, what? Is this a fucking top of the hour ad break debate? Is that what's going on? Or are you trying to make a joke? Like, I don't understand. They're making a blowjob joke? Okay, good one, dude. Let me look up Mark Lamont Hill real quick. CNN fired Mark Lamont Hill. But he's still at Temple University, I think. Because he gave a speech at the UN saying that Israel is an apartheid state. How fucking bananas is that shit, dude? Think about that. I'm not happy. The board is not happy. The administration is not happy. People wanted to fire him right away. We're going to look at what remedies we have. While not as harsh in his remarks as O'Connor, Englert noted that Hill's speech sparked strong response from those who were offended by his language. That's crazy. Oh, this is Amy Wax. This Penn professor has been offending minorities for years. Will tenure save her? The University of Pennsylvania's Amy Wax problem explained. Isn't this person straight up? This is the straight up fucking racist one, right? In 2017, when a column now seemingly mild by the standards she would later set, she and co-author bemoaned the breakdown of bourgeois culture, claimed that all cultures are not equal in reference to inner city blacks and some Hispanic immigrants, along with some working class whites, sparked a flurry of open letters in response to condemnation, but the controversy died down fairly quickly. Yeah, there you go. This isn't whataboutism, by the way. This is more so to explain to you that, like, tenured professors are fucking God, okay? You can't fire them. And when you do end up firing tenured professors, it's often not because they said something critical of white people, okay? But it is still offensive to the sensibilities that we have established as acceptable in this country. Fordham University banned the Palestine Solidarity Club, and the club sued the university. Okay. I want to know where the what happened with this other teacher though. Rutgers University fails to condemn. God, it's just like now the Gish galloping part of this is like much. It takes much longer to. Rutgers University fails to condemn tenured professor who said we got to take these motherfuckers out about white people. Brittany Cooper, a tenured professor at New Jersey Rutgers University, is facing backlash. Many have deemed the black educator's comments, which can be traced back nearly a decade, to be racist. Bro, a decade ago. Oh my God. That's so funny. Okay. Well, the Amy Wax person still is like more unhinged now. Okay. And she's fine. So. Ay, ay, ay. Told the Root Michael Harry in an online segment of the publication last month that white people are villains and even celebrated a statistic depicting a decline in white birth rates. What the fuck? Did that just like automatically get me to fucking send an email? What the fuck was that? That's a thing? Bro, this is just straight up for old people, bro. Like, literally. You can immediately share your selection to Facebook, Twitter, or send an email to a friend. That's so funny. In her most recent tirade, she said, celebrated a statistic depicting a decline in white birth rates. Exactly. Depicting a decline in white birth rates. Hold on. A decline in white birth rates. Does that mean white people are being, murdered? Or is that because miscegenation is no longer illegal in this country? Let me think. Oh, it's the second thing. That's right. It's because miscegenation is no longer illegal. So unless you're fucking advocating for miscegenation to be legal again, sorry, that's just kind of how it works. So fucking stupid, dude. What's more, when primed by Herod as to what her solution for addressing white supremacy would be, the educator vehemently replied that she would take them out. Oh, so it wasn't actually about white people. Oh, it was about white supremacists. Oh, wow. Wait a minute. But I thought it was just like we should take out white motherfuckers or whatever is what this black professor was saying. Oh, no. She was talking about white supremacists. That's crazy. Huh. What a misleading headline. Cornell's BIPOC-only rock climbing course open to white students after racism claims.
People from rock climbing lessons.
Banning. No, there is not a. Whenever people do this kind of thing, it triggers me to no fucking end. Okay. When college campuses do stuff like this, that doesn't mean there isn't a normal rock climbing club. Okay. There's a BIPOC-only rock climbing club. But because white people love invading every fucking space, you can't even have a safe space. You can't even have a fucking safe space for people to have their own fucking club. It's like literally there's an engineering club, okay? And a motherfucker who's like a liberal arts student is like, no, dog, I want to be in the engineering club. I'm not an engineer. Fuck you. This is discriminatory. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. He knows white people can still join the BIPOC club. They allow everyone to join all clubs. Yeah. It's so fucking annoying.
Many instances of
housing bans white people from common areas. Yeah, bullshit. Tufts University Event Series separates white faculty from BIPOC colleagues. Tired of white cis men? Campaign and write about it. University of Chicago Students Organization hosts BIPOC-only discussions about race on campus. Oh, my Lord.
Liberal colleges doing the utmost to exclude and ostracize white students. BIPOC-only events equal no whites, but they don't have the guts to say that, even though that is what that is. That's what makes us different than the mere grumblings of the common villager. The villagers have surrounded the palace, demanding Marie Antoinette's head. The power dynamics have shifted. That is a fact. Progressive media outlets do not cover these stories. Some people out there have no idea.
Wait. Is he trying to say that, like, wait, hold up. Wait. Are you saying that white people are Marie Antoinette and that, like, Marie Antoinette should be saved in this story? Did you just... Motherfucker said, I'm old school monarchist. You know what I mean? I think, like, that's a cool take. That's okay. That's a what? Like, he thought he was spitting there. That's an interesting thing. In the same way that social justice warriorism is just people trying to smuggle socialism through a capitalist framework, this is just squeezing white grievance through liberal capitalism with the same SJW optics. Like, for real, what is this kind of zesty Asian man trying so hard to advocate for? The status quo, more white privilege? Yes. Well, what he's advocating for is, like, please, white people, come watch my videos. I made a bunch of them that you will like. You know, if you're conservative especially, you will love that. And this is a demonstrably successful entryway because there are a lot of people who have a fuckload of white fragility who are like, oh, my God, I really want a person of color to fucking say that, like, you know, it's really mean. And, like, and you know, black women being mean to me on TikTok is the worst thing that could ever happen. Like, probably worse than the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of the hour. And, you know, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. But it's not. It's not worse than that because you can't avoid anti-white racism. It's everywhere. But you can avoid the top of the hour ad break by subscribing for $5 or for free or by getting gifted a sub. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. He's probably aligning himself and his political beliefs with the side he thinks will offer him more backup/influence. Yes.
Idea that this is going on. But worse, some others out there know but agree with what's going on. And for those people to convince themselves
racists, that's who.
that this is not racial discrimination, they play mind tricks and word games.
Like, half the people that are like, yeah, brother, he's one of the good ones, is like literally like, aren't you Chinese? Get the fuck out of my country. Take your balloon with you. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, dude, what kind of allegiance did you create with the white people that, like, love this kind of grievance metric, this grievance politics, white identitarian politics, as Richard Spencer, who is a Nazi, by the way, calls it. You know, you think those guys want you in the country? I don't think so. You know, because when those people talk about white replacement and white genocide, like, motherfucker, you ain't white. You can literally tap dance all day, every day, okay? You are doing white replacement. Like, your existence in this country, for the people who are saying white replacement is real, white genocide is real, your existence in this country is literally white replacement, you fucking idiot. This dude retweeted Bernie and Ilhan in 2021 and retweeted Elon and Barry Weiss in 2022. Yeah, something happened to him where his brain broke.
These phrases and talking points like punching up, you can't be racist to white people, you can't oppress the oppressor, meaning I'm acting.
Wait, first of all, those are literally like, that's true though. Like, why is he throwing the fucking air quotes like that? I mean, that's true. Can you oppress the oppressor?
Oppressively, but I've designated you as the oppressor, so everything goes. Or Ibram X. Kennedy's infamous words, the only way to remedy past discrimination is current discrimination. Or when people say things like,
yes, that's literally, but that's true. You're bastardizing the quote, but that is still true, okay? That's literally true. You can't, here, I use that. I don't use those terms because I don't think that that's the best way to go about it because a lot of people are very fucking fragile. But that literally means you cannot heal wounds that were opened on racial grounds with a non-racial attitude. It just doesn't work that way. That's why I gave you the playground bully argument. You can't fix inequality that was caused specifically on racial grounds by being like, okay, we're going to give everybody some money now, okay? So everyone will shut the fuck up. Like, that's not how this works.
What we're doing to white people is not racism, because racism is prejudice plus power, and we don't have the power.
Okay, now he's just doing funny faces and voices in an effort to, like, undermine the argument, but, like, that is true.
They use all this mind...
he did a fart noise. Okay, I love that. MLK said the same. Come on, man. Come on. I can't even fucking get to an MLK quote without... He said a society that has done something special against the Negro for hundreds of years must now do something special for the Negro. Okay, that's it. Of course, you'll never hear that MLK quote because, you know, obviously that doesn't fit the fucking narrative that people love to whitewash. You know, just remember that. A section of the white population perceiving Negro pressure for change misconstrues it as a demand for privileges rather than as a desperate quest for existence. The ensuing white backlash intimidates government officials who are already too timorous. Despite new laws, little has changed in the ghettos. The Negro is still the poorest American, walled in by color and poverty. The law pronounces him equal, abstractly, but his conditions of life are still far from equal to those of other Americans. That's interesting. That's weird that, like, that never gets play. It's always, I had a dream that, you know, white children will never be called cracker. That's because that's the real racism. That's what I thought. That was the MLK quote. That guy seems based. I wonder what he believed. Yeah. I wonder what his opinions were about Ho Chi Minh, specifically during the Vietnam War. I would love to find out. Oh, well. Malcolm X had a great quote as well. Yes, one that I use regularly about how you can't heal a wound from a knife that's still there by pulling it a little bit out of the way, especially when most people won't even acknowledge the knife is there to begin with. Okay? You haven't pulled out the knife. Healing begins when you pull out the knife and you mend the wound, not when you pull it out a little bit. You don't stick a knife in a man's back 9 inches and pull it out 6 inches and say you're making progress. No matter how much respect, no matter how much recognition whites show towards me, as far as I'm concerned, as long as it is not shown to every one of our people in this country, it doesn't exist for me. Okay.
Apparatus to delude themselves into believing.
Yeah, that was Malcolm X who said that, not MLK.
And what they're doing faces no moral quandary. But in the back of their minds, perhaps in their subconscious minds, is racial revenge. We experience
racial revenge. Well, for the record, racial revenge is, I will admit, there is an element of that, for sure. Okay? There is an element of that. Except because there is no fucking power there, it doesn't mean anything. It is ultimately meaningless. Okay? Some people do have that. Some people, understandably, being born into a white supremacist country that refuses to recognize the racial wrongs that have been committed towards them, will often feel anger, okay, resentment. It's understandable. I'll even say justifiable, okay? It's understandable and justifiable, except it's also meaningless. It just ends up in, I guess, unproductive conversations, but albeit they're not trying to be productive in that moment. They're just angry. Okay, finally admits it. Bitch, shut the fuck up. I've been called a white supremacist racist by the same fucking cringe TikTok Zoomers that this dude is making compilations of more time than you can imagine, okay? That doesn't change my attitude, and it doesn't make me a racist person. It's just they're cringe. What are you going to do? The reason why I don't even cover it anymore is because the moment that I fucking say, you're ridiculous for saying this, they turn around and say, why are you bullying me? Because their goal is not actually like any sort of fucking real emancipation. Their goal is to just improve their fucking social standing, to get a little bit of clout. That's it. They're just cringe. You don't cut policy off of cringe-ass Zoomers, especially not ones that are TikTok clout obsessed. Shut the fuck up. But what you fail to recognize as someone who has been a champion of progressive causes, okay, for a very long fucking time and very publicly so, someone who's been the recipient of hundreds of thousands of death threats over the past decade, someone who's been doxxed many times, someone whose fucking family has been pursued, someone who's experienced every single thing that these fucking right-wing dickheads claim is happening to them on a daily fucking basis, okay? I also get yelled at a lot by the groups of marginalized groups of communities on the internet all the fucking time when they see something out of context, okay? It happens. Who cares? Ultimately, it's just chirping, okay? It's just powerless people that have nothing. They have nothing, so they're just yelling. They're yelling into the fucking void to get a sense of solidarity from that kind of thing.
Experience it too. See how you like it. That people of color are using our newfound power to act this way and then pretend like none of this is going on leads me to believe that we would have done the same thing that white people did were we to be in their historical position. Because such acts have its roots in human nature, not white people nature. And one can only imagine what might happen in the coming decades when the demographics of the US will have shifted such that white people will no longer constitute the majority.
Yeah, exactly. I love that he at least honestly and earnestly ties it to the white people are no longer the majority. Bro, what's it to you, dog? You participated in it. You literally are participating in it. Your existence is white genocide, you fucking idiot. The fuck are you talking about? The people that say white genocide think that you being in this country is white genocide. How are you gonna be a fucking Nazi as an Asian dude, bro? You're not part of the fucking team, dog. Okay? This isn't World War II. You're not in Japan. What the fuck are you doing? You're literally at Los Angeles, California. Motherfucker's a UCLA graduate talking about fucking white genocide happening. You know what I mean? The fuck do you think? And okay, if you want to do your part, do your part. If you want to stop white genocide, do your part. Leave the country, I guess. Help the racist white people. Like, what the fuck kind of take is this? That's an insane concept. That's an insane thing to advocate for, because even most white people, when you explain the concept of white genocide to them, understand that it's like Nazi shit. My main gripe is always the we with this video, but the examples are always anti-black. He says POC to shield himself from criticism from the people he's actually demonizing. Yeah, that too. But I'm sure he probably, people were saying he made another video about like how black people are anti-Asian. I'm sure there he just singles out the black community pretty aggressively. Yeah.
The younger generation you've just seen have graduated from elite schools and hold positions of power in our institutions, our government, corporations, entertainment, news media, and so forth. How they might, in wielding the levers of society, be able to rationalize using their adult brain.
I can't wait for this dude to be like, yo, Hassan Piker made a racist ass video about me telling me to go back to my country, by the way, which is going to be it's going to be another funny fucking take. That'll get brother, that'll probably get you another 500K views. Don't worry. Okay. Oh, I can't wait for that shit. Cause you know these clout driven ass donkeys fucking love doing that shit where they go, oh my God, I was attacked. I was a victim of a vicious hate crime. I'm not saying, for the record, just in the interest of clarity, I want to make sure everybody understands. Obviously, I'm not an advocate for fucking white genocide happening, okay? Because I'm not a fucking Nazi, okay? But the people that he's defending are. And white genocide, when you talk about white genocide or white replacement, as an Asian person, you are literally, personally doing white replacement. That's what they're talking about. That's what Nazis talk about when they say white genocide and great replacement. They're talking about consensual adults having sex with one another outside of their own fucking races, okay? They're talking about white people fucking non-white people. Miscegenation. So unless you have it in your heart to say with your entire fucking chest that miscegenation should no longer be allowed, shut the fuck up about white replacement and great replacement bullshit. Because that's the truth. That is what it is.
Hatred that was embedded in their minds during their adolescence. What we're seeing is just the beginning. To the white people who are watching, I just want to say, you are not an oppressor for refusing to accept an ideology that teaches people to hate you, that teaches you that you are inherently bad, that your children are inherently bad, that you're inherently racist no matter what you do or how you think, that you need to repent by taking affirmative steps in your life to redress harms that your ancestors may have done, or the racist actions.
Bro, this is so fucking stupid. Oh my God. I hate this. I hate this so much. Dude, look, I despise this kind of rhetoric. And I also despise the over-performative, selfish, liberal white people who are like, oh my God, I'm so sorry for the racism, okay? My point is, team normal, okay? Be fucking normal. And this is my message to the white people as well. Be fucking normal. It's the classic Michael Che bit. It's like, you don't have to always, like the moment that you see a black person for the first time, you don't have to be like, I'm so sorry about police brutality, okay? Because that's not normal. You're still otherizing black people in that regard. It's so stupid. If you think that you as a white person need to like constantly apologize for racism in slavery, you're fucking ridiculous, okay? Just be normal. Don't be racist, be anti-racist, and move on, okay? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. How lucky that the white people have this one guy to absolve them of their guilt. No, that shit pisses me off too. 39 Daff shouldn't have apologized. Oh, 100%. I don't agree that she should have, especially because after she apologized, the very same people that she was like apologizing for kept bullying her. It only brought it back to surface. They're never going to stop because they're fucking freaks. She's still getting backlash. You know who's not getting backlash? Me. Why? Well, one, because I'm a white guy, so there is that. It is additionally laughable when people are like, dude, a white guy said cracker, we should bully him nonstop. And two, because I have this. This could have prevented Doodoo Daff from getting clapped, okay? This could have prevented her. I said, I'll give you the pass, and she never responded to me. And that's, you know, I want to give this pass to her, but I do have the cracker pass. Why do you show that off so much? Because it's funny. I don't know. That Asian man said, I'll have the pass now, too. I was at the beach one time, and this white chick apologized to a black family about racism. They were so confused about, I felt bad for the family, but the white lady's cringe made me leave the beach. Yeah. Anyway, normies are super racist, lol. I'm sure normality is what we should aspire to. You know what I mean. When I say be normal, be like polite. Anyway, what Michael Che bit were you talking about? He did a fucking, I think he did a brief stint, like a short-lived HBO show. And on that, he gets into an elevator. The elevator is stuck with a white female neighbor. And this had more than 1K votes, and she immediately starts talking about police brutality. She's like, I'm so sorry about everything that's going on. And he's like, what? It's like, you know, I'm so sorry about everything that's going on about like the whole, you know, police brutality thing and systemic racism. And it's just like, not you using female, a white woman. Sorry, I watched too much incel shit. Now I'm saying female myself. My ex-girlfriend cried after watching 12 Years a Slave with me because my family is black and hers is white. Bro, why did you let us know about that, dude? Come on. You don't. You shouldn't have just outed your girlfriend like that. Oh, okay. Oh, he said, what's funny? Okay. Oh, X. Okay. Bet money she took BLM out of the bio after she broke up with that chatter? Maybe. My ex-girlfriend used to get upset when I wouldn't let her say the N-word because my family is white and hers is Italian. I thought you were going to say you're black. What? Wait, what? That just gave me whiplash. What the fuck? Okay. All right. Anyway, that's crazy. All right. Can't take a joke? Okay, chill. She's a person of color. Okay, let's get back to this story. Let's finish this up. It's almost done.
Actions of other white people. In fact, you are not an oppressor, period. You did not choose to be born white, just like any of us did not choose to be born any
die. Bro. This like white people are the oppressor nonstop. This argument is so fucking stupid, okay? It's dumb. It's like, I hope people aren't fucking living their everyday existence by being like, every white person is an oppressor. They're oppressing me currently by being in my space. Maybe some people are, but those people are fucking silly, okay? They're silly. They're silly billies. Jesus fucking Christ. You're just straight up. You literally are just straight up fucking creating a universe that by looking at too many fucking psychos on TikTok and assuming that is the norm, okay? Jesus fuck.
Our race. And to ask of you, at the individual level, for example, to give your life in service of people of color, to be used as physical barriers at protests, to give away your house to black people instead of your children, all actual things that have been publicly demanded of white people, to ask this of you is morally reprehensible collective punishment. You're...
Bro, that's so funny. Yeah, dude, people are always going up. Normal fucking people are always going up. No, man. This guy's taking it all a bit far. You think so? Source, trust me, bro. I wonder why he didn't put the... See, he already put a bunch of fake articles that he, like, absolutely robbed of the context in here. Why isn't he putting fake articles on this shit? The housing is so stupid. What the fuck does that even mean? What is this? People in the comments literally say this made them cry tears of relief and happiness.
Not under any obligation.
Yeah, I hate it when people tell me to give my house to black people. Yeah, dude. Wait, maybe he's talking about me. Yo! Is he talking about me? Is he defending me? I take it back. You know, I bought a house, and people tell me to give it away all the time. Not specifically to black people, but I'm sure there was one unhinged comment like that. You know what I mean? Oh, actually... I'm willing. Where's Nice Bathroom? I'm sure he said that. He came in the chat one time and Nice Bathroom was like, you need to give me your house right now. And he was like, wow, I can't believe the things black people are saying in this community. And because Hassan is so woke, he basically agreed with it. I feel bad for Nice Bathroom catching strays. He's not even in here right now.
To carry yourself in any sort of way that others demand of you just because of the color of your skin. This, you need to do this and you need to do that because you benefit from privilege thing is bogus. It is just a way for people harboring racial animus to attack you. To say that the accomplishments you've achieved in your life isn't yours. And to silence you. It is not you. It is this ideology that is wrong and perverse. It is one cloaked in a shroud of pseudo-justice and self-righteousness, all the while excreting toxic fumes of racial hatred. It blames all white people for the actions of their ancestors, something you have no control over, while absolving black people of personal responsibility.
Ooh, this is the best part. Ooh, he's saying, we're absolving black people. Wait, what happened? I thought it was about POC. Why did he say black like that? Wait, hold up. I thought this was a story about POC being meanie bo beanies, the white people. He just hit that black line so hard. He just, what? Huh. Why are we? Who's absolving black people of personal responsibility for their own individual actions? What kind of individual actions is he talking about?
Toxic fumes of racial hatred. It blames all white people for the actions of their ancestors, something you have no control over, while absolving black people.
This is, okay, here, I gotta say something here, okay? This kind of shit is so stupid because it's like, I've never seen this happen in the real world. Okay, I've been around for 31 years, about to be 32 this year, okay? I've never once in my life ever met the people that behave like this on TikTok and on Twitter in the real world, where they're just like, go up to a white person or you're like, you're the fucking oppressor. It's only on TikTok. It's only on TikTok, dude. It's only on TikTok and Twitter. Where it's like, that is not a real thing. These are not real humans, okay? That do this thing. It's not a real shit that is not real shit that happens in the real world, okay? Oh my God. This guy literally talked about white genocide and he sucked more white dick than I've ever seen. Like, you literally are doing miscegenation with this video while simultaneously speaking out against miscegenation. It blows my fucking mind. I've never seen this. I've never seen something like this. It's crazy. It's madness. Okay? Homie said, we got to stop miscegenation except for me. I'm sucking all the white cocks. Okay? All of them. Please, white people. Please. I will ride the whitest, the most Nazi dicks on the planet to oblivion.
People personal responsibility for their own individual actions by holding that black people commit acts of harm, for example, towards another community. That's a fault of white supremacy. White people are controlling them like puppets on a string.
No. Okay, I've been white for 25 years, bro. He's doing all this just because the one white girl turned him down in undergrad. Yeah, he thinks maybe this is a good tactic. I don't know. First of all, no one has ever said that. Okay? As far as like black people robbing them of their own personal individual responsibilities is such a fucking silly notion. Okay? Black existence in contemporary American society cannot be talked about without talking about the systemic consequences of both segregation and chattel slavery and ongoing discrimination, okay? Ongoing systemic forms of oppression that is inherently anti-black, okay? That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. It is so incredibly stupid. That does not mean that, like, we're not holding black people individually accountable. As a matter of fact, when you talk about the criminal justice system, a big part of the problem is that, like, the criminal justice system straight up occupies black neighborhoods and over polices them. And the criminal justice system gives black people longer sentences for the same kinds of crimes that are committed at the same kinds of rates as white people. Okay? It's crazy.
If you don't harbor any hate in your heart but want to fight it as a matter of principle, this does not make you racist or bigoted. If you refuse...
Wait, you're just proving his point right now? No? Do you not understand what I'm saying here? Like, what point am I proving? If we're talking about, like, individual actions of black people or whatever, you can't just drop it like that in a very vague fashion. Okay? He didn't make a point. He said something vague that is actually done in a very deliberate manner so that people like you that already have the implicit bias baked into their fucking brains immediately think of the worst possible thing that a black person in your mind did and go, wow, Hassan just justified that by talking about systemic discrimination. You fucking idiot. Did he give an example? No. Why did you do that? Why'd you immediately rush to do that? He didn't give an example. So I tried to parse through the vague generalization that he dropped in there with the hopes that, I probably didn't even feel the need to address that, okay? The overwhelming majority of crimes, regardless of what your skin color is caused as a consequence of your material conditions, okay? That's why, poor white people are more likely to do crimes than rich white people, okay? Just like poor black people are more likely to do crimes than rich black people. That's how it works. It's the same for everybody. And this isn't like a new idea. Crime manifesting as a consequence of your socioeconomic conditions, of your material conditions, is such an old concept that this shit's been around since ancient Greece, okay? Motherfuckers were literally doing pedophilia and pondering, okay? And they still were thinking about this shit, okay? Even back then. You've preached this forever. Don't you get tired of saying the exact same take? I will forever say it as an Asian living in the projects. Okay, I don't give a fuck what your background is, dummy. What do you mean? What? Why does that mean anything here? What? So? The fuck are you talking about? Okay, as poor Asian people are more likely to do crimes than rich Asian people. Does that make sense? Do I have to go every fucking racial subgroup for you to understand that crime and the likelihood that someone is going to do a crime is directly related to their socioeconomic status? You know, opportunity, educational outcomes, you know, material conditions. What do you mean? What does this mean? What are you trying to say here? As an Asian living in the projects, you didn't even give me any clarity to what you thought I was saying.
Used to accept their premise in your head, but are too afraid to voice your opinion.
Don Jenny, thank you for the 20 gifted, by the way.
Neither a coward nor a bad person. If you're of a liberal bent, but there's a small corner in your brain telling you as you're watching this video that perhaps some of this is wrong, listen to your intuition.
Maybe he's like, listen. Don't look at any studies, okay? Listen to your heart. Don't look at any studies. Don't look at anything that says like systemic racism is real. Look to your heart. Maybe watch some television. Watch the same TikToks I just watched and make up your mind off of that. Vibes.
You think, oh, I agree with most of what the progressive left teaches about racial justice, but just not with some of this disagreeable stuff, only at the extremes. I'm here to tell you that the rot starts at the core.
What?
This racial hatred of white people is a natural outgrowth, part and parcel of an ideology that attempts to indoctrinate us into believing that there is current systemic oppression going on, that all racial disparity...
Ooh, bro, the actual, like, addressable points that he's making, he just, like, slammed to the fucking ass end of this argument. He just straight up said black people are never held responsible for their individual actions, okay? That was ridiculous. Then he fucking turned around and said... that, like, there's this indoctrination that's happening, that's widespread in society, that's trying to dupe us into believing that systemic racism and systemic discrimination exists, which ridiculous. That's wild.
Attempts to indoctrinate us into believing that there is current systemic oppression going on. That all...
Is it current? Like, as in, you know, it happened in the past, but, like, definitely not right now. Got it.
All racial disparities we see today is the sole result of oppression by white people, when there are other more plausible explanations to be had that these same people are silencing as impermissible hate speech. They're telling you, shut...
Wait, what are the other... Wait, I want to know. I want to know what he's talking about. What are the other fucking actual... What are the actual things? What's the real reasons? Aw.
Shut up. You'll take it. And you'll like it. But contrary to what they're saying, you don't have to take that.
Yeah, fight back. You can fight back, dude. Yeah, white power. Yeah, he's right. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, that's right, dude. Fight back. Fight back against what? Like fucking cringe Zoomers on TikTok being like, white people eat mayo like this. Like, that's what you're fighting back against? Man, we're really... That's it. That's it, boys. We won. White people are back on top now. You know what I'm saying? That's right.
You can believe that the things that have been done in the past were morally wrong, as well you should. all the while believing that what is currently going on is also wrong.
I love the conflation of, again, like random compilation of TikTok Zoomers making white people jokes is the same as systemic racism that's ongoing, which probably in his mind doesn't exist, but also on top of that, slavery, dog. He said 2 wrong things can exist at the same time, you know, like slavery and also hurting white people's feelings. This video has given me permanent brain damage. It's given me emotional damage. It's given me psychic damage. I will forever be a new man after watching this video. There's a reason why I watched it for an hour. This got fucking 3.4 million views in 1 month. Do you understand? 3.4 million views, dude. That's how fucking insane this shit is.
That we're going backwards. That this is history rhyming with itself.
Yeah. You know, it's funny, like the history of chattel slavery, people never really talk about this part, but like it actually didn't start with the Maxim gun, okay? It didn't start by like eviscerating indigenous populations in Africa. It actually started when, you know, white people were saying, black people dress like this. And that's how the chattel slavery really started. So who's the real villain now? Actually, it ended there, too. That was it. That was the worst part about slavery. Yeah. Yeah, all the fucking colonial exploitation, you know? Just theft of natural resources, you know, debt trapping African nations and maintaining their currency still to this day. All of that is still ongoing. That's actually just the same as making like a white people can't dance joke. That's how that works, man. Holy fuck, dude. That's crazy. That is crazy. White people made fun of black people so hard they had to do slavery. These are all the same. Yeah. Yeah. Like, what is the logical conclusion that he's trying to go to? Like, what is he trying to say? That, like, it starts, white people, it starts by black people saying things on TikTok, and then it ends with chattel slavery. They will enslave your 7 generations. They will rob you. They will tell you that you can't name your children Kyle or Brian, okay? They're going to give your children African names. That's right. That's what's going to happen. You can't, nope, no more Kyle. Nope. None of that. You're fucked. No Tylers. They're going to eradicate Tylers from existence. Do you understand? Every white child is going to be sold into slavery, and they're going to name all of them Obama. That's right. Hussein Obama. No more Skylers. No more Kayleys. No more Karens. Michelle Obama. I rest my case. Bro, I don't even have an African name. My name is Sean. I mean, that's the joke. Well, Sean, Michelle is also not a... Oh, my God.
Almost turning in an eye for an eye manner. As the great Mahatma Gandhi once said, an eye for an eye will leave the whole world blind. But those driven by hatred would sooner gouge everyone's eyes out than realize that true victory for people of color would have been having history record that when the power dynamics shifted, we treated white people with a kind...
Bro, this is so laughable. Like, it is just so devoid. It is so devoid of any sort of, like, materialistic analysis. It's so, like, laughably silly. Like, this motherfucker literally is, at the end of it all, unironically equating chattel slavery to, like, black people saying cracker. Like, that's insane. Don't you say that too? Yes, I do say an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. The problem is these 2 eyes that he's presenting are not equal, okay? That's wild. I mean, it's literally equating mass enslavement, genocide, rape, murder, theft of people, robbing them of their culture, of their natural resources is the same as people making jokes about white people, dog. That's like, that is such a false equivalency. I wanted to make an analogy to it, but there's nothing analogous because I can't, like, Like, I can't make another analogy because that is the most out of pocket shit you could say. And the worst part about it is that so many people kind of agree with it because they're conditioned into believing that this is what's happening. Yeah, he's comparing plucking an eye out to making a joke about pumpkin lattes or avocado toast. But again, even that does not show the disparity between the two things that he considers equal.
Kindness that their forefathers may not have shown our forefathers. But now, it will say when we gained the power, we turned around and started doing some of the same stuff to white people.
Oh my God, bro. Did you not get fucking educated? Did you, like, I can't believe this dude went to UCLA, dog. There's no fucking shot. There had to have been a course on anything. Also, our forefathers? Fuck you mean our forefathers, bro? You are not white, dog. What the fuck? What is he saying? What? Bro, how does this happen? I mean, god damn, dude. I mean, he is literally a walking, talking example of the thing that I say all the time. But the third generation, it's over. Cultural assimilation is complete. There are no differences between anyone. You're an American. By the third generation, no matter where you immigrate from, you are just an American. You're an American dumbass, okay? And there it is.
When we gained the power, we turned around and started doing some of the same stuff to white people. Segregation, social ostracization, hatred.
Segregation, social ostracization, hatred sanctioned by government and law. Yeah, that's, dude, I'm telling you, dude. The worst part about lynching, the worst part about the Tulsa massacre wasn't actually like that it was, I believe, the second time that, they used an aerial assault on an entire community in the country, bombing it to the fucking ground, a black community that was actually doing fairly well economically. It was the mean words that white people were saying. Yeah. The bombing of Black Wall Street was bad because mean words were said. Yeah. When they dropped C4 out of a helicopter on the Africa family in Philadelphia, state-sanctioned violence, and burned literal fucking children into the ground, an entire city block in the MOVE bombing in 1985. The worst part about that was that they were also saying like really mean stuff about black people. That was the real issue there. Yeah. Never forget, that's how racism starts. And that's how, white supremacist colonial expansion started with mean words. You want to be so bad, you want to be white so bad, he's doing white supremacy.
Sanctioned by government and law. And we're doing all of this while pretending like we're doing something valiant. We've missed our bus.
The Tuskegee experiments and TikTok are the same thing? Yeah. Yeah, remember when that happened? The Tuskegee syphilis experiments? That was actually the same as, just doing TikToks.
But that doesn't mean that there can't be a course correction. So, to some people of color watching who are engaging in this sort of hatred, whether or not you're acutely aware, the same people that act like white people as a collective are not people, but rather some pernicious alien force that has come to invade the earth. With this video, I implore you to ask yourself, what are we doing to white people? As some people love to say, do better. Happy New Year, everyone. I hope
the fact that as a white person I clicked on this video fully expecting it to be a joke says a lot. Oh, it does say a lot. Yeah. As a biracial person, half black, half white, this video means so much to me as I've been passive-aggressively been shamed for my Caucasian roots. Bro, logic stands need to stop, okay? Somebody needs to tell logic stands to stop saying this stuff, okay? Thank you. I wish more. Who can relate? Dude, stop. What was the line where he's like, I got the blood of the slave and the master. Okay, I'm going to stop. I can't. Okay. Thank you. I wish more people would speak up about this. Hatred only causes division. I experience racial hatred. Bro, Dude, I'm sorry, but like, I can't let that go. You're biracial, okay? You're half black, half white, and you're saying you're getting discriminated more because you're white? What the fuck? What is that, dude? That's it. Then you're white then. Like there's no that's it. Biracial, half white, half Italian. You know what's funny that you said that? Because like that's another peep the comments. E-Rob is in there. Wait, what? No, he's not. Thank you. My ancestors fought to end slavery and fought for religious freedom. More recently, my ancestors, all from Europe and Asia, immigrated to the U.S. and were met with oppression and racism. They suffered and struggled. She's Polish, 100%. She has to be, right? She gotta be. She talking about that? I don't know. They suffered and struggled and did not have an ounce of privilege. Even my father fought through poverty and sacrificed his youth to raise his children higher and give us a better chance than he had. I will forever be grateful for the dedication and love of my ancestors, and I will do my best to continue to lift my family up and do the same for my children. What? This is what civilization looks like. Only a non-white person can make a video like this and not be labeled white extremist. Yeah. I mean, he is, though. But you're an idiot for not recognizing that he is just the same as a white extremist as anyone else. No, he is. He is doing that. E-Rob is in there higher up. No, he's not. Oh, my God. E-Rob. This is amazing. White person here, and I had a conversation with my family about this very issue. I am gobsmacked at your vision in communicating the silent violence. Bro. Yo, white people used to do shit, dude. They used to fight wars. They like literally fucking liberated people from concentration camps, and now they're in the fucking comments of a YouTube video going, this is silent violence. Yo, white people are so down, dude. Holy fuck. That is crazy, dog. That's crazy. White people used to build stuff sometimes. You know what I mean? Why don't you get back to that? What is this? What the fuck is this? White people be like, I'm gobsmacked. Guys, that's violence. Stop saying white people be like, I'm gobsmacked. That is literally violent behavior. Yeah, what this shows that white people are always looking for a place to be coddled, almost like this is a safe space. I mean, honestly, even then it's like fine. The problem is that like when white people want a safe space, they tend to make every space a safe space for white people, which it currently is. And that safe space, oftentimes when you control everything, turns into a non-safe space for non-white people. So that's the problem. That's actually a pretty funny angle. Conservatives love those memes showing men in the 20th century going to war and then men in the 21st century getting Starbucks or whatever the fuck. You can make the same argument for conservative white tears. I mean, I do. Megaphonics, I did. You just described the joke that I made. That's the joke. But thank you. I'm fucking with you. I'm fucking with you. I appreciate all you're doing here, but it's super frustrating that you need to go on a 2-hour-long stonlock to argue that this is when all the other side argue like this or against this when all the other side has to say shit like reverse racism is bad. It just feels demoralizing, and I doubt your arguments here change a lot of people's minds, sadly. Sometimes. I'm sure that there are sometimes people in here that will... I mean, we'll make a video out of this. We'll make a YouTube video out of this. Hopefully that will, reach a larger audience. We'll see what happens. Went back in the VOD and Hasanabi unironically watched a 60-minute video for 124 minutes. Fuck anyone in their peanut brain for saying you don't react hard enough. Yeah, no, that narrative is pretty funny when people say, like, I don't react hard enough. or I don't react. I just like let a clip ride and go fuck off, because like every clip that I have is like 10x the fucking actual length of the video. When I got to 12:30, I paused the video and started to cry. I didn't realize how much I needed to hear that until you said it. Wait, what is it?
You are not an oppressor for refusing to accept an ideology that teaches people to hate you.
My baby cousin is 7 years old, and she's been taught to be ashamed of the color of her skin. Bro, she's 7. What the fuck are you talking about? She's the sweetest, kindest, most empathetic girl you will meet. She's 7. It breaks my heart to see her being taught to hate herself. No, that's not happening. That's not a thing that's happening. That's not actually Erob, guys. This is like not Erob, the Twitch streamer, the Twitch legend, okay? This is just someone who's stolen his identity. And they will be hearing from my lawyers, identity theft is a crime and it's not funny. Not funny at all. Can we please cleanse this?
Y'all are so lazy. As soon as I'm done, yeah, you guys are crazy. Absolutely, it's like
You gotta kill quicker, bro. You gotta kill quicker.
No, you guys are like, have you guys ever seen that video of the CCP where they like build a train station in one of the major cities in China in like one day? That's you guys. You're like fully organized, single party, authoritarian state. But as soon as I'm a goose, you're the Western liberal democracy that's arguing over whether they should wear masks or not. Fucking crazy.
Streaming.
Dude.
Sorry. I used to watch Hasanabi on mute only because he's really cute, but I started watching him unmuted, and so now I'm
fried your brain.
Oh, you're channeling Hassan now. I see.
Yeah.
You can't do that. You can't do that. It breaks your brain. Speaking of brain-breaking shit, let's take a look at this.
And this is political retaliation for those people who are living there. And by the way, those corporations, Jesse, many of them maybe want to help, but they know that this administration is highly vindictive, and they could sick the EPA or the FBI or the IRS on them. And so they're holding back because this administration has signaled to the country, nothing's happening here. We don't care. Don't show up.
Yeah, it'll embarrass the administration if corporate America
That's
comes in and helps this town. You're right about that.
Yeah, that's right. No, Biden literally told me in a dream that he hates the white people in Ohio specifically. Oh, by the way, speaking of white people, Doodoo Daff recently apologized for some of the funny, humorous things that she had said about what is it? Saltine, or calling white people like no purpose flour, stuff like that. And here's what one person responded with, which I believe had 1,000 upvotes or something. I will never stop communicating this anywhere where Daff is mentioned. Daff is unironically the most racist popular streamer. First of all, I'm right here. That's like kind of hurtful. Okay? That's like, am I a joke to you? Like, what the fuck? I'm right here. Talking about anti-white racism, like, the fuck? Okay, I guess I fell off. Holy shit. It's so disgustingly racist. This is pretty much the exact messaging the Afro-American population faced when they were the most oppressed. Flip anything she said about white people to target any other race and you will be banned immediately. Additionally, she never backed down back when she was full on being racist. She's barely responding to it and she doesn't really feel sorry. She probably had a sponsor back away and walked back everything she said. If there was a streamer that had a history of being mask off racist to any other minority at the same level as Daff, they wouldn't be as popular. I know Daff isn't a big streamer, but it surprises me that she still has an audience after being this racist. This has 1.1k upvotes, bro. This tweet. I mean, this Reddit. Back in the day, they used to say, by the way, to any other minority, he says, like white people are a minority. Be honest, does this count as stimming on the keyboard? I don't know what the fuck this is, but I don't know what's going on there. All I'm saying is blanket statements against huge blocks of a population is what? Is political suicide. Just remember Hillary's dumbass deplorable comments. Yeah, dude, you're right. That's famous politician Doodoo Daft did political suicide by saying that there are funny. What was the context for it? Was it like, here are some of my favorite anti-white takes? No purpose flower. That's why she lost. That's why she lost her district. Look, I'm a white guy, so this is not my place to say. But like, white people are down and out, dude. This is crazy. I mean, white people used to stand for something. Like, they would just like, sometimes some of them would just be out and about racist, and now they're just like crying about people saying no purpose flower. Like, that's crazy. Is that progress? A teen yelled white boy at me and I burst into tears, dropped my guns. I was so scared. Remember when a Redditor said you'd be the most racist man in the 20th century? Yes. Like, more racist than Hitler. Also, how are you on Reddit, and which implies that you're not like 75 years old automatically, and you're writing the term Afro-American? You missed this comment. I'm a black woman and I'm so happy to hear this because I thought I was the only one who thought this. Also, if anyone who says black people can't be racist or you can't be racist to white people, just know that this is racism in itself. The comments on this thread are content gold. Bro, this is only 19 upvotes. What do you mean? A man speaking for how we all feel inside. I'm black. Tired of the woke TikTok. It's not cool to be white meta. Shut the fuck up about race, please. I mean, that's like, there is truth to that, for the record. Like, it is cringe to just like, to make TikToks like that. That is true. There is truth to that. And no one likes that. You're just being fucking annoying. You just cannot be racist towards white people. Your jokes just get better. White people should really get together and empower themselves and maybe do a rally. Yeah. Chat, who is Daft? Daft is a good friend of mine who is a wonderful person. I only watched about 1 minute of this video, and I'm hoping the remaining 15 minutes are the same. You're right. This is something that I, and I'm sure many others, have thought for years. I, as a white man, have been too afraid to say this because when it comes to the left, your opinions as a cis white man matter less. Growing up in Texas, I was always taught that treating anyone differently because of their skin color or cultural background was wrong. Woke culture changed that to you can't shit on anyone but white people. I won't sit around and say that. Yeah, I think like this take is basically like I used to love making jokes about black people. And then people yelled at me and said it was racist. And I kind of like came to terms with that might be racist. So I can't do that anymore in public. But like, how come black people get to make jokes about white people? That's basically what that is, I think. For a lot of people, that's the underlying animosity, is that like, if you can say it, like, why can't I say it? Which is an age-old question. I'm done with this guy. Let's get to some fun shit. TikTok hates the relationship by Drew Gooden. Let's take a look. I'm going to go
watch a wholesome video on TikTok or Instagram and it makes you feel good. I mean, so much of the internet can be this toxic, argumentative wasteland, but for once you're sitting there
some fun
smiling at your phone.
I'll be back.
Imagine a piece of content that actually makes your day better. and then you open up the comment section and it's a fucking war zone. Going into 2023 with the same person since 2010. Oh, that's nice. They've been together for a very long time. Clearly they've worked hard and been able to make a life for themselves centered around their shared interest. And I mean, really, that's the dream for anybody, no matter what that shared interest may be. And who cares about this? Cringe. Video gaming is the worst hobby one could have. What a waste of time. Not like what I do, which is spend all day on my phone telling other people that they're wasting their time. I'm pissed. Living behind a screen. Aren't you doing the same thing? No. You have gamer in your bio. Are gamers extremely lazy? Do they ever get up? I like to think that this person isn't making fun of them. They're just genuinely concerned for their well-being. Like, wait, have they really been sitting there for 13 years? I hope they're okay. What if they got stuck? Like, I know that you're opening yourself up to criticism whenever you post anything online. That's just the nature of the internet. But it's crazy that even the most uncriticizable posts where someone is just happily doing something and isn't hurting anyone else in the process still gets criticized. All right, here's another TikTok about dishes.
In our house, I cook, he does the dishes. And when he cooks,
wake up!
He does the dishes.
Harmless joke, right? They're just subverting expectations of what you might have expected her to say. So really, there's no reason for someone to get like super pissed about this or anything. Oh, so he's twice as useful as you are. L-girlfriend. So much entitlement. The women that posted this and the women that are commenting on this, just because you don't like doing it doesn't mean he does so about helping and being a good person. He rather does the dishes because he knows you'll never do it without moaning about it or showing the initiative to just do it. You just let him do it because you're lazy and entitled, feeling offended when called out. But ask yourself, if you're feeling called out, doesn't that prove my point?
Fuck yeah, dude. Women are so bad. Women bad. I mean, honestly, fellas, am I right? Women bad. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Women so bad. Ooh.
Video is 8 seconds long.
L women.
Slavery. That's right. Someone watched this video and thought, oh my God.
Dude, I love how fucking like unhinged. When I'm not the recipient of these kinds of comments, it's so funny to watch from afar. Cause like, you know, this is reminding me of like my unhinged psychopathic stalker fucking weirdos that are always in the comment section of anything that I put out. Like, remember when someone tried to say that I enslaved my mom because she was cooking for me when I brought her to Los Angeles to live with me during COVID? I was like, bro, that's like, there's like a lot of fucking underlying issues. There's like a lot of underlying issues there for you to like come out with that statement without being embarrassed. Don Jenny, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Like, that was an insane fucking statement. That shit flies, though.
That's exactly what being a slave is like. And 5 people agreed? Slavery is when I have to do the dishes, even though I was the one who cooked that night. Simps love to defend this irrational thinking. Imagine if the genders were reversed. I know, right? Then the comments might be insane. Normalize men doing chores. Normalize women changing oil and fixing the toilet and paying the bill. Ah, yes, changing oil and fixing toilets. 2 things that notoriously need to be done as often as the dishes. Shit, I change my oil every time I drive. Only the best for my car. How often do you even have to fix a toilet? Every couple of years at the most? What are you doing in there? You shitting grenades? Look, I don't know who this couple is, but I'm positive that this 8-second video does not sum up their entire relationship. Like, in my house, Amanda does the dishes like 90% of the time. But I cook 90% of the time. She cleans more often than I do, but I do all the grocery shopping. I don't know, one single chore doesn't tell the whole story. But even still, being in a relationship isn't supposed to be this one-to-one transactional exchange where every chore must be split down the middle and every good deed must be reciprocated immediately. Hey, I just did something nice for you. Do it back or I'm gonna post about this on TikTok. What are you talking about? It's my birthday. Oh, I'm supposed to give you a present too? You would if you loved me. Like, no, you just figure out what works best for you guys, and if something's not working, then you talk about it. Clearly these people—
This man is a slave. Yeah, literally. Doesn't even realize it, dude. Fucked up. Bro, this is— He's white. Bro, the other video that we just watched is real. White men are being enslaved right now by women. Hopefully white women, of course. Otherwise, it's white genocide. I mean, come on.
People are traumatized from a past relationship where they had to do a chore and they haven't been able to stop thinking about it since. It's time to move on. All right, you gotta let that shit go. There's another common type of TikTok I've seen multiple renditions of.
See you later.
You've been a great out today.
That's all right. Thank you. Bye.
And honestly, I like TikToks like this because I think this is really healthy and a good thing to point out. Like having the desire to be by yourself for a little bit doesn't mean your marriage is bad all of a sudden or you've lost your spark. Most couples go through this. Most couples do this. You are still your own person with your own hobbies and interests. It's not the end of the world. Like sometimes Amanda comes home from work and wants to tell me everything that happened that day, and that's great. And other times she just wants to come home and listen to a podcast and play Stardew Valley for 3 hours. And both of those are fine. That's not good or healthy for couples. Well, this is crazy unhealthy in a relationship. That is terrible relationship advice.
Yeah, except for, you know who knows? You know who knows what good relationships look like? A 14-year-old on TikTok who's never been in a relationship. That's who knows what a healthy relationship should be like, okay? Do you understand? Or this guy, the Dutch conservative. Like, this guy made a TikTok, and he could have named himself anything, okay? Any number of things. And he went with the Dutch conservative. That guy probably has a healthy attitude about the planet. He probably has a healthy opinion. You know what I mean? These are IG real comments, by the way. Who cares? It's the same shit. TikTok, IG, same bullshit, okay? Just even more divorced. If you're on Instagram Reels comments, you're even more divorced somehow than the, TikTok comments.
Advice. When kids are down, it's time to be together. Each of you should have some time to do what you like, but do it while kids are up. One watches kids, then the other. It's a very specific rule. Me and my husband, we have 4 kids. That was in the 80s. All our time was about them. Now that they are growing and have their own family, me and him have some our time. We love being around each other, but like he wishing TV and working. I like being at home alone, and when we at home, we talk about everything, and then like I said, he in one room and I am in another. We be married for 40 years, get along just fine. I think she's on my side here. I'm not 100% sure, though. If you love somebody, you'll expect to have its company as much as they can. It seems like there are 2 kinds of negative responses to this. There's the people who misinterpret it to mean that they don't want to spend any time together, even though that's not at all what they're saying. This is like an hour of their day, some of the time, relax.
Not
but
acceptable.
there's also the people who use TikToks like this to just brag about their own relationship. Sad. We like to be with each other at bedtime, even after 9 years of marriage. Wait, you guys have alone time? That's a choice that you make. No, that's great. I'm happy for you. I guess it's just that you must not love each other very much because I spend every waking moment with my wife. We have the same job, the same hobbies, the same friend, us. Our bathroom has 2 toilets and they face each other. A few years back, I actually took a class on how to stop blinking, and now I don't do it anymore. What can I say? I guess I missed her too much when my eyes were closed.
You don't want to miss a single moment in the relationship like that. Just like you don't want to miss a single moment at the top of the hour ad break. Fuck, I fucked it up. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you don't want to miss a single moment of the stream, then all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Fuck. Or you get 1 free Prime subscription. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Fucking, I'm done, dude. 9 hours of commentary. My brain is fucking fried, okay? It's fried. I'm sorry.
Of course, there's a balance to this.
By the way, Don Jenny, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. The Alex Mana, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Maddie Codes, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Luna Lux 9, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That's like what? Fucking 35 people that no longer see the top of the hour ad break. That's crazy.
This, as this guy will tell you, not realizing that the people who posted the TikTok would probably agree with him. If you never prioritize your partner and you're constantly blowing them off to just do whatever you want, go hang out with your friends, that's a problem. If 100% of the time you'd rather be hanging out with your boys than paying any attention to your girlfriend, you probably shouldn't be dating her. You should be dating your boys. But at the same time, I wouldn't personally want to be in a relationship where my life solely revolves around the other person. You need time to cultivate your own interests and work on yourself so you actually have something to bring to the table.
Roman Labs, thank you for the 5
your partner
gifted subs.
is trying to minimize your other passions or turn you against your friends, it's kind of a manipulation tactic. They're trying to make you fully dependent on them so you have nowhere else to go and no one else in your life to point out all their red flags. I don't think a relationship should be about merging into one entity that is useless without the other person. Because if you get too far into it, you're gonna lose sight of who you were before you started dating. Just like with anything though, it comes down to what you and your partner agree on. If you both want to spend 24 hours a day holding hands and staring into each other's eyes, go for it. That's awesome. I'm not gonna stop you. But that's what really gets me about these comments is that for the most part, everybody's just arguing for their own personal preference in a relationship that they're not a part of. If you see a video like this and you think, well, that wouldn't work for me, or my wife and I could never do something like that, that's literally fine because you're not in the relationship. Like, I just don't understand the need to go around imposing the rules of your marriage onto everyone else. Like, what's the point of even trying to argue with how this couple lives their lives? They've been together for 13 years. If this lifestyle was unsustainable for them, they wouldn't have been able to sustain it. If you see this couple happily on the same page about something and then decide that actually you know what's best for them more than they do, no, you don't. Shut up. In classic internet fashion though, I found another TikTok that's almost exactly the same as these ones, but all of the comments are angry for the opposite reason.
After our kids go to bed, this is how my husband and I have been spending time together at night. I am rewatching all the Marvel movies, and my husband is over here racing in his racing simulator. So we're like kind of together, right?
Now, I'll admit, the vibe is a little different in this one. Whereas the other people were like proudly saying, hey, this is something we do. This is what works in our relationship. This woman seems a little bit more unsure. It also kind of looks like maybe she's been crying, but I don't know her life. I'm just going to assume that it was from the movie. Ultimately, I don't know. And I'm not going to speculate on it too hard because this is an Instagram reel and I don't know anything about these people. Is what I would say if I wasn't a crazy person. She just wants him to do what she wants to do. Yeah, she's not happy. Something's going on. She is low-key putting him down. Instead of just talking to her husband, instead she tries to make a video.
It's so cool that TikTok has basically created an environment for like every random normie to feel 15 seconds of like fame, but also in the worst elements that accompany it, which is like incredibly insane parasocial, unhinged commentary about like uniquely private details about your life, some of which you are willingly allowing people to peer into, but many of which you are not. Okay? Anyone and everyone is making assertions about your relationship now. Welcome. Welcome to the hellish existence.
Video and post it trying to shame him? Could you cry a little less? Have you offered or shown any interest in playing games with him? Reach into his interests? I understand that you are not enjoying this quality time. Visually obvious. Now, the thing that these comments all have in common is that they're all working off of an assumption. We have decided that this video is not sincere. And since that's now a fact that we all can agree on, it's okay to bully you for it. So I was curious, I found them on TikTok. I just saw this one on Instagram. And they made multiple follow-up videos where they had to be like, guys, can you stop telling us to get a divorce? Like, we love each other. We love our kids. We spend a lot of time together. I was just...
No. It's just, that only makes it worse because now you've recognized that people, they got to you. I saw someone comment, oh, you didn't post for 5 days. I thought your third attempt worked on some random creator. I watched these motherfuckers with their parasocial relationships are so unhinged. That's insane.
Just kind of tired because we both worked all day and you guys are looking into this way too hard. Please stop. It's weird. Okay, so mystery solved, right? And now that we have that context, I would like to present to you one of the most unhinged comments I have ever read in my life. I am certain that the purpose of this video was, we've got this whole history and all I'm asking for him is to sit here and watch these movies with me. I even put on Marvel movies because he likes them and I want to bait him over here to spend time with me because he never spends time with me after all that we've been through. I don't even care about Marvel movies. Right, because Marvel movies...
Guys, you're saying holy shit, but like everyone does this. Literally everyone does this. It's the same exact thing as like what you're describing right now reminds me of what my father did to me. Like I might be talking about some dumb shit, like totally ridiculous, like a joke. And then a chatter will be like, this is literally transphobia. This is like how someone opened up the door to be transphobic because Like, it's just your own personal experience that you think is being, that you're watching, basically. It's literally, it's just the same shit. It's an incredibly common narcissistic trait for the most part. Usually, like when I said the pride flag, like the rainbow colors is like not, is not aesthetically pleasing, right? And then someone was like, well, that's how you fucking that's how you open the door to being like, you know, homophobic and anti-LGBT. I've seen comments like these during your parasocial time at the beginning of the stream. Yeah, I mean, this is the greatest tweet of all time, but like, sorry, not going to care about Afghanistan because I grew up with an alcoholic, psychologically abusive father in constant state of distress and anxiety and worry about the future. Hearing the key in the door every evening was my own Afghanistan for almost 20 years. Like, that's just... What? Like, that seems like a you issue.
Movies are for boys, and women can't like superheroes. I'm just making sacrifices to stop enjoying my life, not doing things I want to do or grow as a person, have a hobby, all for him to just pay me the slightest bit of attention. No one appreciates sacrifices they didn't ask for. Do what you want to do. If that doesn't feel like quality time, speak up. If you feel like this relationship is costing everything you want from life, speak up. Otherwise, shut up. Holy shit. We're not even halfway through, by the way. And if you do speak up and that's not what he wants, it's okay to move on with your life. If you feel like you could do better and deserve more, go reach for it. But don't go crawling back just because you don't like the new life you have after you've thrown away your old one and destroyed all semblance of peace for yourself and your family. Stop wasting your time doing things that don't make you happy. You literally have this one life and you're choosing to cry on TikTok rather than make a meaningful difference. Obviously, he's happy and comfortable the way it is, and if you divorce him, he'll probably just enjoy more of his free time after a fucked up dark period of feeling worthless and that nothing that he does is enough, because that's what you're saying here. Nothing that has happened before was enough for you.
I think we should do mandatory therapy and Medicare for all just for this reason. Okay? Like, I think we can make an argument for therapy, like universal healthcare and therapy for everybody, specifically by pointing to this and other fucking tweets and other fucking takes like this. So we can just like eliminate it from public consciousness. Okay, using the internet, you need a fucking license. Yeah, that's cool too. Yeah. I'm not even kidding. Like, I mean, this is just like this only happens when you're just when you have like so much unresolved trauma. Bernie needs to do a speech with clips like this playing in the background. Yes. Men and women are chirping on TikTok comment sections. And the only way we can stop them from chirping nonstop is by doing Medicare for all and healthcare and mental health care for all Americans.
You. Absolute insanity aside, he based this entire rant on the assumption that she's pretending to like the movies. Like, you never stop to think, what if this thing I'm making up isn't actually true? That would kind of destroy my entire argument and make me look like an asshole. Nah, I'll do it anyway. Isn't it fun, though, that the internet is so used to just yelling at each other all the time that you can post two videos with essentially the same thesis and cause a riot for two opposite reasons? Social media is so fun. I'm having a great time. Now, if you're anything like me, seeing all of this unasked for discourse kind of makes you never want to post any private information about yourself because people are just going to use it to bully you or speculate on your behalf. You might even think to post a TikTok where you're like, hey, my partner doesn't post about me on social media, but that doesn't mean the relationship doesn't work because he loves me in real life. And that's really all that matters to me. Only to find out that even that's wrong too. God, and don't even get me started on parenting TikTok. I would.
Wait, I want to see the unhinged comments. Come
Now,
on.
that even that's...
He hides me, but my expenses are paid. I don't know, sis. I'll pay for my own shit till I find the one who's proud of me. He don't post you because you don't want the other girls to see he's sliding in DMs and living in a whole different life on social media, lusting over other women and have desires. Do we deserve that? We got to stop settling for what's not our values and worth. Money is easy to get. Be with someone who isn't afraid of showing you. 331 likes. So, spoiled and nothing to contribute to the relationship? Okay. 80 likes.
That's wrong too. God, and don't even get me started on parenting TikTok. I would never in a million years post a video of my child because I'm just gonna get a bunch of comments from people telling me that I'm doing everything wrong. Like, you'll see a video of a kid falling down, right? I'm not saying I seek those kind of videos out or anything. It's just sometimes they pop up.
Oh, come on. They're funny. Come on. There's always fun.
And I watch them, okay? But the kid will fall down, right? And the mom will be like, oh
Objectively
no, are you
hilarious.
okay? And someone will comment, wrong. Let her get up on her own or she'll never learn how to be independent. And then you'll see the same kind of video where the parent will instead be like, hey, buddy, you're fine. Just shake it off. Wrong. She's clearly hurt. You were supposed to keep her safe and you failed.
Bro, no, this is literally like when people come into my chat to be like, why did you upset Will Neff? You know what I mean? And it's like, bro, this dude, I've known him for like 12 years. Like, you watch him for 35 minutes a night. You know what I mean? Like, you think you know our relationship better? Like, what the fuck is this? And that is basically the same shit happening here to just random normies who made the crime or mistake of posting on the internet.
And now she'll never trust anyone and it's all your fault. It's like, okay, what am I supposed to do then? Because it doesn't seem like anything is right to you guys. What's ironic about this, though, is I feel like a lot of these kind of commenters are the same people who will shame young people for not.
This is why your population is declining? A wasted life. You two might as well go on palliative care. It's better to find eternal meaning through your children than temporary happiness through a game, but you do you. It's probably because our lives are more than just our own, and to think that way comes off as being arrogant and selfish.
Having kids yet? Come on,
oh my God.
Guys, be useful to society. Give birth already. And then post about them so we can nitpick all of your choices. Really, though, that's just like the whole internet right now. No matter what kind of content you're making, no matter what you're doing, you'll just be living your life. And then someone will be like, that's not how I would do it. Well, I didn't ask, buddy. Now, the last video I want to point out has some pretty insane discourse, partly because I found it on Twitter. I mean, in general, when a TikTok gets reposted to Twitter, it's
that's
not
when it
usually
gets
like,
real
hey,
crazy.
look at this funny TikTok I found.
Oh, it gets
It's
really
like,
worse.
Hey, look at this piece of shit I found. We should set their house on fire.
Day one of being a stay-at-home husband.
Oh,
Made us some
yeah.
tea.
I love this one. This was so funny. Like, it's so fucking cute, and people were so crazy about it, of course.
And cuddled on the couch. And then I started to pack her lunch before she went to work with all her favorite foods. Snuck in a love note, drove her to work.
You get the idea. You know, it's a guy who loves his wife and is clearly doing a good job.
It was so sweet. It's like, dude, God forbid, the biggest mistake you can ever make is like show that you're happy on the internet. Holy fuck. People will find a way to just rip it apart, dude.
Of taking care of her. They seem to be in a healthy, happy relationship. Not really anything to judge, right? This is more disturbing than gore.
Then the Yeah, dude, totally. That was my takeaway too. That's what I was going to say. I know I looked at that and said, "Oh, how wonderful, a couple in love and like being supportive to one another," but this is my takeaway too now. I take it back. So fucking statue PFP, dude, of course. Oh God. Oh, Western civilization is under attack, and the only way we can stop the moral decay is by making all of our Twitter avatars fucking statues of Greek, from the Greek era, from ancient Greece, and that's the only way to stop it. We're going to plug the dam of moral degeneracy destroying the West with my statue avatar. I'm going to do that. Fucking statue PFPs, dude. Antiquity was so much better, bro. Dog. Antiquity, no one be helping out their wives, dude. You fucking kidding me? Just say you're a pedophile, dude. Just say it. You're fucking pedo, bitch.
What universe is at a superior life to living alone? It's a terrible lesbian couple. Okay, I lost it at the Beyond Meat jerky.
Oh my God, they're all
Was there like a
statue.
meeting they all went to where they all decided one day that all the guys like this on Twitter have to change their profile picture to some random dead guy statue? What is it?
Oh. Drew is such a wonderful, kind individual who does not know the fucking insanity of Twitter. Like, that's how you know this motherfucker is a normie, okay? I'm going to make this mine. Yeah. No, that just means that they're trad, which means that they're, you know, oftentimes just like white supremacist right wingers.
It's me. Every time you see someone on Twitter with a profile picture like this, I promise you they're about to say the worst take you've ever heard. The only thing gay here is using a straw at home. Fellas, is it gay to drink stuff? Have you noticed that like everything has discourse now? Everything is a debate, even if it doesn't need to be. And some of it is constructive. Of course, some of it is very...
Bro, I was so ahead of the game with this, saying that debate perverts need to be abolished. Debate perverts need to go to jail. I was so ahead of the game, straight up. One of my greatest locks of all time. I know that it ruffled a lot of feathers at the time, but god damn, dude. Everyone is just like always trying to duke it out. It's like, shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear from you. Your opinion is not valid. I don't care. You're a fucking loser. You're a fucking idiot. You're just as stupid as I am. You're on the internet, okay? Why the fuck would I ever learn anything new or interesting from you, okay? We're both fucking mentally ill loser dumbasses on the internet. Chirping around, okay? Why would I learn anything productive from you? Shut the fuck up. I know my skull is hollowed out, so you are probably the same, okay? I don't want to hear that. It's so much worse now because they have fucking Twitter blue check marks and you see mutuals retweeting them, posting a fake video. Oh yeah, always. That too.
Very much worth having, but then I'll see people arguing about like which basketball player is having a better season or how much cream you're supposed to put in your coffee. Like the fate of the world is on the line. I feel like there's this anger that's seeped into every part of the internet, and it's so hard to avoid without just staying off of it altogether. Like you'll see the most innocuous comment in the world that for some reason has 97 replies, and you're like, huh, what happened here? And the most recent reply will be like, no, I'm not the one defending genocide. You're the one. And it's like, huh? How did they, what? Who even brought that up? And I think what really sucks about it is so much of it is by design. Like there were those documents that came out that showed Facebook's algorithm was more likely to suggest something if a lot of people were using the angry reaction emoji. And then outside of Facebook, on Twitter, I've noticed that a lot of times the tweet at the top of a thread is not the one with the most likes, but the one with the most replies because it's the most controversial. It is the most likely way to stretch out the amount of time you spend on that thread because now instead of just the one original paragraph, there's now dozens of insane ramblings for you to scroll through. Even Instagram is starting to show some of the worst comments near the top. That's how I found the ones in this video. I wasn't scrolling to the bottom, they were at the top. And it's all because a computer told them that these kind of comments increase engagement. Let's not worry about what kind of engagement. Let's not worry about the fact that this specific kind of engagement actually makes people feel like shit and they're worse off when they leave the app than they were when they came onto the app. And not only is this making the overall user experience more negative, but by showing the hateful comments to more people because you know that that's what will get them to interact with it, aren't you like actively encouraging people to write hateful things? Like most of the time, if someone's being an asshole online, they're just doing it to rile people up. They're doing it to get a response. And if the algorithms did a better job of flagging and suppressing those things, and maybe after a while, those people would be like, it seems my efforts are fruitless. This is no way to spend my days. I need to get my shit together. And then they like put on a suit and tie. But from like the user side, our side, I don't really know what the answer is besides just like spending less time on the internet. It just sucks though, because sometimes it's really fun, you know? Sometimes I don't get pissed off at all. I just laugh a lot. I like the internet. I like connecting with people across the world. I like finding new talented creators and following them and seeing what kind of stuff they make. There's so much good out there. I wish it wasn't so depressing sometimes. Anyway, for all the people who have sat through this whole rant and didn't care because they don't really listen to me when I talk and they only watch these videos to see the ad read at the end, you're in luck because today's video is sponsored.
Okay. All right, let's watch this cut video and then I'm going to do Okay Buddy.
Travel a lot for sure. I don't know if I have like a specific purpose in that.
There's no goal that accompanies it. You don't seem to have any direction in life.
Oh
whereas
my
I know exactly where I'm going and what I want, and I don't want to have to babysit someone.
Welcome to The Button, a speed...
Oh, that was way too aggro. Oh my fucking lord. I know I'm gonna watch the Waiting for Hassan anime intro. Okay, don't worry. I'm gonna watch all that. That's on Okay Buddy, dog. We're gonna do all of that.
Dating show. When the button lights up red, either player may press it and swap out their date for a new person.
Get out of here.
If two people can last on a date for 10 minutes, they win an all expenses paid second date.
This is The Button.
Hello.
My name's Serena.
Serena.
What's
nice
your
to meet
name?
you. I'm Mo.
Mo. Okay, what's a big ick for you?
Big hygiene. Oh my
Hygiene.
God.
Can he smell your armpits?
The fuck? No, I barely know him.
I
don't want like a stranger to touch me. Like he seems totally chill, but like, bro, I barely even hug my mom.
This is literally that is the most normal reaction. Like, straight up, the most normal reaction that, like, an actual person would make. And not, like, someone who is, I guess trying to perform on camera. Like, that was actually great.
All right, so physical touch is not your love language?
It's just like culturally, it's not super common.
Serena,
nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Yes,
you.
yes. Oh, hi, I'm
Austin.
Serena.
Absolute
nice
pleasure.
to meet you.
Tell me what you live for, what you plan to die for.
My cats.
Tell me what you want to live for and what you plan to die for. Lil Krish, I miss home, please, free. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. This motherfucker has the most money, bro. It's crazy. Like, I wonder how many total gift subs Lil Krish has given me over the course of the many years that he's been banned. It's crazy. He's gonna be like 30 years old one day, still trying to get unbanned.
Do you believe they have souls?
I mean, I don't know if I believe in souls necessarily.
Bro, she said cats and immediately went, do you believe they have souls? Dude, you are not deep, dog. You are not deep.
Because I'm not religious.
And
but
relative to humans as well?
Well, I believe there's consciousness, right? Were you born Christian out of curiosity?
I was.
Why are you so contentious, dude? God. Bro, it's not like you got a lot of things going for you, in a speed dating type scenario, especially. You don't have to make it worse. You know what I mean? What the fuck is this? This is what I don't understand. I think sometimes people literally have like, they just have this like negative attitude because they assume that the other person across from them is going to be like not interested in them. And then in an effort to not be rejected, they come across combative to be like, yeah, I did this on my own. I didn't even fucking want you to begin with. And it's like, dude, everyone sees through that. Like, you're not coming across like you're fucking sick. Like, you only are coming across like you're fucking sick to like other people who are equally as like Discord moderator, fucking Reddit mod brained. You know what I mean? It's weird. This dude seems like a petty tyrant Reddit mod lol. Yeah, no, literally, he does.
But I rejected it in majority pretty much.
Why did you reject it?
Because I just wasn't really about it. I didn't want to give
Who got it first?
Me, 100%.
I don't believe in God.
What? He is so... No, it was him. He's so unnecessarily combative, dude. He said, duel me, heathen. Where's his chin? He spec'd into fucking agility. And I guess he like forgot that you have a slider for the chin thing, and he forgot to like slide it at all. Bro, this dude pops off on this dude is the average Osu player. You know what I mean? All agility, no charisma. Oh no, absolutely not. He's the dude who liked the incel in the bang, who liked the incel's perspective in the bang ad. Yeah. Agility, faith, and misogyny.
Who got it first?
Me, 100%.
Yeah.
Me, 100%.
I don't believe in God.
I can tell.
Yeah.
I can tell.
Hey, how you doing?
How you doing?
Good. Austin.
Mochi.
Hey,
Nice to
absolute
meet
pleasure.
you.
Yeah.
What were you up to this week?
Nothing really that interesting, kind of sat at home. I just got out of the military, so I'm looking for work and
Bro, I mean, there's so many red flags everywhere, dude. Holy fuck.
all that. So in a transition period.
I tried to get in the military twice, and they did not want my ass.
How long were you passionate for that?
Not at all.
No, just
Not.
came and went?
It was a minor thing.
So what do you hope to achieve in your life?
I want to travel a lot for sure. I don't know if I have like a specific purpose in that.
There's no goal that accompanies it. You don't seem to have any direction in life, whereas I
Bro,
know
he
exactly
just
where I'm going.
smacks that so hard, dude. Holy fuck. Bro, he's hitting that thing like it's his future wife. You know what I mean? Like, Jesus Christ, bro, chill, okay? Fucking Christ. Calm down, brother.
Going and what I want, and granted, that's nothing wrong with that, but because I know where I'm at and where I'm going, I don't want to have to babysit someone to where I am. So.
Valid.
Hello, pleasure, Austin.
They're laughing at him. They're laughing. Both of the girls were like, we kind of dodged a bullet here. He's the dude posting Rule 34 cut button fan pics. No, this is, you know what the vibes I'm getting from this guy? The vibes I'm getting from this guy is like, let's build a Discord server specifically to cyberstalk my favorite e-celeb and then write unhinged comments on every fucking subreddit post specifically because we're holding him accountable. That's what this guy's doing, okay? That's his weekend activity. He's like, I don't have a job right now because I have something more honorable and more important to do, which is destroy the socialist moral rot that's happening on twitch.tv. They had this man on the drone hospital's joystick, and he was the best at his job. Yeah. Bro, they had to give him an honorable discharge because he was too good. He was too good for the U.S. military. He was a little overzealous. I'm going to get on this shit and drop an Azam reference. Okay.
Yes.
Nice to meet you.
What's your name?
Irish.
Irish?
Yeah.
I like that. How'd you?
He starts so nice. He starts off so nice, and then it falls apart immediately. Here she is, his Asian wife, classic libertarian. They're going to hit it off for sure. To be fair, the first girl was Asian too, I'm pretty sure. Like, I think she was like half Asian or something. Like, and he was not giving her anything, so who knows?
You get that name?
I don't know.
Your parents just gave it to you? They didn't...
Yeah, well, they...
Oh my God, he is actually being way, way nicer to her. Okay, maybe you guys were right. Nope, you guys might be right.
You get that name?
Awesome.
Yes.
Nice to meet you.
What's your name?
Irish.
Irish?
Yeah.
I like that.
Tip, misogyny. Yeah. Oh no. He finds his most reason to hate them and never looks back. Bro, this is the best cut button. The cut realized this is how you got to do it. You got to find someone who's like abhorrent. This is literally like, you got to find someone who is just so bad. Just so fucking bad.
How'd you get that name?
I don't know.
Your parents just gave it to you? They didn't...
Yeah, well, they looked at me and they thought I looked like Irish.
Very well.
So what are you into? What are your hobbies?
I'm a writer, musician, martial arts. I'm into like theology.
Tell me more.
What more?
Like, the difference between like Jesus Christ and God. Like,
Okay,
what's the
Jesus
difference?
Christ is God, but if you want to like go against other religions, you can see how Islam talks about Muhammad as a sole prophet.
What was your name?
Austin.
I'm Al.
Oh, they kicked him out? Wait, what?
It's a very...
Wait, is this still him? Did they swap him out? What happened?
Prophet.
What was your name?
Austin.
What? What just happened, dog? He still looks like that guy, but like just slightly different.
Austin.
I'm Allie.
It's a very pleasure to meet you.
Very pleasure to meet you too.
It's
I like
a
your
very
style.
pleasure to meet
You
you.
look like you read books.
I try to read, but I'm not really adept at reading, if I'm like completely honest.
I don't know why your aesthetic was giving reads books, but it was a compliment.
Well, I take it as such, so I appreciate it.
How important is faith?
How important is faith for you?
100%. And at the end of the day, if you reject Christ the King,
Every button guy is a revenge smack for every time he's been rejected. He's got no interest in finding love. He only wants to abuse power that he's been given in life. Yeah. It seems like this is the first instance. Motherfucker got a crumb of power and lost it, dude. He is like, he's on cop mode right now. He's so bad they had to recast him. Yeah, they did. You cannot convince me this is the same guy. They took his glasses off. This is a different guy. They found two guys with identical lack of chins. With the same fucking goatee.
it's a no-go.
So you're a Christian.
100%.
Cool. I'm a Christian.
He said he took his glasses off and got hot. He looks like straight evil Prezzo. No, he doesn't. That's a violation to Prezzo. Come on.
Too.
Excellent. As a it's a no-go.
So you're a faith for you.
100%. And at the end of the day,
Okay.
if you reject Christ the King, it's a no-go.
So you're a Christian.
100%.
Bro, this is corny as fuck, bro. Who says stuff like this? That's crazy. Like, even if you were a religious person, you could just be like, yeah, I'd keep it to myself, but I like God. You know what I mean? He's like, if you reject Christ the King, you will be punished at the tribunal. You know what I mean? Like, he said Christ the King? What the fuck? What is happening? Hassan, can you debunk this bullshit? The Myth of the Tiny Radical Muslim Minority by Ben Shapiro. Dude, do you want me to die? Because I'll die right now. I'm on my 9th hour right now. I am not having a good time if I watch that, okay? That's like I watched it on the first hour of the broadcast and still wanted to fucking end it all type video. You know what I mean?
Cool. I'm a Christian too.
Excellent. As a Christian, can you tell me a little bit about the gospel of Jesus Christ and how that goes?
He's testing her. He's testing her. By the way, that's a 2020 video. I probably have watched it before the Ben Shapiro video. I meant this one by M. Hood. This guy looks like a Make-A-Wish kid who ended up surviving, and he's way too confident. I was not. That's big no-no, man. That's wow. Some of the things that you guys say. Ban that guy. Yeah, no, that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, like the gospel is basically that Jesus was here and died for our sins.
He is so mad. He's so mad. He is literally, he's like looking at her with laser eyes.
And yeah, his spirit guides us.
Is that the same Jesus who died and rose again 3 days later?
Yes.
Believe in the resurrection?
Yes.
Excellent. If that's genuine, I 100% accept that.
Yeah.
So I guess my question is, growing up in that foundation.
Oh shit. Boys, my power went out and then came back. Did you guys see that? That was crazy. Yo, did you guys see that? I think some of you might have accidentally seen that. Or did it just stream? My entire house power went off and then on again. Wow, that was kind of cool. What the fuck? Like literally, the lights went out entirely in my house, and my my monitors went out for a second too, like some of them. Wait, did you see it?
Is that the same Jesus who died and rose again?
Wait, let me see. Let me see what it looked like
And
on
3 days
stream.
later?
Yes.
You believe in the resurrection?
Yes.
Excellent. If that's genuine, I 100% accept.
Yo, you saw it on stream. Look at that.
Yeah.
So
Look, my monitor goes out too. Look. See, it's dark. I don't even know how that's possible, bro. Is it because I believe Jesus is king? What does that make you so happy? Luck. It's just sheer luck. That's why I'm happy.
I 100% accept that.
That's, yeah.
Don't you have battery backup? Yeah, but my router's not connected to it. I do have a UPS, but my router's not connected to the UPS. So that's why I'm saying, like, it's weird that... Anyway, whatever. Let's just finish this.
Was it kind of like a thing you just kind of swallowed without challenging it? Doubt is not indicative. Oh, unfortunate.
It was just a little intense, and that's all. It felt a little bit like
Overwhelming?
intense. Yeah.
See
Yeah.
that?
Hello.
Hi.
And finally, dude. Holy shit.
How's it going?
Good.
I'm Michael, by the way.
I'm Allie.
I really like your hair.
Oh, thank
yeah.
you.
I like your nails too.
Oh,
Yeah.
ooh, I just cut them short. Now I'm like kind of being.
Do you prefer short nails?
I kind of do, yeah. But you like long nails?
I mean.
Are you gonna press the button?
No,
if I have
no,
short
no,
nails?
no. Are you gonna? No. What do you do for a living?
I'm the head of marketing at a product company.
Oh, you should got a real job. You know?
Yeah, I have
okay.
a big girl job.
You're actually really pretty, but
So, would you say you two are hitting it off?
more than that, I hope so. You know what I'm saying?
I think I'm hitting it off with Michael, but I feel like I don't know a lot about you. So I've got questions for you.
Okay, I got answers.
I feel like you might be a baby, and I might be
A what?
a baby, like a little baby.
A baby?
Yeah, like
Oh.
you might be like younger than me, like way younger than me. Wait, how old are you?
I'm 27.
Oh, okay, it's not that bad. I thought you could be like
Because
23.
you said that? Oh. Yeah, but
It's flattery.
now you. Oh, I don't want to guess your age. You should never ask a woman their
Oh,
age.
I'm 30.
Yeah, that's what 3 years. She's like that senior girl that.
Yeah, this is when I had a stream outage and it was like weird. Yeah, when I had no internet, I was at how, but I was literally fucking streaming. It was weird. I don't know how the fuck I did that. Anyway, let's get back to the
But
story.
I thought you could be like
because
23.
you said that. Oh. Yeah, but
It's flattery.
now you. Oh, I don't want to guess your age. You should never ask a woman their
Oh,
age.
I'm 30.
Yeah, that's what 3 years. She's like that senior girl, that popular cheerleader that I've always had a crush on. So yeah, no, that's not a problem.
Okay.
Wow, I really like your eyes. You know?
Oh, I'm like being like struck by your compliments. Michael.
I'm a little smitten. I'm not gonna lie. So.
I do have another question.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Say you're having like a super relaxed day.
Mm-hmm.
What food are you ordering and what show are you comfort rewatching?
Oh my gosh. Okay, so
It's a good question.
It's been like dating reality TV shows.
Oh.
Yes.
Like
and,
what?
Oh, Too Hot to Handle.
That's
Yeah.
a good one, yeah.
I'm getting tacos. Tacos and French fries, or just French fries in general.
Wait.
Uh-huh.
But can you order tacos and French fries from the same place, or
No,
do you have to double?
Double.
Okay.
Okay,
I
yeah.
heard that was called a bang bang.
A bang bang?
I literally.
I guess I like the bang bang.
Okay.
Oh my god, I've never seen such hardcore vibing, dude. This shit was great.
I'm gonna light it up. If you don't hit me, then it looks like you two are going on a second date.
Yeah.
You guys are so
Congratulations.
cute. Wait, we got a rainbow. Look at that.
Oh, okay.
They were
Hey,
adorable,
goals.
yes.
Highlight of the year, to be honest with you.
That's great. That was awesome. Okay, now we are gonna fucking do Okay Buddy, and instead of using my normal Okay Buddy music that I'm gonna be playing, I'm gonna be playing this, the Waiting for Hasanabi anime opening in time, just in time for Japan. Oh my God. That was so beautiful. What the fuck? We gotta run it again. Unfortunately, Will is not gonna be with me in Japan, but still. Bro, this is my dream. Like, you think this is a joke? You think this is a movie? But like, I dream of a future, okay? Is that cultural appropriation though? Yes, dude, it is. It is. Wait, stop. Stop saying you will never be Japanese. Don't do that moon copy pasta right now. This is brilliant. This is incredible. Sorry for spamming. Shut up. This is so good. This is my dream. I'm not a weeb. I'm not a weeb, okay? Mormon coded. Saw this already. Okay, stop. Stop. I made a fan animation. I hope everyone likes it. Dude, this is fucking incredible. Let's see what the comments say. Too damn cute. These better be a part of the intros in the Japan streams. I always imagine him fighting negative vibes like witches in Madoka. So cool. Nippon desu! I'm gonna be walking around, dude. Sumimasen! Everywhere, dude. You don't understand. Okay? Oh God, he's starting. Dude, I'm so close. I'm so fucking close. You don't even understand. Oh my God. Oh, he practiced for sure off stream. You're crazy if you think that practice off stream. First of all, that's my life, dude. That's my fucking life. I've been practicing for 30 years watching anime. What do you mean? I practice on stream, dude. What the fuck? A weeb is always practicing. Yeah, I've been honing my fucking katana. I've been sharpening my katana the entire time. I've been speaking Japanese for 35 years. Oh, Jesus. Wait, is your name Hassan-san in Japanese? Technically, yes. Yeah. Sumimasari. Arigato gozai. Thanks. He's going to be insufferable. Dude, I want to watch the Logan Paul in Japan video because I want to recreate it, but in a kind way.
This was removed.
I really hate to say this.
Oh, wait. I don't want to watch
Tend
the
to
suicide part. What the fuck? I want to watch the rest of it. The rest of it is awful, too. We literally hate him for that. I know. As your PR agency, you know what I'm going to say? I'm not going to do that. What I want to do is I want to watch the Logan Paul video. And
I just gotta be careful to not.
And I want to do like the exact opposite of what he did. So my plan was to literally watch what he did on the video and then do the exact opposite. Like shoot it in like an identical way. So like when he's like being loud and obnoxious, I go to a public space and I avoid everyone. You know what I mean? Like that's what I was thinking about doing, is just like I went to Japan and did the exact same things that Logan Paul did, except no, I didn't. I did the exact opposite. I respected the people of Japan and I abided by their wishes. So like that's what I was planning on doing potentially. I need to watch it though. So are you going to resurrect someone? Yes, I'm going to go to Japan and resurrect someone at the suicide forest. No. You are a 6-foot white man in an East Asian country. There's absolutely no way you'll be able to avoid people. Please just be normal. No Japanese person will understand the memes. So you mean just visiting Japan and having a nice time? Yes. I went to Japan and I was normal. Yeah, like this shit is so cringe, dude. Look at this.
The dumb Americans have arrived. Look good. Oh, don't worry about me. I'm just a vlogger. Gotta be careful to not like disrespect the culture. Tokyo is a real life cartoon. It's gonna eat the GoPro. What did he do? No. You know how it is in Japan. They're all about the respect. We're gonna be
Why does he sound like fucking Steven Seagal?
respectful. LoganPaul.com/shop. Look, they just got loaves of bread. I'll take the whole thing. What's the issue?
This one, it's just for a display.
Oh, so we're gonna be respectful. The Game Boy Color. How much? 9,500. Ah! Excuse me, sir. The game seems to be malfunctioning.
Damn, he's so funny. I'm keeping it real with you, Hassan. I feel like you're going to do the exact same thing as Logan. You're out of your fucking mind if you think I'm going to do that. Why would I do any of these things, dude? Are you insane? If anything, I would do things that would like probably come across as like inappropriate because like on accident, but I wouldn't be doing it like deliberately. He's like very clearly doing deliberately being a bully.
Macho broken though. Toyota, I choose you. No, no, no. Okay, get him. Honey, get him. Oh, catch you. I choose you. Japanese police. Bang.
Bro, there is no fucking way, dude. How did he not get arrested? Japanese police really are fucking on some different shit. All right, whatever. Let's continue. Let's get back to the good vibes. Cancel culture isn't real, and the proof is that he was still popular after he went to Japan. Yeah. What is this? Kiddos? See. Made this during Valor with Lud. What a handsome lad. That handsome lad is gone now. It's a different lad now. Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy. I look back at my hair, like on my last Instagram post, and it's just like I'm a different person, dude. I look like a different person. It's wild. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Mullet. First haircut. At its longest. You look more socialist for some reason. Maybe because I'm wearing a Bernie shirt. The longest was hottest, I can't lie. Strong Flexican vibes. Oh my God, what the fuck? I do look Flexican as fuck there. Japan needs him. I will never pop the beach egg, okay? I'm not going to pop it. I'm going to nest it. What Ray's mom saw?
I was going to be on your stream today, and she sent me a screenshot of you watching the MILF Manor. Is that what it's called?
You're talking about your mom's titties. You're talking about your mom's titties. You're talking about wee-woo. You're talking about your mom's tatas. Oh, the puppies are out every day. Woo-hoo-hoo. I like to go up to them and go, awooga, awooga.
Honk if the queen is dead.
Honk, honk. Mama, give me the titty. I need a sucky suck. No one, and I mean no one fucks my son but me. He came out of my meow, and he will go back in it. I love sucking on them. Not my mom's though, but also like kind of my mom's.
Hi, Mom. I told my mom I was going to be
My response? At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to feel embarrassed at the top of the hour because you're not subscribed and you're going to see an ad break, then all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Where mama at? I've been a cop for 25 years. Aw, look how kind I look as a cop. This is the difference. I don't have thumb. I don't have thumb like aesthetics. Tamana, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. Allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads. You got completely different hair. Then she won't recognize you. Yeah, I'm a different person. Bro walked away during this part of the vid, so re-upping it. Episode 6 of OTV. Oh. Oh no, I rewatched it. I don't know how to read. I actually rewatched this. Listen. Oh wait, I might not have watched it on stream. I literally rewatched this off stream after. Isn't that crazy? Almost cried a little bit while we were doing the restaurant arc. So sick. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ja ja ja. Ja ja ja. Yo, Blue Nose, you fucking idiot. No authentic reactions? Yeah, well, you know, I did watch it. Austin, behind the scenes of Name Your Price.
Will, come over here. All right, we got a fucking show to do, Will, and I'm furiously gay, okay? Okay, come on, Minx, get your fat ass over here.
Bro, this is cursed. This is so cursed. This is so cursed. Even down to the fucking neck vein, dude. Oh no, this is so fucking cursed.
Bring out the fucking, I don't know, the wheelbarrow of fucking lube. Minx!
It's so good. It's so fucking. That's creepy, bro. Damn, Hassan Parker Gaslights, Will Neff, and Cutie Cinderella, 211K views. Yo, this shit is popping. What is this? New VOD in game. Just mad lad as I'm pulling MASH fan cam.
Put 10 bullets in that mash, then I say Bismillah. Falling rogue, but not young car. Knee and crease, man. I'm a East boy like Ronnie and Reggie. 5 man in a ding dong, too deadly. Don't slip round here, it's techie. Brother, please don't tempt me. I'm from a place where you can get murdered and they wouldn't give 2 fucks. I don't care what your brethren's on. 2 can die for the price of 1.
Put 10 bullets in a mash and call it Bismillah. What the fuck does that even... I don't even know what that is, but it's just so good. I've listened to this rapper. He's amazing. There's no such thing as a coincidence. Taking him with me. Where were you when 9/11 happened? This taking him with me shit is so funny. Bad, worst ending. What is this?
Hassan, in front of you there is a button. Press this button if socialism is when there is no house.
No. No, that's
Shit,
that's the socialism is no
Really
house
are the
button.
commie grifter, aren't you?
No. That's the socialism is no house button. Why did I press that? No. Fuck. You are not taking on AMP, big bro. Uh-oh. Ooh. AMP 17-7? That's crazy.
Dean, your man run, Dean.
Uh-oh.
Shoot, man.
I know this is going to be a brick compilation, which is illegal, okay? I'm just going to say it right now. I know that this is going to be a brick compilation, and I'm just saying it right now before I'm going to get ahead of this, okay? This kind of brick compilation should be illegal, okay? If you make a compilation all the times I miss, especially when we were fucking literally winning, because I was making like 98% of our fucking, I scored 98% of our fucking points throughout like most of the games.
Oh, never mind.
Okay, I'm taking it back. I could cook these boys, okay? With the 5-stack I put together from like regular pickup that I do, I think, oh my God, never mind. I thought that they were, never mind.
Bro, my finger will break in the cold. I'm not even kidding.
It is fucking cold. To die, chat.
I just want some good physical contact.
Oh, shit.
What's your impression?
Gonna get Simo on your team, yes.
Fuck. I'm passionate ball. I'm tired.
Oh my God, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck?
I gotta hit one of these, bro. No.
He didn't make any of them, so who cares?
No! Oh, no, you did. Stay with him. I got.
This sucks. This is so deceptive. I hate this. It's so embarrassing. It actually hurts my feelings. Yes, I was playing defense. Dude, in your last 2 games with Will, you bricked so much, though. I did miss a lot. This is a carbon credit situation. If you make these, you have to pay a fine. It's so deceptive. This is deceptive editing. No, we didn't play on a double rim court. There's a single rim. It's deceptive. It's very deceptive editing. I literally won these for us.
Oh, damn it! Bro, I cannot dribble.
I'm letting him shoot.
I cannot dribble.
I'll fucking tickle your nuts.
Oh, that's it. Oh, no. Oh, fuck. Oh, so bad. Oh, my God.
This is so bad. Worse than Westbrook? I'm so bad. I don't even want to fucking...
Oh, bad shot. Feeling.
Oh my God.
What?
For a second.
I still take you over NS Freedom. Your airmail's arriving. This is so fucking annoying. This is so annoying. We played. It was so fucking cold. My fingers were not working. And I hate that you're like... I hate that you clipped out literally every one of my misses. It didn't get it. Dude, he's hiding that it didn't even go in. Like, there was a reason why I wasn't defending him.
Full sprint. I just let him score.
What the fuck? How?
Charles, who you got? Yeah.
He's either playing in China or Japan.
China or Japan. We need to
That's
be
not the name of the
more
team.
specific.
Guangdong Tigers. Ni hao! Ni hao! Ni hao! Victory lap!
It's kind of like when Ludwig Subathon, they worked on stream and it was endless form policing. No, this is so bad. I mean, I knew. Hey, listen. Listen, this is so bad. It's so bad. But actually, it's actually good because then AMP will look at that and go, he sucks ass. It's good. This is how you defeat capitalism. The difference, by the way, what? I don't even understand what this is. But the difference, by the way, is when I looked at the AMP videos, like when I looked at Rage's videos, he fucking filmed himself. So it was his like best fucking, it was his best moments. Meanwhile, when you motherfuckers clip my shit, it's the worst moments. It is the absolute worst. Okay? You guys are the worst. This motherfucker looks like an alpaca. Well, not anymore. No way they used Hassan on a mobile game ad.
What language is he speaking?
Ananı sikeyim diyeceğim ama zaten ananı herkes sikiyor. Recep Tayyip Erdoğan sikiyor ananı. Ondan sonra Elon Musk sikiyor ananı. Ondan sonra Dogecoin sikiyor ananı. Hep sikiliyoruz.
You're wrong. Sulfuric acid.
What a fucking Weasley little holy dude. Audience, shit. Y'all are something else. He's getting kind of cocky with this one. Sneak peek of the upcoming crime. Absolutely wild shoot. Okay, dude. What pretending to be someone else somewhere else looks like? This seems insane. This is one of the truly maddest cases I've heard in ages. The guy faked a pre-recorded live stream to go up as he was committing the murder, giving himself an alibi, and the police believed it at first. Stephen McCullough, vote Saxon 07 on Doctor Who YouTube, has been charged with the murder of Natalie McNally, who was 32 and 15 weeks pregnant. He allegedly pre-recorded a live stream as an alibi and was initially arrested, but then ruled out a suspect on the basis of the stream. Extensive technical examination of his devices by cyber experts has indicated that the footage was pre-recorded and played out as if it was live. How do you do that? Like, I don't even know how you can pre-record a live stream, because on Twitch I think it's like a rerun, right? Why are you asking that? What? Dude, shut the up, you idiot. I feel as though we are going to really abuse the this stream is pre-recorded thing in the chat, aren't we? That's what we're doing now. I feel like chat has not been able to move away from that. It's like you're kind of stuck there, aren't you, chat? Calm down, okay? Please. Got it. It's a good joke. It's funny. Haha. We laughed. We had our laughter. Oh my God. Yeah, dude. Oh yeah, I guess you could just play a video, right? You just like literally play a video, like here. All right, what's going on, guys? I'm live and alive. I hope you guys are having a wonderful time. I'm trying something new today where I will not be reading chat. I will not be reading chat at all. You can still see the chat on the screen to my right. I will not be reading it, though, because I want to make sure that I have my mental sanity intact, okay? Please do not think that I am currently in Japan with Ludwig, and this is a pre-recorded stream. I am not in Japan with Ludwig. You know, that's not where I'm at right now. I'm here in sunny Los Angeles, California. So everyone that thinks that I'm not here and this is a pre-recorded
this is just a clip
stream,
from the
please
stream.
do not
What is
expect
happening?
that from me. I don't know how to do any of that.
This is called the himbo lying technique. The suspect tries to spin a believable narrative of him being in Japan with his friend Ludwig Agren, when in fact he is not. After an intense round of questioning by the authorities, he later admitted that he does not know how to play pre-recorded videos on stream, which in hindsight is not surprising. He cannot hold eye contact with chat and keeps looking around in his room frantically while trying to come up with his story, but ultimately fails, as chat sees right through his lies and calls him out on them. Hassan Piker was sentenced to watching a 1-hour video loop of Ted Cruz swallowing his tonsil stone in his 2016 GOP debate, which led to Hassan violating his house arrest and admitting himself into the Ronald Reagan UCLA Medical Center, where he spent the following year in intensive care.
I was all right. Hey guys, I made some fan art. Please vote for me in the Streamer Awards, not Frogan. What the fuck? Sick fan art. Someone's gonna need to find a new co-host. For those of you who are wondering, I have a katana in my hand.
Fucking nerd.
Oh.
NANI?
That's real. Yeah. Yeah, that's when I actually killed Will. With one swipe from my katana. Nanda kure. Nani. Can't wait for the Japan streams. Trip Japan. Oh my god, this is actually super high quality. What the fuck? Every hour, blast off meme. Hassan, top of the hour ad segues. Chat. And they're fire. New York Times writing incredibly troubling articles in defense of 9/11. Oh, did we see this before? Kitty Committee does opposition research. Mischievous. Good one, Hossie. Bro, there's no OK Buddy post this week. What the fuck? A 6.2 out of 10? Are my ad segues getting worse? No. It is chat who's wrong. That's crazy. Denial is a river or something. You like cats, don't you, Hassan? No. Damn, there's like 3 fucking OK Buddy posts. What the fuck? That's crazy. You guys make such a big stink when I don't look at OK Buddy every... Oh, Reddit was broken all week. I tried uploading. That's wild, dude. Damn, that's fucking crazy. That's actually wild. All right, well, I did 10 hours, which is why I'm ending the broadcast right now. We are officially done. Next time I go live, I'm going to be in Japan. That's right. It's been raining like crazy. Out here. And that's it. Hopefully I'll be able to go. And I love you guys. I will see you in Japan. And then after Japan, as you guys know, dog adoption. I got some cool shit lined up. Very excited. Nippon desu. See you on the other side. Bye.
The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord active prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. The H3 crowd.